Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Crikey. It's another freezing morning. It really is. It's nicely nippy, as they say outside. You want to put your gloves on, but you can't use your telephone. I know you can get special gloves. We're well aware of that. The Wagatha Wars have exploded again. Yes, believe it or not, the dreary twosome. We're back again. This time, Colleen has managed to find an ex-boyfriend of Rebecca Vardy's to call as a witness for Colleen, which I'm assuming is a subpoena. I mean, I don't, because, you know, of course, now they're all turning out to be a little bit sort of worried about the whole thing. You know, is that, you know, what's he going to be saying about her? But it doesn't come down to personality. They're not looking at personalities or how good you were between the sheets. It's coming down to whether this person is a reliable witness and whether or not we'll sort. It's all to do with who's been leaking stories, who hasn't been leaking stories. Why would you leak stories? Why would you not? Do you need the money? And it's going to cost them $1 million each, they reckon, in legal fees. Madness. Who cheated first? Diana or Prince Charles? Why this one's resurfaced, I've got no idea. Turns out, you know, according to one person, it's Diana. But, of course, it's probably easy to say because she's dead. You can't say it about Charles because he might sue. You know, I mean, the whole thing, at the end of the day, who cares? It's not up to us to decide who cheated, Diana or Charles. I couldn't care less. When Peter Buckers died, he was a scientist. What did he come up with? What did he sort of turn his hand to that made him a fortune? Believe it or not, he was the man behind the Subway sandwich shop. He used to call them submariners. Subs. Their roles were subs because they looked like submarines. And so he died at the age of 90. But he was a scientist. That was what he was. And he became the £1.7 billion franchise king. 40,000 branches they've got. So, I mean, they're all franchises now. KFC's a franchise. McDonald's is a franchise. Burger King's a franchise. I think all of them are, yeah, I'm pretty certain. I think the most expensive is KFC. I seem to remember reading that years to get a KFC franchise. And whether they take, because they actually source the premises to find you the premises, and then they sort of equip it, and then you sort of pay them back. You have to buy all your stuff from them, which is the same for all of these. That's how they keep making all the money. So basically, somebody's paying you to take over and sell your product, which is seems to be a good idea. McDonald's is one of the biggest real estate companies, owns £28.4 billion worth of land and buildings before depreciation, also leases the land, the buildings, or both, on 15,000 of their restaurant sites. I think there was another one. There was a wedding hire shop who were also another franchise. There's so many franchises on the high street. Londis, that's a franchise as well, is it? Your local Londis, which is lovely. Widow suing TUI, the travel company. Her husband drowned snorkelling. Well, that's got to do with them. I've got no idea. But anyway, I'm sure we'll find out. The Tory minister who says, I'm a drink spike victim. They closed a bar the other night. They had 7 cases of people having their drinks spiked. There's obviously some really peculiar people out there. Well, I think we've discovered that, haven't we? Macron's no to Boris, putting police on the French beaches. If they put our police on there, they'll certainly put the French lot to shame. The French ones just want to sit in their car, and that's it. They don't do anything. They watch people get into these flimsy boats, which they're buying from Germany and all sorts of places. If they sink, they sink. They couldn't care less. They don't mind. Even the smugglers, why would they care? They've been paid the money. I still don't understand why people just don't take a flight. You save a small fortune. And then you announce you want to seek asylum when you get to this country. I don't understand why you want to risk yourself. Now our police are patrolling on these jet skis as well. Why you'd want to do that either? Because somebody came in on a jet ski the other day. 38,000 people have applied for asylum. It's the hot topic. Everybody's talking about it because people are dying. And the smuggler of people the other day said, we do say to them, if you do this route, you could die. Because you see them crammed into these inflatables, literally just holding themselves above the water by a matter of inches. This one, which was knocked into the other day, it was by a huge tanker, which didn't see it. You don't see people. I know you would think you see people on the ocean, but I promise you see nothing. All you see are the waves. You cannot see people. I know because I've been on cruise ships before. Waterloo loses the busiest rail station title. And it's Merry Christmas. Yes, they're bringing out that Poppins film for Christmas. Whoopie-doo. Whoopie-doo. They don't fly because many can't get passports. Well, they must be able to get fake ones. Let's face it, they pay people smugglers Well, fake ones, you could do. There must be some way round it. There must be. There must be. We've had people who've tried to do it before. Richard Madeley, out of I'm a Celebrity, fell ill, as I say, in the early hours of the morning. So because he's broken the COVID bubble, he can't go back. And as one of the papers put, it's now put the programme into crisis. You can imagine, can't you? We're in crisis. Why? Why? Because Richard Madeley's come out of it. It now goes into crisis. He was the best. We're going to find out whether or not you get your money back if you bet on him. I think you might. I think you might get your money back. Seems fairly sensible. Also, so Elton's playing for his beloved Watford. Rod Stewart goes out on tour. Boy, is his picture airbrushed. Really is. I mean, and This Is My House to return. It's some quiz show kind of thing with Stacey Dooley, but she's not on it. They've obviously decided to replace her. The war hero selling medals to buy a house. The Russian pit blast, claiming 52 lives and trapping the survivors. And Brendan Cole takes a battering, training for Dancing on Ice. They kicked him off the Strictly programme. Then he didn't do anything for ages. He's a little bit hot-blooded. He has a bit of a temper on him, and unfortunately it makes him unbearable to work with. So there you go. And also, blokes more blinded by beauty than girls. Yeah, girls are a bit blasé about it. I watch these. Have you seen that programme on the television where they get three people and they try and find clothes for somebody else? And it's every gay guy in the world seems to have gone on it. And some of their outfits they're wearing up north, almost laughable. Seriously, I remember I did a thing years and years ago with Noel Edmonds when we took Crinkly Bottom out on the road. And a couple of the guys who were working it were northern presenters, not radio presenters, and they seemed to have completely different outfits to the ones that we all had. They were sort of, well, it wasn't donkey jackets. No, they just looked slightly sort of, I don't know really. I can't really put my finger on it. Whatever it was the sort of outfits that we would have been wearing back in the 60s and 70s. They were a little bit back, yes. I mean, flares. Mind you, there's a picture of Tom Daley in the paper today. He's wearing a suit with no shirt underneath. But mind you, if you've got a swimmer's body, why not, for goodness sake? But he's wearing platform shoes. But he's done it wrong. He's done it wrong. Because when you wore platform shoes back in the 60s and 70s, you didn't show. Your trousers covered the whole of your shoe. Covered the whole of the shoe. They didn't show. And also, he's not small, is he? I hear. And he took fashion inspiration from Harry Styles. He went in a flamboyant red suit. Why not? Why not? Good-looking boy. It's the platform shoes that, anybody who knows anything about platform shoes, you know that those trousers have got to cover them. So you're not supposed to be seen wearing platform shoes. I don't know. Tony Blair says Labour must reject wokeism, otherwise they're never going to get anywhere at all. Well, they're not getting anywhere now, are they, really? They really aren't. Leather coats are now banned in North Korea. Why? Because they don't want the citizens copying Kim Jong-un. Why you'd ever want to look like him, I can't imagine. But that's what it is. And the film boss is holding talks, I can't say too much, as you can imagine, about who's going to be the new James Bond. And, as I say, they've also got a list of haircuts they're allowed to have. You're not allowed to copy his haircut. Not that anybody'd ever want to go out looking like old Kim Jong-un, would you? I mean, seriously. The man who's got no sense of fashion whatsoever. And so they call it Trim Jong-un. You've got 15 approved hairstyles. 50, can you imagine? 15 approved hairstyles. It's hilarious. Why in God's name you'd ever want to live in North Korea, I can't imagine, with that balmy, mad little Trim Jong-un. And they've got pictures of what haircuts you can have. They all involve basically shaving down the side. The trouble is, it just looks like one giant gay club. It really does. I should imagine. Do you think North Korea's got gay bars? What do you reckon? How much money do you want to put on that one? And women as well. They've actually got 15 approved hairstyles. Which is, I mean, why you'd ever want to live under a regime like that? It's totally beyond me. Totally beyond me. So forget about dyeing your hair as well, incidentally. Don't have any of that malarkey. No dyeing of the hair. But little Kim Jong-un, it's, equality in North Korea, both sexes, 15 approved haircut models. You can forget about dyeing your hair. It's only because he just looks so ridiculous. Although I enjoyed him and Trump together. I was a big fan of that one because I thought, listen, it's never happened before. It was just all of Kim Jong-un's bodyguards. They have to run along the motorcade. They run behind it, so they're super fit. Although anybody, I mean, put it this way, they'd have you shot if you tried to interfere with anything that he did. Seriously, they don't have any compunction about that whatsoever. And I'm not sure what the gay laws are. There you go, there they all are. His running bodyguards are back. And run, 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 which is good. Wonder what the laws about being gay in North Korea are. You know, what would happen if all of a sudden... I would imagine they would be fairly strict. Or failing that, as we prefer to call it, bit backwards. Bit backwards, as I say, you know, the old... You can see Kim Jong-un in drag, can't you, really? You could just see it. I mean, I'm sure they must have things like that to entertain the tourists. But I feel sorry for the running bodyguards. 15 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 13. We've lost 2. He's lost 2. Wonder where they are. Same-sex relations are legal, but frowned upon. Oh, right. So you can have a bit of how's your father with somebody of the same sex, but don't tell anybody, for God's sake. Old Kim will be round. He'll be knocking on the door. You'll be taken out and shot or something. Yeah, good old Kim. Good old Kim. It's honestly, it's just bizarre, isn't it? Why you want to live there? Now, I seem to remember they did actually, some bloke picked up posters. Do you remember he was pinching posters off the walls? And he was thrown into prison. Homosexuality is considered decadent behaviour. Whee! I think decadent's good, isn't it? I think, well, that's what I thought. If decadent, that's a little bit of a, ooh, that's a bit naughty. That's a bit naughty. And yet they obviously sort of go for sort of, you know, running and stuff like that and making yourself look fit. Because I never understand why people want to be fit if they don't want to show you their body. The whole idea is if you're fit, you know, you want to show to people, look, I work really hard at this body. I've known quite a few fit people in my time. I myself, when I was 15, used to be fairly fit. Yeah, not recently. I'm afraid it's gone kind of off the boil, but it doesn't matter. And I've sort of said to people, you know, why don't you sort of go in for magazine competitions and things like that? And they go, oh, no. You think, what's the point of doing it then? You know, show your body off to people. Be proud of it. That's the way it works. Richard Madeley, Steve's Out of the Jungle. I thought he was going to win. Yeah, I know. Thank God I never put any money on it. Thank God I never did, but I know a number of people who have done because we were all convinced that he stood a very good chance of winning. But he obviously picked up some slight infection. Bit of a shame, really. Bit of a shame. The Prime Minister wants joint patrols in France. I think it's highly unlikely the French will allow that. They don't want to. They couldn't. Listen, as far as they're actually concerned, the sooner all these people are out of France, the happier they are. They don't seem to be remotely interested in doing anything about it at all. Because otherwise, if we pick people up whose rafts have sunk, fancy taking babies. I mean, Priti Patel's going over to France on Sunday. Yeah. Will she be flying, do you think, or should she be going on a jet ski? Which one do we think she's going on? And it's a case of, when we pick them up, why don't we just take them back to France? I mean, doesn't that make perfect sense? I don't quite understand it. I don't understand it. None of us understand it. All I know is, if you get in one of these things and it's overcrowded with people, you stand a very good chance of not making it to your final destination.
This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
I'm sorry to say this to you, but I'm looking at a lovely sculpture of Captain Sir Tom Moore, which has just been placed in the Yorkshire Sculpture Park. The trouble is I'm looking at it, and I've got to get somebody else's opinion on it, because the sculpture makes him look like Gandhi. It doesn't look like Colonel Tom. It looks like Gandhi. In fact, he is supposed to be wearing it's Gandhi. They've got it wrong. The sculpture's completely screwed up. I don't know. So it's in the Yorkshire Sculpture Park. You look at it. It's Gandhi. Gandhi in a suit. Doesn't make any sense at all. Really makes no sense. I'm never wrong on these things. I always look at something and I always go, oh, that's interesting. Look. Oh, no, that's the other picture. They've got him. He's holding his hand up. So there you go. That's the. Yeah. Oh, wait a minute. Where is it? Yeah, I'm ahead of the internet. The internet's very backwards, I'm afraid. At least the ones on the internet look like the person. My one looks like Gandhi. As not goosey-goosey either, the other one. Richard out, Arlene and Naughty Boy on the brink. Well, Arlene, you can understand. Naughty Boy upset over his sick mother. So I have to ask the question, if she's that sick, what in God's name are you doing going into a programme like this? You know, you would stay at home and look after your mother if you're so... You know, ITV shouldn't have let him on. Because he's obviously got issues. He didn't get on with a few of the people. They asked him to do washing up. He had a bit of a tantrum over that. And you think to yourself, you know, if you're not right, you shouldn't be on the programme, okay? Unless you're so desperate for the money. Please don't go on the programme. If you've got family issues, you know, there's something going on, you're upset over your mother who's very ill, what on earth are you doing on this programme? Honestly. Sometimes you tell people the truth and they can't see the wood for the trees. But Richard Madeley's son was alerted by a psychic. Oh, here we go, another one. Another psychic who's crawled out of the woodwork. This one sent messages to Jack, his wife Isabel, an ITV staff, after she physically had a warning sign. She described the sign she received as strong. Sally wrote to Jack, a concern has come up with your dad Richard with his health or safety. I felt I had to contact you rather than regret it. Don't worry, she'll be increasing her fees very shortly, I should imagine. These psychics, honestly, what they come up with now. But Richard gutted to pull out of the show. Of course, he wanted to stay in. He thought he stood a very good chance of winning. And most of us thought he had a very good chance of winning. He still gets his fee, apparently. Yeah, but do we get our money back for the... No, somebody will know about that. Madonna again, dreary old attention-seeking Madonna. And here she does, expressing herself by basically showing you her boobs again for about the umpteenth time. It's become so dreary now. Poor also. See, I thought she was about 79. Turns out she's 63. Just looking a little bit like 79. What is it with these people? She hasn't had a record out for ages, has she? Is it she's still a singer or is she just sort of an exhibitionist? You think she had an album out? Hopeless, honestly, doesn't know anything. Football fans could be allowed to drink during games again for the first time in 36 years. I didn't even know you couldn't drink at a match for 36 years. And here we go again. Rebecca Vardy's fear it claims her ex will testify. Well, if he's subpoenaed, love, he will testify. It's called the law. Okay, and that's how it happens. And so in this bitter feud... where they've all sort of fallen out. Rebecca Vardy's fallen out with Colleen. Colleen's fallen out with Rebecca Vardy. And they're both going to seek lawyers, which they have sought lawyers. They have sought lawyers. And it's going to cost them about £1 million each at the moment. Because it's basically Colleen decided to try and trap whoever it was sending her email to the newspapers. And she worked it out and she then announced it. She went, oh, it's Rebecca Vardy, because it came from her account. That's no guarantee that it was Rebecca Vardy doing it. But of course, you can't tell these people because they're poorly educated. And the only thing they know is we've got enough money, more money than God. We can go to a lawyer and they will sort it out. So they're both doing exactly the same thing. But somebody's going to lose. They've tried to sort it out. They've tried to have somebody who has been as a go-between to say, listen, why don't you just sort this out? No, that's failed. So they're carrying on with it. So far, I think they've had bills in for about, Rebecca has budgeted to spend £837,000 fighting the case in comparison to Colleen's £535,000. So nearly £1 million to £500,000. I mean, it's been going on for ages. They must be really simple and stupid. Who gives a flying toss? Nobody cares. We really don't care whether somebody leaked it or somebody didn't leak it. And then you've had one of them on the television crying. Well, I mean, just get over yourselves. Get over yourselves, because it really is the most ridiculous thing that I've ever heard. What else have we got? Genuine revelation from ITV at the weekend. Turns out Strictly's Greg Wise isn't the worst dancer in the family. Not by a long shot. Turns out Emma Thompson can't dance for toffee either. I mean, she really can't dance. Mind you, she also has got no idea of what carbon footprint means. So I'd throw that in. The Chase's Bradley Walsh. Who is the mother of jewellery designer Jay Jagger? Dominique goes, Mick Jagger. I mean, is there a club for stupid people? The Chase. It can't be. Some of them are actually quite good. The Wheel. Michael McIntyre. I'm looking for a green fruit or vegetable. Big nasty. Orange? I mean, you really are dim, aren't you? I didn't realise, actually. Bradley Walsh. What South American country is the main producer of Malbec wine? Alan. South Africa? Seriously, I think they need to be given badges with "I really am as thick as you think I am." Big nasty orange. I ask you, something that's a green fruit or a vegetable, an orange. Duh, thicko. Bradley Walsh. Which Welsh singer is the main character in the musical Tom? Ollie. Charlotte Church. I mean, I mean, you might as well have said Harry Redknapp or Winnie the Pooh. It's ridiculous. Sarah said, did you put any money on Richard to win on I'm a Celebrity? No, I was going to over this weekend. I was going to. Just as well. I didn't. I mean, I think you get your money back if he comes out. I'm pretty certain. Pretty certain. Paul says, you're on stonking good form. It's Friday. And also, hello. I brought some cakes in, actually. Minty wasn't sure if she wanted, but well, they're not cakes, they're pastries. And I wasn't sure. She was saying, oh, I'll think about it. She's thought about it. She's going to be going for them. And why not? Goodness sake, honestly. It's Friday. You can push the boat out. You can go on a diet tomorrow. Not that you need to go on a diet, but, it's sort of kind of thing where if you've got pastries in front of you, I can't just eat one. It's not physically, it's like Smarties. You cannot just eat one Smartie. That is just stupid. Or one Pringle. You can't, you have to eat loads. In fact, sometimes with a tube of Smarties, you just tip the tube into your mouth, don't you? And take it on from there. I know I've got no self-control when it comes to Smarties. We used to use them as lipstick years ago. Did you ever do that? You get the red Smartie, and you lick it, and then you rub it on your lips, and it takes... No, just me again. It's always me, isn't it? It's always me. Did you never do that? Little bit on you. That's like, that was like Dolly Parton. She said when she was sort of growing up, she used to get these pokeberries, which I think Elvis Presley sung about, pokeberries. And they're obviously I think they're a bit like blackberries or something like that. And she would squeeze them, and with the juice, she'd make eyeshadow and stuff like that. And she would get matches that had been used in the kitchen, and she'd sweat them a little bit and then use those as eyeshadow and for colouring in your eyebrows. I never did that, actually. I never did that. Just the lippy with the Smarties. I don't think they had Smarties in those days of Dolly Parton. But she said she wanted I always remember that great line. She said there used to be the girl who used to work in the bank. And she used to cover herself with makeup, to attract the men and all the rest of it. And then she mentioned it to her mother, and her mother said, she ain't nothing but trash. That's how they used to call people in those days, trash. And Dolly Parton says in her stage show, she says, so that's what I wanted to be when I grew up, trash. I don't know when Smarties were invented. I suspect probably a lot earlier than I was thinking, but about the 1940s? 1949, yeah. I'm good. I tell you, I'm good. When I'm good, I'm good. When I'm bad, I'm really naughty. Very naughty. So Smarties invented 1949. Still remember them today. Richard Madeley's biggest crush is Brenda in Cork. She's devastated. Who am I going to look at now? You're right. There's nobody. There's nobody to look at. She said, friends have told me to look on the bright side as Ian Beale's on the way in. Well, he's in now. Won't be the same without sexy Richard. No, it won't. Won't. You're absolutely right there. And Shane says, I've seen Cliff Richard in the Studio 10 show this morning. He looks good. He does look good. Oh, he's touring, is he? Is he over there in Australia? In Australia. Wow. We forget in the UK COVID's not gone away, Steve. A friend called Paul went to South Africa last Thursday. Now he's stuck. I'm worried for him as he has a heart condition. Please, can people not be complacent? You never get them all to wear masks. Look at all the school children. Nobody wearing masks. Nobody. But I can tell you that Britain's bringing in travel restrictions for 6 African countries due to the COVID variant that the UK experts have called the worst that they've seen so far. People are going to be dropping like 9 pins the other day. I think in Scotland the other day, more than 3,000 people went down with COVID. And you feel like saying to all the people on the bus, you're going down with COVID. There's a professor was on Darren's show earlier, and he said that the new variant is nothing to worry about at the moment. At the moment, the clue is in those words, but they're keeping a close eye on it. Because if it hits, it's going to hit, and it's going to hit school kids. Although I've heard people now saying, why are they closing schools when 1 or 2 kids have got it? Why don't you just make them wear a mask? Some kids are very good and wear masks. Others are a bit thick. And they think that they're not going to get it because their parents are not wearing masks either. And those are the people who are going to be preying on the NHS when they go down with it. Because there's thousands of cases every day. Thousands of cases. I can't impress on you, as much as I have done, into wearing a mask. They're so cheap. Didn't used to be. They're now cheap as chips. You know, the vaccine is the main thing, though. Get yourself vaccinated. Some parents go, I'm not having my child vaccinated. And you think, oh, OK, good for you. Don't go crying to the NHS. Why don't you just deal with it at home? Can't deal with it at home. Somebody, you know, as this variant takes hold of people and it gradually shuts down all of your bits and pieces. If you're somebody who's in a high-risk category, it's highly dangerous. It's like, you know, would you seriously stand at the bus stop every morning with a loaded gun with 3 bullets in a 6-chambered gun and actually dare to pull the trigger, hoping that you get one chamber that doesn't have the bullet in it? I wouldn't risk it. But obviously some people think that they can. Lewis Capaldi is coining it in at the moment. I think he took in about 1.7 million for this year, and it hasn't had to do anything. He's huge. Yeah, I mean, yes, he is. He's very successful. So his wealth has rocketed to 3.4 million. What was his big hit, Lewis Capaldi? Did he have a big hit or something like that? Somebody You Loved. Is that Find Me Somebody You Love? Find Me. Oh, right. Okay. I don't think it was. I don't think that was it at all. I saw James Blunt singing live on the television the other morning. You're beautiful. A very high-pitched voice for a man. Yeah. Do you know he actually writes his own Twitter complaints about himself, which I think, and then responds to them. And my funniest one was Joe Lycett, who was on the 8 out of 10 Cats programme, and he writes these emails to people complaining about the service and all the rest of it. And they're very, very cleverly put together. But James Blunt, even cleverer.
This is LBC. Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to, it's the end of the week. It's fantastic, but it's definitely going to be one of the coldest days of the week. Not just cold, but you might get a bit of snow tomorrow. There could be a few drifting little flakes that wander into the capital and make it look very pretty for a few minutes. And the best thing to do is stand on a bridge overlooking the Thames and take a picture, because that's when it looks really good. Really, really good. But we don't want it. We don't want too much. Thank you very much indeed. Also, a drunken reveller caught on a doorbell security camera eating a garden bush at 1 a.m. Why would you want to eat a garden? I can't imagine why you want to eat a garden bush. Apparently, after scoffing a mouthful, he went in for a second, ripping off more of the greenery with his teeth. I mean, perhaps he thought it was a kebab or something on a bush. I can't imagine why you'd want to eat a bush or something like that. Unless there are sort of edible bushes out there that I've missed out on. I don't think I have. I don't think I have at all. Plus, a student wore bin bags to his graduation because he couldn't afford a mortarboard, cape and gown. He's obviously an exhibitionist as well. His name's Will Radford. He pulled the stunt after claiming the £246 cost of the traditional outfit was too expensive. So he made one for £2. The audience applauded. He was in Gloucester. But of course, you know what students are like. Hail, jinky poo. Yeah, whoa, whoa, whoa. And they all clap and everything else. I mean, you can rent them. People don't buy them. Perhaps he doesn't know that. Perhaps he doesn't know. He's a photography BA graduate. Yeah, we know what you are, mate. A photography BA graduate. Imagine going all the way to learn how to take a picture. Good heavens above. But a gown would have been £125, the cape 78, and the mortarboard £43. He got an honorary doctorate. This is the artist Peter Edwards. Called it magnificent. He said, I thought it must be getting a bit hot in there. But you rent them. Nobody buys these. What do you think? People go out and buy them. And it's like buying, why you'd ever want to buy a wedding dress, I can't imagine. Because, there you go, look, graduation, gown and mortarboard hire, £33. £33, cheap. And you put down, your gown size, your hat size, when you want it. And the set includes graduation gown, mortarboard, 7 days hire from date of delivery, free returns. For £33, you stupid man, you exhibitionist. What's the matter with these people? Honestly, Will Radford. God, I hope your photographs are better than you're sort of trying to work out, because it's too expensive. £33, mate. Really? How do you manage to... I bet you managed to find enough money for the student bar most evenings. What people are like nowadays. Christine McGuinness is used to laughs, given that her husband is Phoenix Nights funny man Paddy. Why would he be funny just because he's been on Phoenix Nights? You don't find comedians stand there waiting for a bus going, did I tell you the story of the nun and the vicar? No, of course they don't. They're not like that. They don't go into their act. I mean, I'm very solemn off air. Seriously, I mean, I wouldn't say boo to a goose. Turkey, maybe. They're having to quarantine turkeys at the moment. Bookish. What's that? Bookish. Me? What's bookish? If that turns out to be an insult, you're in big trouble, I tell you, this morning. I'm just looking for something to get you. I'm being regressed at the moment. I'll find something on you. Don't worry. Bookish. You mean boorish? Bookish. Could somebody who's studious, an honest student, is likely bookish. Being bookish can also mean somebody who enjoys reading. You think I'm bookish, do you? Because I enjoy reading. What are you on? Applies to papers. I like reading my papers, I really do. But the model, I mean, nobody's ever asked Christine McGuinness to model anything. What do you mean a model? Well, because she's got big boobs and blonde hair. I mean, I don't understand why that makes you a model. She revealed she was humiliated on a comedy series last year. She said the show's female co-host overstepped the mark with her insulting banter. But she's chosen not to name the woman in the show. Which seems a bit pointless exercise. Why not? Because she's got an autobiography. Christine McGuinness, A Beautiful Nightmare. So who is the person? But we've been told it was on Joel Dommett's Hey Tracy, and the culprit was his virtual assistant, played by comedian Donna Preston. Why didn't Christine say that then? Why didn't she say that? Did you make it up? Because that's what people think. One of the directors... Because who was it? Oh, there was that other bloke who walked off a television show years ago. Do you remember? Preston. Oh, Preston, honestly. Poor old little Samuel Preston. Little head. And where's he gone now? Nowhere. Vanished completely. And yet because he was so up himself, that was the problem with it. But Christine said she overstepped the mark with her insulting banter. You need to learn to laugh, dear. That's what you need to do. You need to learn to laugh. Because as Dame Edna said, if you can't laugh at yourself, you're probably missing the joke of the century. That's how it works nowadays. Preston still in the Ordinary Boys. Because they've had some major tours recently, haven't they? Not. John in Derby is looking forward to getting his booster jab tomorrow. And Yvonne says the Capaldi song, Steve, before you go. Watch the new film, says Christine, A Boy Called Christmas. Got 3 stars. 3 stars, A Boy Called Christmas. It's got Maggie Smith in it and a few other people. I watched a Christmas film the other day, and I can't remember. I think it comes as a trilogy. And I watched one yesterday, which was set in the same little town, Evergreen. Anybody know this one? All I can tell you is it seems to have roughly the same sort of cast of characters, and it's 3 separate stories. I want to go and live in Evergreen. It looks like great fun, but I should imagine there's probably an undercurrent of ghastliness going on below the surface. There always is. All these, it's like Midsummer Murders. Don't go and live there. But the houses are very expensive and classy. No, you'll die. You'll die, I promise you. Somebody always does. I've never known so. It's like Cabot Cove. Almost on a daily basis. Jessica Fletcher's out there trying to solve another murder. How many murders in Midsummer so far? So far this year, or so far since it started? How many murders? Oh, I don't know, 10? Something like that? Really go and live there, boys and girls. 581 murders they've had in Midsummer. That's the place to go to. That's since 1997. 581. You would think by now that they would have had the place closed down and burnt to the ground. Because that would be a lot safer, wouldn't it, than going round for another one. Like the Jessica Fletcher thing. Cabot Cove must be the murder capital of the Deep South. I mean, she's a jinx. Everywhere she goes, somebody dies. Somebody's either found floating face down in the swimming pool. They're not learning to snorkel. And she's very nosy. She always goes to the local police chief and says certain things. Go, listen, Mrs. Fletcher, we know what we're doing here. And you think, no, you don't. She will solve it because she's solved it every other bloody time. Sorry to swear, using the word time. I know it's not a good thing to do. Yeah, it just winds me up. It's funny, isn't it, really? You look at all these sort of television programmes. It's like, any time Columbo goes there. He did one the other day, which was very good. It was about a bloke who murdered his mistress or wife or something like that. But he had the force of the law on his side, and he managed to get Columbo taken off it. And his lawyer didn't know as well that he was bent because she was involved in it too. And he said, "Wait a minute, I can't have murdered my wife. You said it happened between this time and that time. Wait a minute, I was caught by a speed camera," and they had a photograph of him caught on the speed camera, and at the exact same time he was supposed to be committing murder. They just brought out speed cameras which took a photograph of the car, and he said so. He then went round and he got the film from the camera, and he went through it, and he said, and he blew up the pictures of a woman and another who got caught by the same speed camera either side of his murder suspect. And he said, I know you did it. He said, I'm just going to prove it. And he blew up the pictures and he said, look, what can you tell about these 3 pictures? And we all looked at these 3 pictures and went, no idea. Went, listen, this was at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. There's a shadow under their noses. A shadow under their noses, except the bloke who was convicted eventually of murdering his wife. There was no shadow. Why was there no shadow? Because it wasn't him. It was somebody wearing a mask which had no shadow on it. But Columbo knew, and he said, that's somebody wearing a mask. He said, that's why there's no shadow on it. Yeah, at least he was wearing a mask, which was very good. I remember thinking that's really quite clever, actually, because I hadn't noticed it at all. And he goes around there, and the bloke's being all clever and big, you're wasting our time. And he takes him out to the car park, and there's the police constable sitting there with the Columbo face mask on. You see, look, no shadow, no shadow. So it was very good, very, very good indeed. And I've seen them a million times before, but I just think they're really, really good. So John in Derby's getting his booster jab tomorrow, which is very good. Ian Dale had the leader of Insulate Britain on his show. What a horrid individual. Says, I don't like any of them. I don't have a problem with anybody campaigning, and but they did a phone Insulate Britain, and you know the bloke who's on there whose parents are multimillionaires, but they didn't want to pay for him, so somebody's put their hand in their pocket and paid his rent. Well, that makes me sick. I don't think anybody should, if they're in prison for a crime, be able to benefit from any money that can be raised outside. They're criminals. They're convicted criminals, and this one is the biggest buffoon of them all, I'm afraid. But I didn't hear it, but I did see what people were saying to this person who couldn't really care less about you. Wasn't remotely interested, which is a shame, really. So looking forward to the weekend. You may be, says Jane, but I'm not, because you're not on the radio. But now Jane, Global Player, as you probably heard on my headphones, because they're fairly loud this morning. And I remember somebody writing and saying, we can hear your producer. I thought, yeah, I know, that little high-pitched squeaky voice that he's got. Oh, Steve, you can pick it up on Global Player. Yeah, sounding very good today, Steve. Keep it up. Because it's been a good week this week, actually. We've had a result, as they say. I like a result. I got 2 NHS letters. 2, which I'll have to tell you about in a moment. Very busy programme, as you can well imagine. Not many other people read out their NHS letters, but I'm going to read mine out to you. Why? Because we just do that.
This is LBC. Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. So, as you remember, some years ago, dear listener, or months ago, I was booked in for a cardiology phone call. They weren't doing cardiology tests and everything else. It's only because my specialist, because I'd said I was getting a little bit of chest pain, not anything to worry about or anything like that. Just a little bit sort of out of breath kind of thing. And so he said, well, I'll write to your GP and recommend that the cardiology people see you or have a word with you. So that was booked in for the 17th of December, if you please. I've had this for about 3 months. 17th of December, only a phone call. So I thought, OK, well, that's fine. I can relay, and then you've got to keep your medicines with you and you tell them what medicines you're on. It's been planned for ages. Anyway, yesterday I get 2 NHS letters. The first one is telling me we have to cancel your 17th of December appointment and we will arrange another one very shortly. The second letter was, here's your new appointment, which is going to be held on the 7th of December. It's either the 7th or the 9th or something like that. And it's going to be on the telephone. So obviously the right hand doesn't quite know what the left hand is doing, because they'd already sent me a text telling me about it. So probably different departments and things like that. So I shall have it on the 9:30, and you just tell them what your symptoms are and all the rest of it, and they then decide where we go from there. So they must be overburdened at the moment with the amount of people who are falling sick, especially around this time of year. Steve, you should know how happy I am, says Connie in Stockwell. I am. I have so many Steve Allen podcasts in my smartphone. I can listen to you 24 hours a day, every day, and I do listen to Steve Allen podcasts a lot. Does it make me a true Steve Allen fan? It certainly does. It certainly does. Well, we have 21 million downloads. 21 million downloads, which is a poetic license. We think it's about 20.5 or something like that. Whatever it is, it's an awful lot, which is very good. Stephen is sitting around a pool in Phuket, getting some strange looks as he laughs out loud. Phuket. Yeah, whatever. It doesn't matter. Nobody's going to say anything. There's nobody there. They're not going to say, wait a minute, the bloke you're listening to on the radio, it's pronounced Phuket, okay? As in Phuket. And he said, I get some very strange looks. Fancy sitting around the pool. That's quite nice, isn't it? It must be quite quiet. What do you get for breakfast in Thailand? What do you get for breakfast in Thailand? Producer got food poisoning. He deserves it. And I would think fruit and croissant, stuff like that. Would you get croissant? No, you wouldn't get croissant. Somebody was dipping their croissant in something the other day, and I can't remember what it was. We discovered that Dominic, you know, the newsreader who we have occasionally on the programme, he dips mince pies in cups of tea. I mean, how they stay together, I've got no idea. He must have hands of steel. He really must have. Today in Phuket, not good for you, 30 degrees, but thunder and lightning. And in fact, you've got thunder and lightning all week, all up to the 3rd of December and beyond. Thundery showers and light winds. Must be the rainy season. 30 degrees. Lovely. Double it and add 90 degrees. Oh, God, I can't think of anything worse. Let's have a look and see what we've got. Today, lows of 3 degrees, rain, cloud, light breeze. Saturday, 5 degrees, snow showers, fresh breeze. Sunday, that's about the only day, actually. Tomorrow, the snow showers. That's the only day. It's got the little star symbol on it, which indicates a snowflake. That's the only day we've got. Sleet showers and a fresh breeze tomorrow. Oh, I shall enjoy that. That'll be quite nice. I've got to plant my daffodil bulbs up, actually. I should do that tomorrow, which is very nice indeed. And Donna says, I had my booster and flu yesterday in Asda. No problems. Fantastic. P.S. So love your show. Thank you. And Alex says, Steve, Jessica Fletcher isn't a sleuth. She's a serial killer with a gift of the gab. Love it. 80% chance of snow this weekend for quite a lot of the country, including London. But good opportunity to take some photos. I'm looking forward. If you do take photos, can you send them in to me for sort of Monday morning, and then we can have a look at them. I like anything that's got snow. Heavy winds and rain. First winter snow this weekend as temperatures plummet. Net weather shows 30% chance of snow Friday, followed by 80% chance on Saturday. Snowflakes will make their way towards London from the Welsh coast. What they're doing, hitching a ride or something. Excuse me, we are snowflakes here at Raw, and the Met Office is forecasting patchy frost, ice and snow for London and the South East on Sunday. Wow. Could be here as early as 6 p.m. this evening. Oh, and there's a tube strike as well. Did I mention a tube strike? Sorry about that. They're having a little bit of a tantrum. They don't want to work. Was it nights they didn't want to work? But the tube finishes running at 1 a.m, doesn't it? It doesn't run all night. The weekend is 24 hours, is it? Oh, right. Oh, lovely, thank you. Did you find the milk? Right, good. Have you hidden it again? No, you have to nick it from them, otherwise they'll all use it. You know what they're like round here. Terrible. The 5 lines affected. Victoria, Central, Northern, Jubilee and Piccadilly lines. RMT workers set to strike from 04:30 on Friday. Oh, they're on strike now. The disputes over night shift drivers required to work as the night tube service is reintroduced for the first time since the start of the pandemic. So having had all the time off, they now don't want to, and they want to bring disruption to London in the run-up to Christmas. But the trouble is, it doesn't affect the people who own the tubes or anything else. It affects us. And obviously the RMT couldn't give a toss about us. They don't care. But there's tourists over here. We're trying to welcome people back into the country. And this is over, the drivers have had to work as the night tube service is reintroduced. It's been out for, 18 months, a couple of years, and now they're bringing it back in, which is to where it was. There's never any trouble with it before. And now all of a sudden the Central Line drivers also likely to be hit. The RMT have said the work rosters being imposed on tube drivers threatened work-life balance. What's that? Does that mean they basically want to work and they don't want to not get paid for it, but they don't want to do anything? They don't, it's having a good balance. Well, I mean, life's a bit tough, isn't it, really? Put it this way, jobs are at a premium. They said the changes would have been agreed by other unions and would result in drivers working about 4 night shift weekends a year. 4 night shift weekends a year. Well, we can't do that, can we? I mean, 4 night shift weekends a year. Blimey, you want to come into the real world? Imagine me. Oh, you have to work 4 night shift, weekends a year, Steve. Really? Oh, we're going on strike immediately. I'm going to be out there, my little banner, equal rights for all old age pensioners. I'm going to be there. Ridiculous, honestly. Fancy moaning about something like that. Do you think it's because they haven't had actually really anything to do during the pandemic? I love it. I went into Mark's Q yesterday. They had hardly any party food. The shelves were stocked with Boxing Day hams, £39, goose fat, etc. But the party food comes and goes very quickly. Declan says, I used to watch Columbo with my nana. As we watched, she'd say, I think he did it. Well, actually, the funny thing was they used to tell you who did it. It was up to Columbo to prove who did it. But I think you're right. Jessica Fletcher was a serial killer. There was a little old woman, wasn't there, who featured in one of them. I can't remember her name. She's a little actress in America. I think she must have died years ago. And she was in a Columbo, and she was very successful as a writer. She was playing a big writer, and she murdered her son-in-law by locking him in the safe. No, in the Columbo. Keep up, for goodness sake, honestly. He was about to call the police then and say Steve Allen wants to report a murder. No, she was a little actress. Somebody will know who she is because she was very famous. And she wasn't very tall, and she was a writer. And she locked her son-in-law in her safe, which was a big walk-in safe, and he died. But he scribbled her name on a pad inside there, just her first initial, and that's how Columbo got her. But she was playing innocent all the way through. Very good. It's like you can play your own sleuth, can't you? Which I think is very good. Donna says, I've got the day off. I just have to wake up to put you on. My days are not right if I haven't heard you. Absolutely right. Oh, I'm with you on that one. And Peter in Dartford says, why is ITV saturated day after day with a plethora of dull game shows? 4 hours of game shows every afternoon. Yeah, I know. We have too many of them, don't we? There's lots of... Have you noticed Ben Shepherd's aged? It's either that or he's had a haircut. I can't quite work out which one it is. But there you go. Mary in Oxford says, I thought most of the snowflakes were in London already. Ha, 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 ha. Mary in Oxford. You're not married to somebody called Jeffrey Archer, are you, by the way, Mary? Steve, can I still get daffodil bulbs, says Lorraine. I'd love to plant them in my window boxes. How long have I got for it's too late? Well, I mean, I'd do it this weekend. Because what they'll do is they'll hibernate. Then once the weather warms up a little bit, then they'll start sprouting. ITV has Lingo. Have you seen Lingo? Tipping Point, and then The Chase. I don't know what Lingo is. I think it's just another sort of game show hosted by, I can't remember who. It's Adil Ray. Didn't he just have a major row with Piers Morgan over something? And so Piers Morgan rounded on Adil Ray by saying, at least I didn't kill the audience like you did. He said, I took it to new heights, which of course he did. He said, Adil Ray has systematically killed the audience. I love it when these so-called celebrities have spats, because it's always over something that's so ridiculous. So ridiculous. John Watson says, I saw a TV interview given by Dolly Parton where she told how she was once in a small US town that was holding a Dolly Parton lookalike competition. She decided to enter for a bit of fun, and she lost. As I heard, she came in at like 5th or something like that. I think it was some drag queen who actually looked more like Dolly Parton. Drag seems to be the popular thing at the moment, doesn't it? Everybody likes that. What do my stars say for today? You're going to win £137 million. Congratulations. Only joking. It says, Action Planet Mars helps you feel close to people you miss in the working world. Others may spot the problems, but you're the one who finds the smart solution. If you're single and totally sure you're ready for the highs and occasional lows of real love, check out Another Piscean. Woo! You're not Piscean. Tell me, God, you're not Piscean. I couldn't bear it. You're not, eh? What day's your birthday? Oh, my God, 19th of March. All the people I know, and he said friends, change that one quickly. All my friends have got sort of, birthdays around mine, which is the 17th of March. Interesting, isn't it? So if you're single, today's the day. Way!
This is LBC.
Do you enjoy working with people from different backgrounds and being part of a team doing important work? The Home Office is recruiting engagement officers for our Immigration Removal Centre at Heathrow. You'll work with people in detention, conducting assessments, including around vulnerability and well-being. Salaries start from £32,000 plus annual allowances from £6,019 and a civil service pension averaging 27%. No experience required. Full training is provided. Search Home Office jobs to find out more.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Certainly is. It's Friday morning. It's nice to have your company. It's early breakfast with you till 7 if you're one of those people who has trouble sleeping, or you wake up early, or you've got ready and you're going to work and you get it. Just remember the tube strike, because you will get people going to the tube stations looking at it going, oh, where are the trains got? They're on strike. Okay, that's what's happened. They're on strike. It's a 24-hour strike, and there's only a few lines in operation. Actually, most of them are they're out because they've been away enjoying themselves and having parties and all the rest of it. And now that they've been asked to go back to do 4 night shifts a year, 4 night shifts a year, they've decided to go on strike. Fantastic. So in other words, they'll just have to employ more people and bring them in to cover the night shifts that the other ones don't want to do. Makes more sense, doesn't it, really? We're not going to faff around, like girls' blouses on this one. If you don't want to do it, you don't want to do it. Well, then fair enough, but you won't get any money. And we can replace you. Can't be that difficult. I just don't understand why somebody go on strike for that. They did it beforehand. Nobody complained about it. It's only 4 night shifts a year. Have I ever been on strike? Never. 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 Not even early days. No, LBC had a history of strikes because there were 2 unions here, the ACTT, which involved all the engineers who were driving the programmes. You didn't have the producers driving the programmes. The producers sat on a chair behind the engineer who was driving the programme, and they would be booked on shift to come in and cover 2 programmes. Then they go and have a break, and then they come back and do another 2 programmes. So you'd have a rotation. Sometimes in the middle of a programme, you'd have a change of person driving the programme. So that was the ACTT. And then the father of the chapel, that's what they used to call them, the father of the chapel, for the ACTT, went and worked at a television station. Took him less than a year to get them all out on strike. He was so happy with it. Where he's gone to now, God alone knows. Probably not even with us anymore. But it was constant strikes. And also because LBC was the biggest NUJ shop. So when you got a little dispute with a radio station in, the Midlands or something like that, National Union of Journalists, well, they called it the NUJ shop. That's what it was called. I mean, it wasn't actually, we didn't have things on sale. It wasn't like sort of a cake shop or something like that. It was the NUJ shop, and we had Peter Dealey was our FOC, father of the chapel. And I know it was another language, and they would sort of decide. Unfortunately, what they did was we used to have somebody else who was the father of the chapel, and the management decided to make him management. But of course, so he moved from, being an industrial editor on LBC to management. And he knew everything that we were going to do because he'd been father of the chapel. And then Peter Dealey took it on. But no, the history of strikes. So we used to have to come out in sympathy if somebody else had come out in sympathy in sort of, the Midlands somewhere. Father of the chapel seems to be it's journalism. Yes, that's what it was. And it was a closed shop as well. We had a closed NUJ shop at LBC. So in other words, because everybody in the building was in a union, so I had to join the NUJ. You just sent your 60 quid off, and back came a photo card with member of the NUJ. Because I was doing a job, I was on air, so technically I was doing journalism. And so that was that. But they would have somebody new come in and join, and the union chapel were very keen. They'd say, so are you a member of the NUJ? And they go, no. And they go, well, this is the application form. And if they said they didn't want to join, they didn't work because it was a closed shop. You had to join the union to work. Oh, that went out years ago. I can remember going to one building that we went to, and the first thing the boss said was, I don't recognise the union. And so that was a slight problem, but it was all sorted out. Steve, you sound bang on today, says Mark in Romford. It's Black Friday. Will you be doing a bit of shopping? No. Absolutely not. There is nothing that I need. Nothing I needed. I mean, apart from petrol for the car. And I wish you could get a discount on that on Black Friday. But you can't, can you? They don't give you discounts on petrol or anything else, which is a shame. No, there's nothing I need. Nothing I need. Even though we've just been paid, and I thought no. And in fact, I shall probably put my time to good use. I've got lunch today, and then over the weekend I shall plant my daffodils, do my invoice for December. because you've got to get those in early because we get paid early for Christmas. Can't believe it. Christmas around the bend here. The tube drivers earn almost £60,000, which I think is a decent amount, says Roger. Yeah, I mean, it's not. You only got to move a handle. It's not difficult. Move the handle. You know, I mean, you don't have to do the doors, do you? Don't they have other people who do the doors? They do the doors as well. Oh, right, yeah. Okay, push button. Doors opening. Okay, doors closing. Doors opening. Must be very boring, though. Well, I don't know. You're sitting in a dark tunnel. Of course, the frightening thing is to see lights coming towards you. That must be a little bit disconcerting, mustn't it? I did speak to somebody once who was a train driver, and I told you their worst fear were jumpers. That was their worst fear, people jumping. And so now all the tube trains, when they come into stations, they come in slow. Before they used to come in fast, he said, and you could see if somebody was going to jump. He said they would edge ever nearer, ever nearer, ever nearer. He said, and that was the frightening. People used to have to go off on, leave and things like that to try and get over the shock of it. But now they actually come in, and the moment it emerges onto the platform, it slows right down, which is the best thing. But no, I mean, I could be bored on 60,000 a year, couldn't you? You could be bored on 60k a year. Good heavens above. The producer is. He listens to this programme. Monica says, I've had my first Christmas meal. A local garden centre had a special evening. Ticket money to the Teenage Cancer Trust. Meal was lovely. That's where I'm going next Tuesday. My brother's taking me to a garden centre for lunch. He said, you're going to like it. So I went, oh, lovely. And Steve, don't these tube drivers realise, says Kevin the milkman, that jobs change as time goes on? Your job at LBC is completely different from when you started. Yeah, absolutely. My first job at LBC, well, apart from reading the news, was doing a magazine programme. And it was a magazine programme. And then gradually we dropped out the pre-records, which were taken from other programmes, and Brian Hayes' programme and the AM programme and Jill Pyra and people like Max and all sorts of different people. And I started doing the newspapers. I started reading from the newspaper and suddenly realised I could get mileage out of the newspapers with no effort whatsoever. And they did a feature on me in one of the, I think, Time Out magazine on what I did on the programme, which was sort of quite innovative at the time. When I started out, says Kevin the milkman, as a Saturday boy in 1978, the rounds didn't go out until 7 a.m. Now I'm working 6 nights a week from 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. and no time off as we're self-employed. I give my right arm to only work 4 nights a year. I know. I mean, it doesn't make any sense, does it? The Columbo episode with the safe was Try and Catch Me with Ruth Gordon. Picture of Ruth Gordon, American actress, please. Because if you got that right, Dave, I mean, that's from my vague description. I went through a 5-year spell mid-decades linking all the Columbos on the many channels. Love them. Stay warm this weekend. So we're going to have a picture up on the internet very shortly of Ruth Gordon. Ruth Gordon, yeah. RUTHGORDON. Have to tell him that just in case. And where is she? Get me some other pictures. She was performing, well into... There she is. You see the life and sad ending of Ruth Gordon. That's what she looked like in the Columbo. But she's been on stage since she was 19. No, next one. No, that's it. The one there. You're on there. And that she was tiny. Not that there's nothing the matter with being tiny, but she was very, she stood out very well. She was very good indeed. So how did she die? Why was it a sad ending of Ruth Gordon? Why was it a sad ending? Here we go. She died in Ghana career, blah, blah, blah. She had a very interesting voice. Sarah Morning, she had a great gift for living the moment, said Glenn Close, who starred with her in Maxie, one of her last films. But in fact, she was named in a small movie theatre. She was named the Ruth Gordon Flick. Theatre no longer exists, but the Ruth Gordon Amphitheatre in her honour. So she died in her summer home in Massachusetts following a stroke at the age of 88. Her husband for 43 years, Garson Cannon, was at her side and said that even her last day of life was typically full with walks, talks, errands and a morning of work on a new play. So there you go. But she doesn't sound sad at all, actually. It sounds very good. Very good. But she'd recently finished acting in 4 films. She was very good in the Columbo. Well done, Dave, for knowing that in the borough. I'm very impressed. I'm a London Underground station assistant on my way to work now, but fully support my colleagues. Says Arthur, the issue is more than just 4 night shifts a week. Still love the show, though. Well, that would be ridiculous to say you didn't love the show because somebody said something you didn't agree with. That would just be pointless, wouldn't it? Very pointless. So you're on your way to work. So, but why are you fully supporting it? If it's only 4 night shifts a week, I mean, that's the crux of it, isn't it? That's the crux of it. But even so, I mean, it's been quite easy for God knows how many months now, isn't it? 12 months, 18 months, something like that. The money's not bad, is it, Arthur? I mean, come on, there's a limit to sort of, trying to ruin everybody's life in the London. That's what we actually thrive on. We thrive on the tube trains. People thrive on them. People need them to get around. There will be people listening who don't have the luxury of going around any other way apart from on the tube. But nobody seems to care about them. It's a case of, it's all about me, 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 me. Nobody cares. And it's such a shame. What about all those poor pensioners who need to get out and see people today? I mean, some tube unions, aren't striking. It's just the RMT. Why does it always come down to just the RMT all the time? You might want to support them, but then why are you going into work? You're not supporting them that much. Presumably you might be in another union, I don't know. But I just don't think the unions sometimes think about things properly. They don't solve any problems. They do a 24-hour tube strike, upset the entire capital, and people going, oh, now we'll have to get buses. Because once people find an alternative route, an alternative way of getting there, they'll use it. Excuse me. Not surprised everybody looks happy working for the trains, honestly. Seems to be a lot of money for not as much work as it used to be. And poor old Kevin is doing 6 nights a week from 9 p.m. to 9 a.m. Never get anybody at the RMT to do that. And he's a milkman because he's self-employed. So he has, he doesn't get time off. I don't get time off very often, Thank goodness. Thank goodness. Brendan Cole accidentally sliced his partner Vanessa Bowers' back in a freak accident during training. He's dancing on ice. But nobody really cares. We're more worried about poor old Richard Madeley. They say plunged into crisis. Peter Dyke, always a bit of a dramatic person when he's writing his headlines. TV ratings crisis after Rich quits. He's ill. He hasn't quit. He's ill. He was forced into it. 5.5 million viewers are tuning in. Yeah, but that's who was tuning in even before he was ill. I love the way they go. It's been plunged into crisis as he quits and viewing figures plummet. Such a drama queen, honestly. It's not true. Yeah, stop watching now. He's not on it. No, of course not. There'll be somebody else. We can laugh at Ian Beale. Or something like that. He's always good for a laugh, isn't he? Definitely. South Korea is launching a task force to consider making the eating of dog meat illegal. I've forgotten they still ate it. The number of restaurants that serve dog meat in the country has fallen as younger people find it less appetising. It's disgusting. But that's only because we don't eat dog. If we ate dog, we wouldn't say it was disgusting, because we look on dogs as pets. And the South Koreans look on them as pets. And also breakfast, lunch and dinner at the same time. And you can buy them. There are markets where you buy dogs specifically so that you can eat them. I mean, we eat chicken, we eat cows, we eat bulls, we eat just about everything, don't we?
This is LBC.
Here's a question. Where do you keep your lotto ticket? On the fridge? In the fridge? Coffee jar? Jam jar? In the car? Coat pocket? Shirt pocket? Back pocket? Wherever you keep it, you got to be in it to win it. Tonight's Lotto jackpot is £12 million, and it must be won. Or thousands of you will win a share of the jackpot. It could be you. Lotto from the National Lottery. Play now. Estimated jackpot. Rules and procedures apply. Players must be 18 or over.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Honestly, I'm trying to explain to the producer about dog meat markets. They still have somewhere in the world, and I can't remember where it is. I think they tried to ban it. A dog meat festival, and it's where people go out and eat dog meat. But it's only because we don't eat it. We see them as pets. You see kittens as pets. You wouldn't think that it wasn't, but in fact, they have restaurants in China that serve cat. They serve everything, just about everything. And there you go, there's a dog meat festival. It's disgusting. 5,000 dogs are butchered and eaten over 10 days. They literally, they're still being transported, even despite outcries over animal cruelty. It's a place called Yulin, and they do this festival, and they serve Dog meat. I mean, Shenzhen and Zhuhai have banned the eating of dogs in the wake of the coronavirus pandemic, and yet you can still find it. You can still find it. It's just, I mean, it's only because we don't eat it, and yet we don't pick it outside abattoirs, do we? We might as well. It's the same sort of thing. It's just another animal that's being eaten. I said before, the only thing the Chinese don't eat with legs is a table. The rest of it, according to 2020 figures, China killed 10 million dogs for human consumption each year. Not in all parts of China. You wouldn't go to Hong Kong and find a dog meat restaurant, but you go to China, and you would, definitely. And my friend Ian, because he went to Thanksgiving, he said, there's so much food. I have 6 containers of leftovers in my fridge, including 2 different types of stuffing. Also, my friend Sharon has committed to beef Wellington for Christmas. I think I ate enough today to keep me full until Christmas. And he sent out a picture, and it's the Golden Girls dressed up. I love the Golden Girls. I thought they were very good. Very good scripting. Very good scripting. And Mark says, you're cheering us up as we're caring for a poorly bulldog, Georgina. Says Teddy. Thank you.
I'm still not sure about that.
Yeah, all right. Don't go on about it. Honestly, and that's with the microphone turned down and everything. It's got a mind of its own, my phone. I don't know. I don't know. It obviously was listening to what I was saying. To be honest with you, I think it's stalking me. I think the telephone's stalking me. Also, can you wish our granddaughter Georgina happy 22nd birthday today? She's on her way to Gatwick with her boyfriend Sam to spend a long weekend with us here in sunny Spain. And that's Tony, who's Gramps. So that's nice. So that's an early flight, isn't it? Mind you, I suppose actually if you're leaving now, that would be a flight probably around 7 o'clock this morning. We always used to do the same. Whenever we went to, to sort of different places and you were there at the, Benidorm. We never went to Benidorm. But you'd always call in at somewhere at the airport and have a chronically bad breakfast. They never did proper breakfast at the airport because they knew you were flying out there. Nobody cares. Wetherspoons do at the airport now. Get a good cheap breakfast, can't you? Open at 5 a.m. Let's go now. Let's go and get a breakfast now. That'd be a pint. No, who drinks a pint for breakfast? Oh, you do. Steve, TfL will love the additional income if people drive into London today. Extra congestion charge and ULEZ and parking fees. Yeah. Steve, I'm a bus driver. Every time the RMT goes on strike, we pick up the pieces. I wonder what will happen if we, the bus drivers, went on strike. Oh, for God's sake, don't. Have you ever heard of radio stations going on strike? I mean, obviously, journalists go on strike. I've seen journalists on strike over the years. But have you ever heard of radio presenters going on strike? That would be the most ridiculous thing you'd ever heard in your entire life. Can you imagine if everybody said, right, we're all going on strike. What are you going on strike for? We don't know. We just feel we should. Don't want to miss out. Jim's, night shifts. Jim in the New Forest says, it's my 66th birthday on Saturday. I've treated myself to a pre-birthday treat, photographing badgers in the New Forest. Been in the hide for 12 hours so far, and there be badgers about, he says. I don't know if you've missed out the word no badgers about, because they don't come out at what they do is they generally set them up, the hides, near where the badger's set is, don't they? And then you can watch them coming out to play and everything else. I quite like badgers. Quite dangerous. Quite dangerous. Yes, a lot of people use them, unfortunately, for badger baiting. They set dogs on them and things like that. So we are cruel in this country, aren't we? Which is not so good. Steve, did you hear last year over 90% of sale items on Black Friday were previously sold at the same price, says Angela. Buyer beware. Yes, they've done a list in the paper today of things not to buy. Things not to buy. They said because all this stuff's been available before. Cheaper. Much, much cheaper. So buyer beware. Whatever that phrase is in Latin. How to avoid scams when shopping for deals. You'll find it all over the place on the internet. And basically, if it appears to be too good to be true, it probably is. Probably is. Lloyds Bank say purchase scams involving goods that don't arrive cost victims an average of 190 quid each. And phones, games consoles, trainers. There's loads of people. We have loads of parcels delivered at home. I mean, if you pay by credit card, there are ways of getting your money back if something goes wrong. It's got to be over 100 quid, I think. Don't pay by bank transfer. Don't ever pay by bank transfer. PayPal has its own scheme to reimburse buyers who don't get what they pay for. Research the retailer. Do try and find out, because sometimes they're unscrupulous. You can go to company. I mean, it sounds a bit dramatic, doesn't it? What you're buying. I'm buying a CD. Genuine websites can be used by fraudsters too. Data from NatWest shows the customers have reported scams that started with adverts on Facebook, Marketplace, Instagram, eBay and Gumtree. If you're tempted, look at the seller's history. Are they new to the platform or do they have a good track record? But even those can be fiddled nowadays. Be wary of texts from delivery firms. Think twice before you click on a link and give any information out. You know, it's too dangerous out there. It really is. It's very dangerous. And also, if you live in flats, be warned that sometimes there are unscrupulous, let's just call them thieves, shall we, who follow the delivery drivers around, get there, then pretend that they live there. So once they've got inside, I didn't get my parcel. It's still sitting in Chertsey, lying little so-and-sos. We couldn't put it through a letterbox. Why not? Everybody else manages to put stuff through letterboxes, except this incompetent firm. Dreadful. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. There's a waddle of penguins here. That's not a collective name for a group of penguins. A waddle of penguins. I don't think it is, actually. Looking to post their Christmas list to Santa. Zookeeper Jessica Jones lent a helping hand at ZSL London Zoo. She said, we're sure Santa knows to get something fishy. Because there you can watch the penguins swimming. A group of penguins in the water is called a raft. Oh, and a group of penguins on land is called a waddle. A waddle of penguins. It explains a lot with the producer. I think he'd more be a raft, actually. I've never heard of that one before. I'm trying to be kind. It's not easy when I sit here looking at you, where you don't know anything. So it's a waddle of penguins. Well, who'd have known? I suppose because they waddle. But they spend a lot of time on their tummies, don't they? Skiing down hillsides into the jaws of the orca, the nice friendly whale that's going to eat you. Nobody protects those poor little things, do they? The jailed Insulate Britain road jammer who begged for help to pay his rent, lazy little so-and-so. Oliver Rock, 41, obviously a bit disastrous. His sister Isabel launched a crowdfunding campaign, even though the family are stinking rich. These people must be idiots. The target was 7,800. He's got 8,500. Oh, good. He's keeping his home in Twyford, but there was outrage among some people online. One wrote, no FundMe pages should be available for the benefit of criminals. I agree. But obviously he's a bit hard up and a bit dim. He can't afford to pay his rent. Perhaps Mummy and Daddy pay it the rest of the time. We do like Westlife. Got a new album out and a new single. It was very good, actually. It sounded like the old Westlife. They've not aged at all. They've really not. Really not. Looking very good. They must be in their 40s, mustn't they? But I mean, I don't know. I just know that they all look very good looking. How old are you now? How old are you? How old are you? No, I wouldn't say anything nasty about how old you were. 32. Steve, my dad spent 30 years working night shifts only in a coal mine. Puts a lot in perspective, says Trevor. I know. I don't know why people have got this thing about night shifts. They go, oh, night shifts. Some of the happiest people I know work on nights. You don't get bothered. People leave you alone. It's quiet. You can get in and out of London if you work in London or Edinburgh or Manchester or, Bodmin Moor or wherever you want to go. It's much easier. It's so much easier to get to work. It's lovely. They're nicer people at night time because they're more chilled out. All right, admittedly, you have to step over a few drunks and things like that. There was a bloke as I was coming into work this evening, and he was 3 sheets to the wind. And he was saying to some bloke who I was a bit wary of, he said, where's my hotel? And this other bloke went, that'll be your hotel there, pointing at the Radisson. He said, is that the Radisson? And I thought, blimey, you don't even know what hotel you've booked into. There can't be that many hotels in Leicester Square. I think we've got two. There's the Londoner. We don't count the Premier Inn. It's not the same as the Radisson or the Londoner, which is, quite expensive. The Premier Inn's probably very cheap. It's where the producer stayed last time, 32. It was a little bit more than that, wasn't it, per night? £54. Apparently he sobbed when he got his card out. Ooh. Doesn't include breakfast, so you pay extra for breakfast. But it's still a good breakfast. We had one at a Premier Inn once. It's a buffet. And you can eat as much, and it's really good, lovely. It was very good. We thought it was absolutely brilliant. War hero Brian Wood has run 25 marathons in 25 days, a mile for every soldier who died in Iraq and Afghanistan. He's raised £70,500 for Walking with the Wounded. Good for him, very good for him. And a brick from Roman times has been found bearing an ancient carving of a willy. Apparently, even the Romans dealt with things like this. It's in the National Museum of Scotland and was found in Dumfries in about 100 AD. It's a 2-foot-long brick described as undressed stone with carved phallus. I mean, I don't understand. They were obsessed with things like that. I think they spent most of their time going around half naked, the Romans. I don't think I'd have survived very well at all. Sex mad they were. Sex mad. Mind you, at least, in the early days, the cave dwellers, going back to our earliest people. See, that's what I can't understand. Who do you believe? Do you believe that we came from Adam and Eve? Or do you believe that we came from monkeys? What do you believe? Because there's a huge gap there. There are those people who believe, if you're Christian, you believe we came from Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, and somebody ate an apple and somebody was bitten on the bum or something, And then there's the other people who say, no, we were descended from apes. Which one do you believe, Joe? Ape? No, please don't call. We don't do calls on this program. But which one would you believe in? You think apes? Yeah, well, that's what I would think. I don't believe the old rubbish about Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden, standing there half naked, honestly, with an asp or something. It's just a good story. That's all it is. It's a good story aimed to because we know how old the Earth is. So that's why you can sort of prove or disprove things fairly quickly.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Producer's in a foul mood. Don't say anything. Tube strike's got to get a bus home. I don't think he's ever done a bus home. He doesn't know how to do a bus. All you have to do is put it in on Google. What number bus takes me from... Because you can probably get it here. Where do you live? I can't remember where you live. Finsbury. There you go. Somebody will know. Here we go. Let's make the audience work for it this morning. He's got to go to Finsbury. We're in Leicester Square. What number bus does he take? Okay, Finsbury Park he's going to. Also, we need to know the cost and how long the journey takes. And whether there is a buffet trolley on the bus. I mean, if there isn't a buffet trolley, and can you smoke upstairs in the days when you could smoke upstairs? How lovely. Robin Hatfield says, Steve and the Groovy Gang, my wife and I were planning a trip in January to stay with friends in Pennington, which is about an hour's drive from Durban, South Africa. Well, it looks like we'll have to think again. Anyway, bring on Christmas. Yes, bring on Christmas. I think so. I think we have to, even though it's going to be cold, but it's not going to be cold for very long. I think we're only going to get a couple of days this weekend. And then it'll be night. A lot of the trees are up for sale. People are putting up their Christmas trees. So it'll last till Sunday. And I've got nothing to do this weekend, so it's going to be planting the bulbs and probably getting the car washed as well, I think. And that's about it. A student is taking legal action after nearly losing a leg in an e-scooter accident on holiday. Not in this country, on holidays. They've got them around the world. This one was in a collision with a smart car in Rome. 21-year-old rushed to hospital. She suffered dental fractures and spent 5 days in intensive care. And she's taking legal action. So I don't know how you would take legal action if you rent the scooter. I mean, surely it's up to you. I mean, I think they're dangerous anyway. I don't care what anybody says. And I've heard various people, even LBC presenters, saying, I think Andrew Castle likes the idea of them. Well, I wouldn't ride anything like that in London with the traffic problems. But I don't know how she can. I mean, she's warned of the dangers of them. Hello? I mean, you're on two wheels in the traffic in Rome. Have you ever been to Rome before, darling? I mean, they are illegal to ride in public e-scooters unless they're rented. Okay? But I've never seen anybody stopped and had them confiscated. Never. It's a £300 fine and 6 points on the driving licence. I mean, however, some have exploded because of the batteries. Yeah, exploded in popularity during lockdown. And a regular sight on the streets of the nation that they're a blooming nuisance. They're about as much of a nuisance as those stupid rickshaws, uninsured, not paying any tax. The sort of people who drive the wrong way up a one-way street. Very dangerous. Steve, I love night shifts. Oh, by the way, bus number 29 to Finsbury Park. Bus outside the studio in Charing Cross Road. Okay, can you manage that? Yeah, he thinks he can do that. Yeah, the 29 to Finsbury Park. So I'm assuming you'll find that just next to Barclays Bank. Yeah. Can you manage that? Yeah. So you can find out on Monday. Well, in fact, you could check today. Just go and have a look on the board. It'll say Finsbury Park and it'll say the number bus next to it. And that's where I think you get the 29. There you go. Steve, a 19 bus, says John in Smithfield. Alan reckons bus 29. He says, so 29 is the most popular number so far. You're very good, Alan. Thank you so much. So now we've sorted out getting him home. Steve, I love the night shift. No traffic on the road. I'm a lorry driver for Superdrug. And I love it. Often you worry about that, Superdrug. I just think, good Lord, fancy advertising, as you go. But that's the time that people go out delivering, isn't it? You go out delivering the things. But 29 bus will get you home. But I still don't think that this girl stands much of a chance. She had an accident with a smart car. But, given given the nature of these things, you're on two little wheels, with serious speeds. I wouldn't. I've seen the driving in Rome. It looks. Did you ever see The Italian Job? How they managed to get the minis in and out of the houses? No, did you see the thing when they were actually filming it? They filmed it in real traffic, so they didn't need to set up. They just sort of had hidden cameras everywhere, and they managed to leapfrog across all things by opening doors and going through courtyards and everything else. Very clever, very, very clever. Oh, Maura Higgins is on a beach wearing a little tiny bikini. Riveting. And the Queen needs someone to write letters for her. The role pays £23,000 a year and you don't need any qualifications. And so basically they're looking for an assistant correspondence officer. They're dreadful payers. They really are the worst. 23 grand. They're the worst payers. They say that the advert says they will support the important work of the royal household. It's a load of old hooey. They're basically just responding to somebody writing and going, I love the Queen. And then they will write back. Well, it says here, every day you will respond to letters sent by the public in answer to various and often unique queries. How old is the Queen? Will Her Majesty come to my party? Queen was delighted to hear from you. Yes. And send you her very best wishes. I've sent your best wishes to that 10-year-old. Yeah, who cares? 23,000 a year. So presumably it's a daily thing. And it's also letters from across the globe. And she needs help answering them. What do you mean help? She won't be answering any of them. What do you think? She's going to sit down there and go, get the typewriter. Here we go. A quill pen. Sign it. Queenie. At the end. So you support the important work of the royal household. Yeah, having to reply to letters from dipsticks who are writing stupid letters like, what did she have to eat for breakfast? She doesn't sign them. They're signed by the person there. No, the Queen never signs them unless it's for Christmas cards. And she's probably started writing the Christmas cards already. There'll be the few personal ones, and then there'll be the millions that they send out to everybody else, which I love. Giant tortoises could hold the key to beating cancer. Unfortunately, they can't speak English, so they're never going to tell us. Imagine, can't you? Scientists found the reptiles have special genes. I've got a pair of special genes as well, like that, which offer a natural barrier against the disease and helps them to live to 175 years old. You imagine what you're going to be like if we all live to 175. I mean, the buses will just smell a wee. It'll be dreadful. Another 100 years of Steve Allen. Well, I can take that. Be interesting to find if you could throw forward. Imagine how many downloads we'd have by that time. Yeah, 1 billion downloads we've had. I'll be saying, I've had 1 billion downloads. It's the biggest aspidistra in the world. The most famous giant tortoise on the planet was Lonesome George. And I think he was 102 years old when he died. He didn't know he was 102 years old, and I have a feeling he's in a museum somewhere. Yeah, letter from the Queen at 100. Dear George, loved your soup. Very nice indeed. Misha Paris, cooking up in the MasterChef kitchen, which is lovely, because you've got to put up with that, actually. She made her mark as a soap baddie in EastEnders. So there you go. It's a kind of magic. Which films have done well? Pirates, which seems quite good. That's got 3 stars. A Boy Called Christmas got 3 stars. Encanto. I don't know what that is, actually. I think it's a Disney served-up soul thing, which looks quite nice. And House of Gucci got 3 stars. I thought Lady Gaga did well, but I didn't think the film did very well. Johnny Perry used to work at LBC years ago. He says, I remember us engineers in the ACTT union taking LBC off the air in the 80s. A skeleton service remained run by the bosses. Yes, I remember. The management got in there driving programmes and putting out programmes. Seriously. Yes, let's try it now. That'll please Tom. But yes, I remember it very well, Johnny, very well. But they maintained a skeleton service. So we didn't actually go off the air. But the ACTT, led by, somebody white. That's all I can remember. Can't remember. But somebody, his surname was White. and he was very sort of pro bringing everybody out on strike. I can remember many's the time we had to walk past a burning brazier in Gough Square to get back into the building again. I think Douglas Cameron did one of his news bulletins out there, standing round a brazier, which was burning away quite merrily because it was in the middle of blooming winter. But as I say, if a little radio station with maybe 2 NUJ members went out on strike, we went out on strike in sympathy. I never quite understood the purpose behind it, but used to go for it as well. And Steve, you better take Bruce, says Roger. I'm afraid bus number 29 does not have any refreshments on board. The trolley has been discontinued. That's a shame. And still no smoking upstairs, I'm afraid, even if you open the window and flick it out. It's not going to happen, actually. Jubilee Line and Northern Line's on strike. I live between Edgware and Stanmore Station. What's the travel centre saying? Well, you'll find out very, very shortly. Very, very shortly, because with them being on strike, it makes quite a lot of difference to a lot of people. I mean, thank goodness we've got the buses. Thank goodness. But thank you very much indeed, everybody who told us bus 29 will get the Producer. Probably quicker than the other one, actually. Steve, did you know that a driving scene from The Italian Job was filmed on the A316 at Apex House in Hanworth, says Andrew. I did not. Steve, better to get the 29 bus from Trafalgar Square, as it'll be an empty bus. So by the time it gets to Leicester Square, it'll be full because of the strike. Yes, you'll have to remember. But oh no, he's all right. When is this for today? Oh, it's today. Oh, right, okay. Oh, it's on now. Yes. Oh dear, you better run. Pick up your skirts and run down the road. Yeah, leave now to make sure you get the bus. But yeah, because you're right, it will be full. I mean, let's rely on the fact that not many people will realise there's a strike on. And they won't be getting it, or they'll be getting other buses or taxis or Ubers or something like that, if they're still around. So 7 is still quite early, you're right, actually. Because most people don't tend to leave any earlier, do they, when it's strike day? They all stand there waiting for that one bus. But, I mean, you'll be all right getting on. You just fight your way to the front, you know. Tell them you've got a disability or something. The disability is you don't want to share a seat with anybody.
Leading Britain's Conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
No, take the bus. It's easier. No, there's no point in walking because you'll be setting a precedent. Other people will walk as well. And you don't want to walk with them, the great rabble. Get the bus. Sit on a seat that you know. I mean, put it this way, if you cough violently on the bus, nobody will sit next to you. You should be fine, actually, I think. He's now worried about how busy the buses are going to be. I don't think it's going to be that busy there. I mean, it's 7 o'clock in the morning. If it was 8 o'clock, I could understand, because most people have got to be at work by 8:30, 9 o'clock. How long will it take, do you think? Will it take 20 minutes? Oh, 20 minutes. Good Lord, that's easy. That's easy. Or you can go and sit upstairs. I always like to sit upstairs on a bus. At the front, yeah. I don't like anybody else to come and sit near me. So I put bags on the seat. I'm very funny about that. I do that in the office. I put bags on the seat. I don't want anybody coming to sit next to me. Thank you very much indeed. I'm not sharing. Steve, I worked 39 years as a night shift nurse, says Carol, in a neonatal unit in New York City. It was the same work 24/7, but the vibe on the unit was much more relaxed. No higher-ups around, fewer patients. I love night shifts. I had no desire to work days. I know. I never understand why people... It always makes me laugh. People say, oh, night shift. Well, you know, I start at 4 in the morning, so as London is a 24-hour city, that's the beginning of our day. Our day starts at 4 in the morning. It's as simple as that, you know. All the buses are running and, you know, everything is as normal. The delivery lorries are out there. It's lovely. Yeah, I mean, it's only the tube, but I don't get the tube anyway. I have done the tube, but no, I don't like the tube. I don't know why. I'm just never a big fan. I've been on it. But the amount of people not wearing masks, I'm afraid, really annoys me. So I don't bother with that anymore. I can get home much quicker on the bus, which I get to Waterloo Station. I think the bus will be semi-busy when I get it, and which is generally about 7:10, something like that. And then but I think it will then start building up throughout the day as people suddenly realise that they've got no tube lines. I don't know how many. There's 5 tube lines out. 5. So you've still got a few left, but they might not be the ones that appeal to you. I mean, the producers, he could literally walk round the corner here, outside Barclays Bank. He can get the bus, which will take him probably to right outside his door if he's lucky, or not far off it, which is very good. The lines affected, I'll remind you again, Victoria, Central, Northern, Jubilee and Piccadilly. RMT drivers have been told not to clock on from 4:30 this morning. So now it's coming up 10 to 6. There's no chance that they'll be clocking on, unless there's going to be people who are strike breaking. I don't know whether. I mean, I'm not really sure how it works with the unions. I mean, just supposing you were one of those RMT drivers that you want to go to work. I mean, do you turn up and they just say, "Oh, just take that train out there," because there's going to be nobody on the platforms, is there? So I'm not sure how it works. I mean, they usually run what they call a limited service. I mean, why don't we just get automatic trains. No drivers. You could have that quite easily. There are places in the world where they have automatic trains. In fact, Docklands Light Railway doesn't have a driver, does it? I don't but think. Lots of them are already. Oh, really? They're driverless trains. Because that would. But they've got drivers on driverless trains. How does that work? What's the point of that? But yeah, but the Docklands Light Railway doesn't have drivers. They're driverless trains. Why couldn't you have that for the rest of it? It's only got to come into the station and stop. It can be controlled on the signals and everything else. I think they're spiting off their what's-its, as they say. Steve, my son came off his e-scooter, had a mild concussion and ended up at A&E. Being stubborn, he insisted on still riding it after he recovered. I warned him several times it was illegal. He wouldn't listen, so I prayed he'd get caught. A week later, he got stopped by the police, scooter confiscated, and a £300 fine. You know, they've got no insurance, these people. They've got no insurance. Who's that bloke on... it's so funny, it's on YouTube. It's an irate driver arguing with a little bloke on a moped. Who are you? He goes, this bloke's effing and blind. He's got a child in the car with him. He's effing about. I'm Ronnie Pickering, he goes. And this bloke goes, who's Ronnie Pickering? You go, I'm Ronnie Pickering. He's obviously some sort of naff cage fighter or something. But it was the way he kept telling him who he was. And this bloke's going, I don't know who you are, mate. Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? I'm going to get out of this car and I'm going to... I'm Ronnie Pickering. Well, I tell you, I've never seen anything so funny in my entire life. He can't still be alive, can he? Look at him, poor old soul. What does he do? Oh, he's alive, is he? What is it? But he was threatening. The language he was coming up with was absolutely unbelievable. I'm Ronnie Pickering. Who's Ronnie Pickering? Goes this wind-up merchant on the scooter. It was so funny. I don't know where he comes from. Does he come from Liverpool? Is he a cage fighter or something? He's obviously a bit naff. Hull. I'm Ronnie Pickering. Who's Ronnie Pickering? I'm Ronnie Pickering. He obviously thought he was so... And then he said, are you famous then or something? This bloke said yes. I thought, unfortunately, you're not. Unfortunately, you're not. It was the funniest thing I'd ever seen. I thought it was I'm Ronnie Pickering. Of course you are, love. Of course you are. Here we go. The lockdown in the fight to save the Christmas turkeys. My God, they're building this one up, aren't they? Apparently, they're going to have to put turkeys in isolation so that they're all right. We've got some lost photos, which have been reprinted in the paper today, of the Beatles. Back in the 1960s, 1964, whilst they were making their first film. Rediscovered as negatives, they go on show 57 years on in central London. When you think about it, I was listening to them singing the other day on something with Love From Me To You. That's right, it was the Beatles at the Royal Variety performance. And it was really good. They could recreate the sound on stage because it was just a simple little group. So it was very good indeed. I very much enjoyed it. The Queen has told the family she's well enough to host Christmas at the Sandringham estate. She assured them she's feeling far better, looking forward to having them at the traditional festival get-together. In other words, don't turn up, you're out. All right, you turn up, okay? You go there because it's your granny or it's your mum. And you go there because she's 95 and she's fantastic. She's been resting under doctor's orders. And Christmas will have a special significance. So she'll travel to Sandringham on December the 17th. Do you think she says, are we going to make crackers? Or something like that. Do you think she has any say? I mean, normally she would make the journey from Windsor by helicopter, but she's insisted, apparently, a traditional journey by train. So, but she's not going on the tube. Too much danger of a strike from the RMT. Christmas guests will be Charles and the Duchess of Cornwall, because what they do, they go there for the one day, and then basically they all tiddle off and do their own things later. And I think the Duke and Duchess of Cambridge and their 3 children, Edward and Sophie and the children, and Princess Anne and her children, Peter Phillips, although they're not children anymore, are they? Peter Phillips and Zara Tyndall. And apparently, royal sources suggested Prince Andrew had obviously been invited, while Harry and his wife Meggs were highly unlikely to fly from California despite being invited. Well, we knew they wouldn't go. And also we're hoping that Andrew doesn't go either, but of course he will, because Sarah Ferguson will twist his arm. I want to go and see the Queen for Christmas. Get back in the family again. But this is the only chance, really. I mean, yesterday she carried out, the Queen, 2 virtual audiences via video link, one welcoming the High Commissioner of Nigeria and the Ambassador of Malaysia. Buckingham Palace said the Christmas plans were a private affair. That's the trouble with them, you see. Who is this idiot at Buckingham Palace saying the Christmas plans were a private affair. She does the same thing every year, dipstick. Nothing special about it. The Queen's having Christmas, OK? The family get invited. I think they couldn't last year because of the pandemic, but, you know, it's sort of confidential. Small wonder you're in the mess you're in. God in heaven, have you ever known a time where it's so bad? Steer clear of poor quality bargains. So they reckon that we will spend £3.28 million a minute in the first 24 hours buying stuff you don't need. You're buying it, you go, oh, it's a bargain. See, I never buy anything that's a bargain because, you know, just because somebody tells me I need to buy it. I don't need to buy it. I mean, there's a set of cookware here from Asda, 28 quid. Always handbags. I mean, how many handbags can a boy have? It's ridiculous. Also, a Nintendo Switch in Morrison's saved 50 quid. But it only saves 50 quid if you needed to buy one anyway. So I'm not getting involved with Black Friday. I'm really not. I'm not falling for it. You know, they've got the Superdrug are doing the Ultimate Glamour collection. It's a lot of cheap makeup. It's 30 quid. People, you will see people staggering down the road carrying shopping bags and everything else. They said it could be the biggest Black Friday yet. Analysts predict 8.7 billion, up from 7.8 billion. 8.7 billion, nearly £1 billion up. That was when we were in lockdown. But yet some big brands are shunning the sale. Questions have been raised about the quality of the deals offered. Yeah, not only the quality of the deals, but the lies that they tell depart you from it. You know, I mean, I'm not sure whether or not. I mean, I'm in two minds. You know, whether to get Barbie colour reveal mermaid at $23.99 or a Neo executive gaming chair at $59.99. I mean, I don't know. I mean, to be honest with you, I could afford both. If I really wanted Barbie colour reveal mermaid, because she changes colour apparently. I wasn't aware that Barbie could even swim, let alone become a mermaid. But I could sit in the chair and play with Barbie. I could also, what else could I get? Oh, I could get 6 bottles of Chenin Blanc, which is lovely, from Lidl for £18. That's £3 a bottle. So that's very exciting. It's obviously a quality wine. So I could get that. Or I could go and get some nice things here. A luxury pate for $3.99 from Aldi. Or a fresh British whole turkey with giblets, $3.45 per kilo. Serves 6 to 18. Well, if it's serving 18, they're not going to get very much meat, are they? Serves 6 to 18. Obviously, you know, just have a little tiny bit of it, you know, an inch square. But you can also get a scallop gratin for $3.29, which looks quite nice. I like it if it comes in a scallop shell, because you can use it as a cigarette ashtray afterwards, which is very good. You can eat that while playing with my Mermaid Barbie, which I think is a wonderful thing to have. Don't know why they're laughing. Not my fault. 20% off almost everything, apparently, at Matalan. Don't think I've ever been to Matalan, but they're offering different things off here. And what else have we got? Oh, there's loads of Wilko. I've got lights and everything else. And bring on the main event. They've got food and... oh, it's lovely. But what is the changing menu of our favourite meal? The favourite meal is the Sunday roast. So what do we traditionally have, and what's been knocked out? Well, you shall find out in the next hour of the programme. Plus, the gastropub destroyed in a thatch blaze. I saw a friend of mine, Mark Franklin, who was writing about it. He's obviously been here. This is Michelin starred, and because it was thatched, it burnt down instantly. It's been reduced to rubble. Hopefully it will rise again like the Phoenix. But the owners got the hosepipe out themselves before the fire brigade got there.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Christmas, I ask you. Okay, we're all now in agreement on buying the Barbie. Okay, Barbie mermaid. I don't think it's the same, actually. Barbie was always very elegant. I mean, she was never supposed to be a mermaid. She married Ken. There was a marriage made somewhere that wasn't heaven. Sarah in Thatcham says, get the Barbie. See? Judging by the amount of emails from my office, Steve, customers cancelling today's deliveries, most people are going to work from home instead today. Now the home working is the new normal. The RMT are not having the same effect they once did by striking, says Kevin the Milkman. You might be right. Here it is, Barbie Dreamtopia, Rainbow Magic Mermaid doll. Oh, it's lovely. $22.99. Oh, it's lovely. You can get that from that toy shop. Oh, it's 3 years upwards, so I'll just about creep in on that one. I can't imagine Barbie wanting to be a mermaid. I'm assuming she's gone to a fancy dress party. Or it's like that film, was it Splash, the film with Tom Hanks? Which is... You never remember that one? With Daryl Hannah, who played a mermaid. When she came out of land, her tail disappeared and she developed legs. But when some bloke, who was a reporter, I think, threw a bucket of water over her to prove that she was a mermaid, all of a sudden, she was like a fish and she got caught and put in a tank. And as long as she was with water, she had the mermaid tail, as it were. But at the end, it's a great little film. Great little film. An American fantasy romantic comedy. John Candy was in it. Yes. Daryl Hannah and Tom Hanks. It was on an £11 million budget. It earned £69 million. That's what they were looking at. What was that film the other day that was a total disaster? Where there's 100 million, it hadn't even grossed 11 or something like that. It was really terrible. But, to earn 69 million out of 11 million is good. Very successful. So, pass the gravy, loosen your belt. Oh, it's Ridley Scott, wasn't it? That's right. Pass the gravy, loosen your belt and tuck into 100 years of our beloved Sunday roast, from tinned veggies to trotters and pigs in blankets. Since the 1920s, we have enjoyed the firm favourite, where you'd sit down to boiled beef and seasonal cabbage and broad beans. Come on, hands up, who remembers that? Thank you. I thought you would. Our taste grew richer and our plates fuller, because after the lean years of the Second World War, you remember, Yorkshire puddings and roast tatties came in. Today, anything goes, from plant-based meat to chips, salmon and mac and cheese. The meal is here to stay. The 10 essentials for your Sunday roast dinner. I mean, 100 years ago, it was a very simple affair. Today, it is very diverse. Chicken is the most common meat, but rice, roast peppers, baked beans and couscous are also included. So the things which are there... Although, to be honest with you, I've never had a Sunday roast with pigs in blankets. You ever had a Sunday roast with... You don't do that. That's Christmas only. It's one of those... I'm sorry. You're going to be drummed out of the brownies and the Boy Scouts if you do that. Peas. Yeah, I quite used to like peas because my mother used to buy frozen bird's eye peas and sweet corn. Petit pois, that's right. They were very... what were they? They're sweet or something frozen when the pod went... like that. Remember that little girl used to do it? Parsnips. Hate parsnips. I cannot bear them. You can coat them in honey and tell you that they're drizzled with this. And no, thank you very much indeed. Now, sprouts, I'm a big fan of, as you know. The little tiny baby sprouts are my favourite. I can eat a whole packet of those with no trouble whatsoever. No trouble. Carrots, so-so. So-so. Little carrots, the little sweet carrots. There isn't a name for little sweet carrots, is there? Like in the peas, there's petit pois. Petty carrots. So silly. Mashed potato. Now, in America, they don't do roast potatoes. They do mashed potato with most things, which I do like, but I don't make it. I buy the Iceland one, which is... well, it's not even smash. I have got smash at home as well. As long as you put loads of butter in it, it tastes exactly the same as mashed potato. When it is mashed potato, it's just, stuffing. I love stuffing, but I don't want anything fancy, apricot and Madeira or something stupid. No, just sage and onion. Yorkshire puddings, absolutely. You can have those with everything. Christmas lunch, Easter, everything. Gravy, absolutely. How you could ever eat a meal without gravy, I've got no idea. It'd be so dry. Yeah, it's so dry. So dry. And also it means that, because you have to let your turkey rest. Well, you have to after you've killed it, because you've got to get it into the oven, Then you suddenly realise it's not big enough, the oven. But number one essential, roast potatoes. We must be the only country that do roast potatoes. Nobody does them anywhere else. They don't do them in America. I mean, you can get them, but they're not considered normal. So with your Thanksgiving turkey and your Christmas turkey, it's mashed potatoes. They're not really big into the roast. They haven't really got it, which is just as well, because I don't want to share. I really don't want to. If they don't want to eat them, then that's fine. They're not having them. As simple as that. Steve, outside the new London hotel, across from my work site, says Tony, they have 2 Bugatti cars on display. I think it's an omen for tonight's lottery. I'll probably buy both if my numbers come up. I will still keep my diesel van, just to annoy the wonderful people who lay down in the road. Tony's from the substation over the road there. So we see him a lot of times. So there's 2 Bugatti cars on display. Because if you won the money, £137 million tonight. You imagine going into your bank and going, OK, I'd like to transfer £20 million to this account here. Yeah, I don't want one of those giant checks. I don't want a picture of me standing, next to Tony's van in Leicester Square. I want to be pictured on a tube train going, I've learned to drive a tube train. Can't be that difficult. You've only got to stop at a red light. It's the same as driving above ground. You're just below ground. 4 in 10 Brits now believe mashed potatoes should be part of the roast dinner. What? So it's not even half, so it's not worth bothering about. The North is a stronghold for roasties, with backing from 6 out of 10, whilst in the South East, support dropped to half to those quizzed. Neanderthals. Obviously people who don't understand. So 4 in 10 Brits believe mashed potato part of the roast dinner. But you've got roast potatoes. You can't have roast potatoes and mash. That would just be ridiculous. That's like having, Christmas dinner turkey and chicken. Or turkey and chicken and wild boar. Or something like that. I still want one of those birds that's shoved inside another bird. I quite like those. Yeah, the bird. Johnny Perry. Oh, no, sorry, it's Ian. He says, I agree you can have Yorkshire puddings with everything. Some people think it only goes with beef, but I think it goes with all meat options. Oh, it goes with every meat option. Every meat option. Definitely. You could Yorkshire puddings. Big ones, little ones, medium-sized ones, ready-cooked ones. Very nice. Oh, here we go. Breaking news. Brace yourselves. Extinction Rebellion activists, honestly, sadly unemployed waste of spacers have blocked Amazon depots in a Black Friday protest, causing driver delays in parts of the UK. It's tweeted that it's blockading a fulfilment centre in Dartford in Kent and 13 sites across the UK. The group posted a video of the blockade at Dartford where 6 protesters, so obviously a huge army, were filmed holding up a banner saying Black Friday exploits people and planets. I tell you what, we're going to take away your benefits. Let's see how long you last. Police are now tackling protests at an Amazon warehouse in Tilbury, where disruption is expected to continue over the coming hours. What, haven't you got enough police officers or something? Just clear them off. Clear them off. Get the paddy wagons in, open up the doors, pick them up, shove them inside. We'll keep you updated with that one. But, I mean, listen, they're not going to be there for very long. It's stupid. They haven't achieved anything. They won't achieve anything. Vegan feasts are in this year as well. Vegan feasts are in. So vegan options increase. Vegetarianism is on the rise. And while meat is popular, broccoli and French beans are favourites. So I like broccoli. And it's very easy to cook. You just literally pop it in a saucepan of hot water. I mean, it really is so simple. But also roasted vegetables preferred over boiled. I suppose if you've got ovens, you just shove them in your oven, don't you, really, in the tins. Pigs in blankets were introduced in the 1950s. Did you know that? Red meat prices were rising in the 60s, so chicken is a good swap. Fridges and gravy become the normal. Potato shortages meant tinned ones were in fashion. I can remember buying tinned new potatoes. They came in like a brine, and you drained it off, and then you could sort of cut them and then pop them into a saucepan. They were quite nice. You always buy little tins of new potatoes, or if you're Tyson Fury, tins of custard, because he's all right. Me as well. E-scooters injured how many people last year? 131 people. 37 of them seriously. A further 36 cyclists and 32 people in vehicles were injured in e-scooter collisions. And there's this woman in Rome who's hoping to sue because she crashed into a smart car. I don't know. The figures also show 3 e-scooter users were killed in crashes. 729 were injured. You still want to ride one? I don't know why people do it. I did see some woman. I mean, she looked dangerous. And the worst ones, the stupidest ones, the ones who are the dimmest ever, are people who put kids on them as well. You'll have the father standing on it and a kid as well, which is, almost suicide. Almost suicide. We'll have a look at. I wonder what the Bugatti cars are doing there. How much is a Bugatti? Are they very expensive? Can you find me one? Could I afford one for £137 million? Yeah. Would you buy a house if you had 137 million? Obviously, you'd buy a house. How much would your budget be though? If you had 137 million, 50 million? Nothing too much. Just sort of average, right? No point spoiling you, is there really, I suppose. But if you've got 137 million, it's not like you're going to lose it. 2 up, 2 down. Maybe with a lean-to at the back to put the old Kazi in it. Here we go. A Lego Technic. No. How much is a real Bugatti? A real Bugatti. Oh, I've got a Bugatti Veyron, personalised registration cherish plate, 43,950 quid. God, my car costs more than that. 43,950. That's just a number plate for a Bugatti with a personalised plate on it. So that seems quite good value, doesn't it? But I think they always, I always worry about the more high-tech a car is, the more chance there is of something going wrong on it. So, I prefer to go cheap and cheerful. Much, much cheaper than cheerful, I think.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Somebody says, Steve, you need to have winter mash with Christmas dinner. I do like winter mash full stop with loads of butter in it. Loads of butter. I love things like that. Steve, the tube driver should get used to the idea that 4 12-hour shifts is the norm, particularly for care workers. Sometimes the next care worker doesn't turn up and you end up doing more than your 12-hour shift. But that's what we do, isn't it? That's what we do. I don't do care work, but if Nick didn't turn up, I'd carry on until somebody else came in to take over. Jason says, have you tried Home Dean Yorkshire pudding with butter and sugar? Oh, no, not butter and sugar. You're another one of these. My grandmother used to make it with leftover Yorkshires. Go try it. Just come out of Tilbury Port, says Graham, and they've blocked Amazon protesting about Black Friday. Graham's a trucker. I'm tempted to come up with a good idea for you, but maybe not today. Not today. I just don't understand what they think they're going to achieve. They're achieving nothing apart from just being irritating little so-and-sos. Sidcup Julie says, I quite like my evening Christmas bread. Cold meats. Oh, cold meats. Yes, definitely. Pickles, piccalilli, pickled cabbage. Oh, and some nice crusty bread and butter. Oh, that'd be nice. And then you can put some cold meat on there with some pickle and some piccalilli. Oh, dear. Stop tempting us. Steve, I always have cooked mash and roasties for Christmas lunch. Never frozen roasties for Christmas, though. Doing my Iceland order whilst listening to you. And thank you for reminding me about the mash. It's very good value. They do frozen mash. It looks like little bullets, and it's delicious. As mashed potato goes, the Iceland mash takes a lot of beating. A lot of beating, and I've tried a lot of them. Do you know what everybody's talking about? Not just MASH or this programme. They're talking about the new Beatles documentary. It's a documentary which basically is based around, I think, something like 56 hours of film that has remained unseen for the best part of 50 years. It's a 3-part series, and it includes their last ever live performance up on the rooftops of 3 Savile Row. And it gives you an insight into the recording session to the album Let It Be, and what they wanted to do. They wanted to perform some of the jokes and some of the tracks, but they joked about being arrested. And I think it was Paul who said we should do the show in a place we're not allowed to do it, getting forcibly ejected. And so they went up on the rooftops, and I think Ken Wharf was 21 at the time. He'd been on traffic duty when he got a call from his grumpy old sergeant, asking if he could hear a dreadful noise. And we walked up Regent Street, he said, and suddenly it became clear. I could hear the music Get Back sort of flowing over the rooftops. When he arrived on Savile Row, there was a party atmosphere in the street. And Ken Wharf says, I remember thinking I needed a piece of this action. So I went into number 3 and ascended the stairs. And I remember Ringo Starr in a sort of a tangerine coat. And I thought, this is the best thing that's ever going to happen to me in the police service. And he was absolutely right. Absolutely right. He was just a 21-year-old rookie when the Beatles performed. You know, other police officers stopped them. They go, no, don't listen. You're never going to hear this ever again, ever. It's a compelling sight. I think it finally allows every Beatles fan the ending they'd always hoped. 4 young friends who might be ready to go their separate ways, but who aren't at each other's throat, who are laughing and enjoying making music. I just said to the producer, I said, do you think the Beatles realised, and Paul and everybody else, just how successful they would become, how much money they would generate around the world, that Michael Jackson would buy the catalogue of Northern songs, and then Paul McCartney would start buying it back again, you know, because at one point they didn't own the copyright to their own music. You know, who'd have known that John Lennon would be shot dead? Who'd have known? Who'd have ever seen anything like that happening? I don't think they ever argued. They did slowly drift because they did their own stuff. I think the Beatles catalogue is now worth over £1 billion because it generates, because there is a Beatles record played somewhere every minute of the day, I think, around the world. Every day. It's quite phenomenal. And the money that it generates, you know, because every single radio station that plays music has to pay for it. And that goes into the kitty, and it's, you know, it's a lot of money. So I can't wait to see it, actually. Can't wait to see it. Steve, good morning. Aldi do Dauphinoise potatoes in the frozen section. Little round-shaped portions, delicious. Great addition. Yeah, I love them. I like the other ones as well. I can never remember the stupid name of them, where they slice them. They slice them and then you just put them in the oven. They used to do them in Marks and Spencer. I would just stick them in the halogen oven. Not anymore. I don't have a halogen. Always talk about them. Hasselbacks. And then just literally sit there eating potatoes. In the days when, if you watch the film, the early film of Tom Brown's School Days, what was their biggest treat? Going to buy some cooked potatoes from the cooked potato shop. They'd go and have a penny's worth, which would be enough to feed the entire class. And they were just basically cooked potatoes, sliced, and they'd go and buy them. And that was considered a big deal. So the Dauphinoise and the Hasselbacks, absolutely delicious. Absolutely delicious. Anything like that. And also, if you have a baked potato, it's very good for you, provided you eat the skin. Okay, most people just scoop out the inside, but no, eat the skin. In fact, that's sometimes the best bit. You sort of eat out, you eat out the mashed potato bit out of it, and then you dip the other one in salad cream or something like that. Crispy skin. Well, that's sort of big business, isn't it? Crispy skins. Loaded skins, they call them. They're loaded with sort of the potato and a little bit of bacon or something like that with some grated cheese on the top and then shoved back under the grill, which is very nice. I like the story of the Major today. This is a caring soldier who has replaced a 96-year-old veteran's war medals after they were ripped from his chest by a mugger. People like that, I can't begin to tell you. I'd be taken off air if I told you what I wanted to happen to these muggers. Jim Marland was at the local cenotaph in the run-up to Remembrance Day when he was pushed to the ground and robbed. I mean, he served with the Durham Life Infantry. He was so shaken it took days before he was able to tell his family. Major Phil Lynan, a reservist with the 103 Battalion Royal Electrical and Mechanical Engineers, saw the story and decided to act. The pensioner was handed replacement original medals from Major Linehan's own collection on Rochdale Football Club's pitch during half-time in the League 2-2 all-draw with Stevenage on Tuesday. He received a Guard of Honour and he got huge supply. Jim said it was a surprise. I want to thank everybody who's been so nice. He had a shrapnel wound to his chest. He fought in Ibbenbüren in Germany. It meant 6 weeks in a field hospital. And they also provided, 103 Remy, provided replacement berets with First and Second World War badges. And Major Lynan, obviously a very, very nice person, said it was a wonderful privilege to give back to someone who gave so much for us. I tell you, if they find the scum who mugged him, it's just appalling that somebody would ever do that to an old boy like that. These people must be, there's something the matter, they're probably druggies or something like that. What they'd be doing is buying them to sell, but they will be caught. Because, nobody would buy something like this because these particular medals. Mr. Marland joined the army in late 1943 in Germany, fought in, as I say, Ibbenbüren, finishing the Second World War in Hamburg, wounded in action. He got a 6-week stay in a field hospital, but he got everything replaced back again, including an original World War I cap badge worn by a great uncle of Flight Lieutenant Martin, who served with Phil. But to be mugged is just appalling at his age. Just absolutely dreadful. Dreadful. Ryan says, I've just finished up my night shift and I'm already seeing buses packed. Stop it. Don't say that to him, otherwise he'll want to walk home. They're like canned sardines and people waiting in the cold at bus stops, poor souls. Not sure what's wrong with them. I'm back to work in 6 hours. Yeah, I mean, I think you will find. I mean, I don't want to say to you all, get up a bit earlier and go there, but you will find the buses a bit busy because it's the only way people are going to get home. There are people who go to work, believe it or not, at this time of the morning. People like going there. And because if the bus is the only way home because of the tube strike, good old RMT, I'm sure we'll all be sending them a Christmas card. Not. I don't know. So who did cheat first? Charles or Diana? Richard Kay's doing a piece in the Mail today. I don't think it matters. She's not alive anymore, and he's been married for quite some years to Camilla. Let's just leave it, shall we? Doesn't make any difference. Naomi Charity Watchdog probe. This one popped up some time ago, you'll remember, where she did a charity thing in Cannes, which it 1.6 million. Her charity's raised over 11 million, but the donations were just £5,000 out of 1.6 million. I mean, the admission charges, then they had so much spent on a fashion team, the operations director. It was all, this is all lodged with the Charity Commission because it's a registered charity. It's not, she just doesn't stick around out and people give her money. And they've said here it's a glamorous event and it raised an awful lot of money, but the money that went off to the actual charity doesn't seem to be very much indeed. £5,515. It's called Fashion for Relief. But it's only filed its accounts on time once in 5 years because they clamp down on people. You know, it's a case of somebody's got to be filing these accounts. You can't just sort of carry on. Mostly through sponsorship. They got 1.7 million. But consistent late filing of accounts and lack of evidence to show that conflicts of interest were being managed. So they're having another look of it, you know, just to find out exactly what's sort of going on. And young men, changing the subject, I'll tell you about this one, are committing crime because the Kray twins are one of the few remaining male role models they see on screen. The Kray twins? Are you serious? Ronnie Kray, mad as a fruit bat. Absolutely. Nick Fletcher lambasted calls from a very vocal minority that every male character must have a female replacement. So young men commit crimes because the Kray twins are one of the few remaining male role models. They don't know who they are. They've never heard of them. They've been dead for God knows how long. Why would young men be committing crimes based on some old, thick gangsters who used violence as their method of intimidation?
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's 24 minutes to 7. Some of the things that the people get when they arrive at Dover, you know, some people arrive in and we don't even know they've arrived in. That's what basically the newspapers are saying. But what they get is they get housing, they get clothing, they get mobile phones, and they get food. But very expensive food. This one here, the Home Office, ordered 3,000 chicken shish kebabs. Now, I don't know about your local kebab shop. How much do you think a shish kebab costs? Well, the place where they got them from, £19.50 each. Somebody's being ripped off somewhere. I mean, that's nearly £60,000, if my maths is correct, just on a Kent chain of takeaways. Plus, of course, the Domino's pizza. But we knew about the Domino's pizza before. But chicken kebabs. Chicken kebabs. I mean, £19. Shouldn't they have shopped around a bit? Why'd you get an order in? Somebody's going, we've just made 60,000 quid. Amazing, isn't it, really? Have you listened to Leona Lewis's Christmas album yet? No, I love a Christmas album. I should do. And somebody says, have you seen the posh beans on toast in Marks and Spencer's for £5? What, they're selling beans on toast? How are they selling beans on toast? What is it? Is this in their shops or in their cafes? And it's just being... Oh, well, we're going to find a picture of it so we can have a quick look, actually. And here it is. M&S slammed by shoppers for posh beans on toast, costing £5. Oh, right. Oh, it's part of their Christmas food range. Oh, it's not. Seriously, is it? Good Lord above. So, beans on toast. It's little tiny bits of... It looks like a baguette that they've sort of sliced up, and then they put some beans on the top of it. Oh, there's got to be more to it than that, hasn't there? Can't just be beans on... Somebody's made that up. £5. Here you go. £5, 10 posh, cheesy beans on toast. Oh, it's cheese. You never mentioned the cheesy bit. That's where the price that's worth every penny. You get 10 of them as well. So you pop them in the oven and you've got... No, you're right, actually. That's absolute rubbish. I'm sorry, you might as well just go and buy a loaf of bread, put a piece of toast in the toaster, spoon some beans onto it, and then put some grated cheese on the top of it. And that's £5, is it? Rip off. That's outrageous. 10 posh. There's nothing posh about cheese and beans, I'm afraid. Only if you're really simple and you go, wow, I've never thought about that. Cheese on top of beans. Hey, mother, get that. There's hardly any cheese on it as well. And there'll be even less by the time you've shoved it under the grill. Can you blow that up? I can't read what it says under the posh cheesy beans on toast bit. It goes brioche. Oh, it's brioche bread. Brioche bread. Cooks in 12 minutes. You've got to wait 12 minutes. You can do a whole tin of beans and a loaf of bread in 12 minutes. What a waste. It's got something beans in a tomato sauce with a creamy and cheddar cheese. It's not even that exciting. Why is that posh? Can you imagine the Queen going, do we have this in, Philip? Of course not. It's not posh enough for that one, is it? 10 posh cheesy beans. Can't imagine anybody buying that one. That'll be reduced after Christmas. There's always one. That's a £5. Well, a £5 gets you 8 tins of beans and a loaf of bread in Iceland. 8 tins of Heinz beans. They're doing four things for, I think, £2.50. Third of a tea tray. Third of a tea tray. That's outrageous. And that's the best they've come up with. That's the meeting of the minds, isn't it, really? Oh, God. So thank you for pointing us in the direction of that one. There's one to avoid. Definitely. What else we got? Oh, poor old Richard Madeley out of I'm a Celebrity. Adam Woodyat went hysterical. He was put in with snakes and everything. You see, I'd worry that the snakes would just open their mouth and just clamp them onto your nose or something. That's what I'd be worried about that. I would also be going hysterical. But poor old Richard Madeley was taken for treatment as a precaution. He became briefly unwell because he slid headfirst into a sewer of rotting fruit and vegetables before having offal and fish guts dropped on him. And when he came out, he said, I'd quite like a shower or a bath. No, sadly not. Sadly not. But that's the way it goes. Never mind. And also, he said, I started to feel briefly unwell in the small hours of the morning, was taken to hospital as a precaution. By leaving the camp, I've consequently broken the COVID bubble. I've had such to leave the castle, all those wonderful celebrities that are there. Although, strangely enough, actually, his go-to person is Nick Ferrari. That's who the person is, that he's sort of a go-to person. Did you know that? For health matters. For health matters. I don't know. We had our money on him. Definitely. But he said, I'd just see it as a romp of fun. I told you, he could have walked this. If he'd not become ill and come out, he'd have walked it. Adam Woodyat said he didn't know half the celebrities were in there. So join the rest of the country, Adam. But well done to Richard. But the strict COVID protocols means he's had to leave the show as he's no longer in the bubble the celebrities form when entering the castle. He's been a brilliant campmate, they said. Brilliant campmate, which is lovely. Also... bring on the magic. Oh, it's everybody's the Christmas advert. I love looking at the Christmas tree in Windsor Castle. It's 20 foot tall, and it's one of the grandest decorations they have on offer. The Queen doesn't actually get up a stepladder and do anything at all. She just stands there and goes, "Very nice, very nice." It's just a tree they haven't put up every year, so it works, doesn't it? Happy birthday! We've got birthdays to celebrate today. We always have birthdays to celebrate. And this time, it's Tina Turner. Tina Turner celebrates her birthday today. Many happy returns of the day. She doesn't perform anymore. I don't know how these people manage not to perform, because I think she's brilliant. I think she's absolutely great. She's 82. She was born... What was her name? Oh, Hope J. No. Tina Turner, she was known as. She was born Anna May Bullock. I know, it doesn't make any sense, does it? Anna May Bullock, and then all of a sudden she's Tina Turner. But she was once so ill she was preparing for assisted suicide before her German record executive husband donated one of his kidneys. Also born on this day, Charles Forte, Lord Forte, of hotel fame. And he owned 800 restaurants and the Little Chef roadside restaurants, which were very good for getting the full English. But then you don't find them anymore, actually. Also... what else have we got today? Who else was here? The first rap star to top the charts faced legal action. Vanilla Ice's hit, Ice Ice Baby, is said to have similarities with the 1981 Queen and David Bowie song Under Pressure. Bowie is said to be furious. The British artists were later given a songwriting credit. I'd forgotten about that, actually. I remember Vanilla Ice, but I don't know very much about him at all, really, which is very odd. And an eternal flame burns brightly tonight over the grave of President John Fitzgerald Kennedy, a symbol to all the world of his unquenchable spirit, lit by his black-veiled widow, Mrs. Jacqueline Kennedy, just as the sun was sinking behind the hill on which he was laid to rest. Many of us will remember those days very well indeed. Other stories in the paper: the cyclist hit by a drunk driver completes a Land's End charity trip 2 years on after learning how to walk and ride a bicycle. Well done to him. Ben Elton's off touring again. Can you believe it? Ben Elton, live 2021 limited West End season at the Pinter Theatre. He looks younger and younger. Noel Gallagher, plus special guest Jake Bugg. And what was the other one that I came up with? Oh, yes, UB40 with Ali going out. Now, they all fell out ages and ages ago. They're doing it as a tribute as well, so they're going out on tour, which is it Astro, I think, Astor, Yeah, who passed away, who was the founder member of the group. But Ali out there, see, only goes to prove eventually, you can sort of you can seek your peace with people. Still getting over £5 for posh beans on toast. Possibly one of the worst ideas they've ever come up with. A new Bugatti apparently is around £3 million. So I'm not going to make it on the lottery. When am I? That's not going to be happening anytime soon. And Steve, tell the RMT I spent 5 years on call. I worked in IT. That's 5 years, 24/7, 365. Even when on holiday, says Sheldon. Once when in France, I took the family to an aquarium, sat in the car with 2 phones and a laptop working on a problem. It's dedication to work. Yeah, I don't think they're going to achieve anything. I don't think so.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. New COVID variant could be the worst yet. Just to scare everybody. I mean, in some parts of the world, the COVID has struck, and they've gone into lockdown. So in Vienna, they're in lockdown. Places of Germany, it's going to come back because we don't have a cure. But having the vaccine could help you. Love your show, regular listeners, says Nobby the fireman. Oh, please, I really don't believe there's a fireman called Nobby. I really don't. But anyway, he says, could you do me a favour and plug my Christmas toy campaign? I'm a London firefighter in South London, and we have a Christmas toy donation campaign for children in care in the borough of Bexley. We have drop-off points at Morrison's Sidcup, Tesco's Sidcup, Morrison's Welling, Morrison's Erith, Asda, Bexley Heath, and all the community have come together to support the course. Would love a plug from you in advance. Well, there you go. You can have a plug in advance. No, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to mention it as a producer. So in the borough of Bexley, so drop-off points if you've got old toys you don't want, or even new toys would be nice. Morrison's Sidcup, Tesco's Sidcup, Morrison's Welling, Morrison's Erith, Asda, Bexley Heath. And I hope you get lots and lots of toys coming in. We did it 1 year, actually. I think the taxi drivers were looking for jumpers and stuff like that for the homeless sleeping on the streets. And the one thing they needed, because it's bloody freezing out there, was jumpers. And they were having drop-off points on the Strand and everything else. And they got loads of people donating because we've all got old jumpers somewhere. I mean, imagine being outside. It's bad enough being inside in the cold, let alone being outside. And if it snows tomorrow, it might snow from 6 o'clock this evening, actually, then, jumpers or coats and woolly hats, gloves, anything like that. They like things like that because they need it. It's the only way. You're not going to keep warm just in a stupid sleeping bag, are you? So the Met warning of 70-mile-an-hour winds and snow. This is for North East England and Scotland, indicating a chance of, wait for it, travel disruption, because we don't cope with travel disruption, do we? And damage to buildings if it's 70-mile-an-hour winds. But looking at the picture of the snow, actually, it looks terrible, doesn't it? Especially in the higher regions. Storm Arwen, it's called. I don't know where that name comes from, but it sounds lovely, although it's probably not. It's not at all, is it, really? Not good. Steve, have you seen the Christmas tree in Covent Garden, says Tony? No, it's not. It's Margaret. Or perhaps it's Tony. Or perhaps it's Tony and Margaret. Who knows? But, yes, they always have a good Christmas tree there. And I've still got the red bell on a green card Christmas decoration from the 60s, says Terry in Leighton Buzzard. Ooh, look at you. Look at you. Other stories in the papers briefly as we sort of round off this Friday before we head out for the weekend and sort of batten down the hatches. The Queen is working on screen. Didn't take her long to recover, did it? I mean, she's quite remarkable, seriously. And Mike Vickery has been diagnosed with an advanced brain tumour. He's been told he's been given less than a year to live. I don't know how people cope with things like this. I really don't. At this time of year, somebody says to you, oh, by the way, in fact, we had it before, didn't we? Who was it do we have it with? And somebody said, I've been told this is my last Christmas, so you make the most of it. And I remember thinking, gosh, how do people cope with stuff like that? If you could find out, when you were going to die, would you? Probably not, actually. Probably not. Because otherwise it would kind of put you off a little bit, wouldn't it? But I understand the fact that doctors have to say to people, and they have to be quite matter-of-fact about it. We're supposed to be a bit adult. We're supposed to be quite good at, taking all this on board when they call people in and say, listen, we know you've got this and that. Unfortunately, when they say to somebody who's sort of relatively young, it's inoperable. There's nothing that we can do about it. We'll just make you as comfortable as possible. And you just have to, I don't know, just put up and shut up, I suppose, in many cases. Me, I'm going out screaming, I've decided. On air. No hesitation. Now I've got the date for my new cardiology thing, but it's on a telephone. How are you going to say to somebody, I've got chest pains? Well, I suppose you just say that, don't you? Just say, I've got chest pains. Sit there and all the rest of it. Yeah, so if Nick comes on early, I'll know they've read the book, Steve Allen on this day. Yeah, can you imagine? Whew, dear, I should cocoa. Nigella Lawson is waging a war against alarming crisp flavourings that lack bite. She credits hula hoops as having the most bite, but gave the thumbs down to discos. I don't even know what discos are, actually. But she quite likes things. The Co-op, she said, do roast potato flavoured crisps. I like the idea. Oh, didn't they do hedgehog flavoured crisps as well? Somebody did them. There's just about everything. Discos. I've never even seen the blooming things. How many crisps in a packet? Not many. 12 to be precise, they say. 12 crisps in a packet of salt and vinegar flavoured discos, which also come in prawn cocktail, cheese and onion. They must be the most common flavours, mustn't they? They look horrid, actually. They don't look... I've never even seen them before. Are they still available? They're not. It's not some American invention, is it, or something? I don't know. The National Trust have banned hunting from its land. They banned the harmless trail chases, fearing they're too often a cover for the outlawed blood sport of fox hunting. I don't understand why they still do it. I really don't understand why they still do it. I thought it was banned, but they do this. It's like a drag hunt, where they drag something, but the end result always seems to be roughly the same. They think that people are using it as a smoke screen. It's a scent trail, which the hounds follow instead of a fox, has been suspended on Trustland since November 2020 after a police probe. And last month, one man was found guilty of encouraging hunters to use trail hunting as a sham and a fixture to kill animals. I mean, after the conviction, Trust members voted 76,000 to 38,000 to ban the sport on the charity's land. But apparently, you know, the League Against Cruel Sport said the decision to withhold licences didn't go as far as the full ban on trail hunts that members wanted. It never is the same, is it? The hunting office, which runs the sport, it's called a sport, laughingly. I don't see how it's a sport at all. I thought a sport was something, you know, I can jump higher than you, or not sort of gang up on one fox. How's that a sport? That's called, I mean, put it this way, arm all the foxes with sort of trenches that we've dug for them and 12-bore shotguns, and then it will be a sport. You know, I can jump higher than you kind of syndrome. But foxes, they must go, oh, here we go again. Here we go again. And they just get those blooming dogs, and they get the scent. As I say, give all the foxes 12-bore shotguns. You'll soon find them giving up. I think we'll go home now, shall we? OK, Mrs. Buntingford, come on. Let's go home. Let's not bother riding around anymore. Tim Bonner of the Countryside Alliance said the charity claims to be for everyone forever, but it's decided it's actually just for those who its board approves of. There's so much argument, isn't there? I mean, people spend their entire lives arguing. It really is quite sad, quite sad. Also, the Mims Davis, the MP, says her drink was spiked on a night out. She had to be carried home. She's calling on Priti Patel. Oh, not Priti Patel again, please. She's doing something today. Where's she going? She's going to France, isn't she, today? Sunday. But Priti Patel calling for tougher action to tackle spiking. What do you think she can do? How's that going to happen? I don't think it is. Also, the Black Friday deals you should avoid. You'll find these in the Express and quite a lot of the other newspapers for today. Oh, there's a lovely picture of the Shambles in York. Have you ever been? It's a recreation of an old street with all the old shops and everything else. It's really nice, actually. Unfortunately, York's ruined by students. Far too many of them everywhere, you know, rinky poos and all this kind of stuff. 30 years on, why Freddie Mercury's legacy is kind of magic. On the anniversary of his death, the legendary Queen star's sister reveals the family's sorrow while his friends celebrate him as a gay icon. I mean, he sang everywhere, didn't he? He sang everywhere. And yet when you spoke to him, he was completely different. He wasn't, you'd think he'd be all right. All right, mate? All right. Oh, no. Oh, no, he would, yes, I don't know why I thought he was Cockney. And Audrey's gown goes on sale. Audrey Hepburn's dress from Love in the Afternoon could rake in 50 grand. £50,000. Somebody will buy it and they'll have a very, very nice time. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday morning. It's the 29th of November, so we've got one more day. And then we're into the festive season, as it were, as we say. It's freezing this morning. I warn you now, if you're heading outside, unless you're in the, what do they call it, the most remote pub in the country, they're under 5 feet of snow up there. It looks beautiful, but apparently they're having a lock-in and nobody really cares. But down south, down south with us Jessies, it's freezing cold. It really, my hands are like little ice blocks. And I've got my gloves, not obviously on at the moment, that would be ridiculous. But it's nice to have your company. I hope you had a very good weekend. I had a very nice weekend, actually. The trees are up, they're doing all they're supposed to do. I went out to buy some Christmas lights the other day, just bought another 4,000. I couldn't resist it. They were on special offer, 52 quid for 2,000. And I thought, you can never have too many lights. You can never have too many lights. So I thought, no, kick off the festive season, loads of lights and much happiness. Anyway, apart from that, it's nice to have your company. And what did I do over the weekend? Oh, I went out for a lovely lunch on Friday with about 15 people, which was very nice indeed. And apparently, Steve, it's 80 degrees here in Ballarat today. And Christy says, I'm confused again. Reader masks. Don't be confused. Don't be confused, because Tuesday, tomorrow, they're going to bring them in and it'll be compulsory in shops and it will be compulsory on transport as well. How they're going to enforce this, I have no idea. No idea, because, you know, you'll end up with the people arguing about it in shops. I'm exempt. Oh, look, I've got something I've printed off on the internet. I'm quite sure that there are some people for whom they can't wear a mask. But you can get another thing. You can get a covering that makes it a lot easier. I mean, pupils in years 7 and above should wear face masks in communal areas. And then somebody said, who was it? Somebody from some Conservative magazine. Oh, children shouldn't be wearing masks in schools or see adults wearing them because it indicates that they could be frightened of them. What? The rank stupidity of some people is almost beggars belief. There's another bloke who's just died as well, a vegan, who refused the COVID vaccine because it was tested on animals, and he died because he caught COVID. And he discovered that he'd caught COVID, and he went downhill so fast he barely had time to say to them, listen, can I have the injection? Because no matter which way you look at it, and I don't profess to argue with people, but you stand a better chance of surviving COVID if you've been vaccinated, double vaccinated plus the booster, than you do if you haven't had anything. Because he died in a very short space of time, very, very quick. Now, you want to die like that? That's your business. That's your business. But don't start, behaving like sort of, some kind of person. You stand a better chance if you've been double vaccinated. Much better chance of surviving COVID. If you don't survive COVID, then you go. He says his last words to his wife Emma were, I've never felt so ill, I wish I'd had the vaccine. He was 2 months from his 55th birthday and he refused to have it. And there's loads of people like that. Emma, his wife, who's double jabbed, says she's now facing an empty future alone. She says, I insist to everybody I know to get the vaccine. Hello, what do you think we've been saying? What do you think the government have been saying all this time? Why is it that some people are so blind they can't see? It really is. It's a case of, I said to my driver this morning, I said, it's a toss-up. Do you want to live? Do you want to die? You want to die? That's your business. But I don't think you should take up beds at the NHS. It should be the same as Singapore. Yes, we'll give you a bed, but you'll pay for it. So we can get some money back from people. Because it's not like this vaccine costs you anything. It's free. And yet years ago we took the polio thing, didn't we? And we've all had all sorts of injections which you get for free. We've taken the flu jab every year. Sort of people, oh, I'm not taking that to be tested on animals. Yeah, well, that's why people are surviving. But those people who aren't having it aren't surviving. If you want to be that selfish and leave your family behind, well, then go right ahead. We can't persuade you to do it. We can only tell you that it's not a conspiracy. If you want to believe it's a conspiracy, well then bugger off somewhere else, because frankly you're wasting everybody's time. It's not a conspiracy. You see the people out there campaigning, and you see kids on the buses, they're breathing all over each other, and the people, it'll be interesting to see whether they can enforce this on the buses, because I don't think they will. They put on a little recorded message that says, the wearing of masks is compulsory on the bus unless you're exempt. Well, I tell you what, there must be more ill people around my neck of the woods than you've ever seen before in your entire life. Loads of them not wearing masks. I think they should start getting to that stage where you're not getting on the bus, but of course the drivers can't say that because, you get into all sorts of arguments and trouble. But and I think they're actually told, don't argue with people. I'd be sitting there going, you're not getting on the bus. I'm turning the engine off. You can sit there on the seat and whistle Dixie as far as I'm concerned. Simple as that. Why should we be infected by those people who refuse to have the double vaccination? I don't understand why. They sit there. There was some bloke sitting on the bus the other day coughing his lungs up. And I felt like saying, are you really that... No mask. He was infecting everybody. Really. Not good. And it's going to get worse. Steve, hope you're well. Yep. Goodness, isn't it cold? Although we didn't have the snow like some did. My Dave's having surgery this morning, so up shortly and listen later on Catch Up. Thank you very much indeed. Shane says, Steve, it's still mandatory to wear masks on public transport and shops in Sydney. Well, technically it is here. It will be from tomorrow. Lots of people don't wear them on public transport. People get on there and you feel like saying, I'll tell you, why are these people not being stopped? I mean, is it because they're too tight and they can't afford to buy a mask? Or because they're so ignorant? Because these people cannot all have asthma. It's not physically possible. You know, people, I can't wear it. Have you noticed they print their little things off on the internet? I don't have to wear a mask. I love watching it on YouTube. The Americans are great. There's a woman there. She's actually gone into a... what's she gone into? She's gone into a dentist surgery. Yeah, there are obviously some, but how do you separate them? Because I was on a bus the other day, more than 60% weren't wearing masks. You're not telling me they're all bloody asthmatics. Don't believe it. Anyway, she's standing in this dental surgery. I want my teeth cleaned. She's shouting at the reception. The receptionist is saying, you have to wear a mask. She says, you are breaking the law. I will sue you, whatever the name of this company is. I went to my lawyer before I came here, and I thought, they didn't do her. They just let her stand there and have her little rant. They're so stupid, these people, so dumb. Anyway, what else we got? Oh, the football pundit. Oh, blimey. Carlton Cole, his name is. He used to play for, I think he might have played for Chelsea at some point. I can't remember who he used to play for. He's sort of another one of these who then turns into a pundit. Carlton Cole, was he Chelsea and something else? I can't remember what he was on. I lose track of who these people play for. He did play for Chelsea. I thought he might have done. So I'm fairly good with my my footballing stuff. Big Chelsea fan. Anyway, he was then talking about a game, and he predicted this game could be like a Holocaust. And somebody went, I beg your pardon? And because he's so thick and so dim, he didn't understand what he was saying. And so he then had to apologise afterwards, and there's now been calls for his sacking. And I mean, I've never heard of people describing a game could be like a Holocaust. What in God's name could be like that? So he's apologised. This was after he compared the possibility of a heavy West End defeat by Man City to a Holocaust. I don't think so, thick boy. I really don't think so. He says, you've got to give Man City some respect, otherwise you're going to get picked off, otherwise it'll be a Holocaust, and you don't want that. I mean, I wouldn't mind, but his comments came on the first day of the Jewish festival of Hanukkah. I mean, you begin to wonder, how dim do you have to be, Carlton? Answer, obviously not as dim as you, mate. He's apologised afterwards. I mean, I think so too. What else? It was like that bloke in Australia, the one who came all the way over here for a contra deal to interview Adele, but hadn't heard her album, and she allegedly got up and walked out, but she'd done a 20-minute interview with him, and then she got up and walked out and all the rest of it. Anyway, he then gets back to Australia. He's had death threats. He's had people calling for his sacking, and you think, what is the matter with people? What is the matter with let right be done? You know, that's our big motto on the programme. But I've never anything like it. He said, I apologise to the viewers, I apologise to everybody else. I mean, to be honest with you, it was a bit of a waste of time him coming over to interview her if he hadn't heard the album. That's like coming over to talk to, somebody about doing a play in the West End, not having seen it. You know, that would be... I mean, I actually used to get years ago, for In Conversation, you'd do somebody out of a film, and they wouldn't let you do the interview unless you'd seen the film. And they would put on special screenings for me. I can remember one Sunday morning, I went all the way up to Sony in one of the squares in Soho, and I was the only one in the cinema. They'd opened up especially for me so I could interview the star of the film, but they wanted me to see the film. So I sat there with a security guard, because they worry, don't know why, that somebody's going to film the film on their phone and then you're going to play it back on the internet. I mean, to be honest with you, I wouldn't have the faintest idea how to do that. I wouldn't have had the faintest idea. And so I remember sitting there with a security guard. I mean, sometimes you'd go in there to these preview cinemas, which held about 30, 40 people, and they would take your phones off you at the door. They were so worried about it feature. I mean, as if... I'd never do anything like that. Goodness sake. Roger says, I had my booster on Saturday, bumped into a couple of old school pals from Chiswick. See, the trouble is, if it's there and it's on offer and you don't have to pay for it, why would you not want it? Why would you not want it? I don't know. You know, I mean, it's lovely to have a belief in, you know, I don't like animal testing. This is saving people's lives. I don't know whether COVID was tested on animals. I've got no idea. But, I mean, he actually decided he didn't want it because he had obviously heard that it had been tested on animals. And he died as a result very quickly. And he was, as I say, he was only 54, 55. Very young. Steve, I'm almost 43, says Nick. And I've been double jabbed and looking forward to getting the booster. I've been wearing a mask in shops and buses all the time. What's the problem with masks? I don't know. The dim ones out there go, it's a conspiracy. You know, as people are dropping dead. It's a conspiracy. I mean, you do get stupid people. I understand that. I mean, I'm not naive enough to think that there are some people who don't want it because they think they're not going to catch it, and then they do catch it. And that's the moment that I'm going, I'm sorry, have you had the boosters? No. Have you had the jabs? No. Well, you have to pay for your hospital bed. There were so many people in a hospital the other day. The majority of them were people who'd not been jabbed at all, and they were down with COVID. You remember how it was when it first started. We don't want to go back down that route again, thank you very much indeed. How many people have to die before ministers admit e-scooters are death traps? You're standing on a little tiny board, which is less than the width of your plimsolls or high heels or whatever it is you're on, and they're whizzing in and out of the traffic. And I'm thinking to myself, there's been a number of people who have died already on these things. You know, mainly people who are on the roads illegally with them, because if you bought one, you're illegal. OK, I'm telling you that now. You're illegal and you're a pain in the rear end. The ones which you rent have got insurance. The other ones don't have any insurance at all. I've never seen anybody stop them, but I'm sure the police must do their jobs. The battle to save I'm a Celebrity. Why? Tell you after this.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC.
Morning. I love the idea that people sort of write it. I love it really because it winds them up so much, these poor people. People who wear masks can still die, yes, but not at the volume that people who haven't been jabbed and are not wearing the masks. You know, the masks don't stop you getting COVID, and I shouldn't really have to explain this to you, but what they do is they reduce the risk. You know, why, seriously, would you want to reduce the risk? So they don't stop you getting COVID. You can still get COVID with a mask on, but they just reduce the risk. And having had the injections as well. If you want to get COVID, good for you. Good for you. Because as they say, it's basically people like you are infecting the rest of us. You know, you are the stupid ones. But as I say, you'll pay for it in the long run. We've seen that. Look at the figures. The figures don't tell lies. But of course, if you choose not to believe the figures, that's fine. Do what you want. Do what you want. Couldn't care less. The pensioner is in the paper today. She's amassed the biggest handkerchief collection. Now, I love a good handkerchief. In fact, I've just ordered a big pack of handkerchiefs. I'll try and buy them bulk. And I absolutely love buying handkerchiefs. I don't know why, actually. Handkerchiefs is an obsession. I've just had 30 delivered. And they're just white hankies. I don't know. I don't wash them, no. I sort of use them. Actually, yesterday, for some reason, I must have eaten something, and I have a feeling I know what it was. And all of a sudden, I thought I'm going to be sick. And you know when you feel sick and you go through the motions of being sick, yeah, back of your throat. And I think I know what it was actually, because I've had it before. Fried bread. And I don't think, I know I'm not supposed to be having fried bread because it's literally bread soaked in fat. And it obviously disagrees with my medicine and everything else. And so I stood in the bathroom thinking, oh, God, I'm going to be sick. I'm going to be sick. So, but the reason is I never keep hankies. Because I buy them cheap. I don't spend a lot of money on hankies. You know, you can buy packets and packets of them. And I just quite like to have one because it's, you know, they're not embroidered with SA on them or something like that, or the Groovy Gang. But it's actually a brilliant idea because otherwise you're wiping your nose on your sleeve. And you don't want to do that, do you? It's not very good at all. We found a bride. Well, we've probably found quite a lot of brides, actually. But this particular one scammed £27,000 from her best friend. Luckily, we've sent her to prison. You know, good place to go. The streets that have more drivers on drugs than drink. Drugs appear more prevalent now behind the wheel for the little boy racers. I love it when they get stopped on the police interceptors and things like that. And the bloke goes, I can smell cannabis. Now, you can fess up now, and we can do a roadside thing. or we can take it further. Who's got the cannabis on them? And they all sit there going, all play dumb because they're off their faces. And eventually somebody goes, I think that's mine. And you go, OK, right, so we can deal with this by the roadside. Anybody got anything else? Then they start searching, they keep finding it, and that's when it all goes pear-shaped for them. And they go to prison, which is good. All very happy about that. Father Christmas Run, which took place in Herne Bay, they did it to raise money for a local hospice. So well done to them. Justin says, can you wish my wife Stephanie a very happy 34th birthday? She's a wonderful wife and a perfect mother to our 2-year-old daughter, Immy. And that's from Justin, as I say, which is nice. So many happy returns of the day. And if you're celebrating, many happy returns of the day. I hope you had a lovely birthday. Or if it's today, hope you have a lovely birthday today. Steve, I was dreaming I had to walk from Surbiton to Twickenham with you on the radio. Well, that's a good walk. That's a very, very good walk. Jonathan in Deal says, I'm vegan. It was strange having the vaccine, but I had to have it. I don't want to die from COVID. And if I did, who'd look after my rescue animals? That's my rationale. Yeah. I don't. If something's free, why would you not want to have a vaccine which would help you sort of battle it? You stand a much better chance of surviving COVID if you've been double jabbed and the booster than if you haven't had it because you're going, oh, it's tested on animals and all that kind of thing. And you think to yourself, well, that's a very good, it's a great rationale. But I mean, if you want to be selfish and die, die. Nothing that anybody could ever say is going to change your mind. I've never known anybody, who's had anything change because they want to believe it. They want to believe the rubbish that they read on the internet. They want to read the lies, the garbage and everything else that emanates for it. And then they go marching and all the rest of it. And then very soon they start dropping like flies. Robert says, have you tried the Fray Bentos breakfast pie? No, didn't know there was such a thing. A Fray Bentos breakfast pie. We're having a look. And here we go. The all-day breakfast pie, Fray Bentos. I do like a Fray Bentos pie. And we're having a look at it. Oh, in between an advert. You get so many adverts, don't you, on YouTube now? It drives me mad. And here it is, the Fray Bentos all-day breakfast. £1.49. And it's sort of like a puff pastry thing. And inside it... Oh, they're cutting into it now. Bear with me. I might salivate in a moment. Not intentionally. Oh. I don't know what it is inside it. It's like dog meat, but I'm sure it can't be, can it? Well, what is it? Yeah, we know it's got the puff pastry around the outside. There's beans. That's good old standby, isn't it? Okay, what's that? Is that... Looks like it's got a meatball in it. Is that meatball? Black pudding. Oh, not black pudding again. What is it with their obsession with black pudding? Actually, I like any pie that's got flaky pastry round it. It just basically looks like beans, black pudding, and must be something else, mustn't there? Slop. It does look... The trouble is, whenever you get pies like... I'm sure it tastes delicious. I'm watching some bloke eating it out of the tin. He's obviously very common. Nobody eats it like that. Look at him. He's sort of... And he's picked up the whole crust at the top and is eating it. Dirty man. Put it down and eat with a knife and fork. Try and be a little bit educated. Steve, I've had both vaccinations. Booster as well. Got mine at a walk-in centre and a flu jab the same day. Well organised and worth the 30-minute wait. Yeah, the producer's going off to get his COVID test because he's flying on holiday, he thinks. He's going for the PCR test, which is a bit like joining the police force, but not quite the same. And he'll have that. And he'll have to have one on the way back as well. So that's good. Steve, I know that you've moved on, but I'm slow typing due to disability. I've got asthma, says Gwenny, COPD, along with secondary progressive MS, and wear a triple-layered mask. I'm sick of people's poor excuses for not wearing masks. Where are my rights? Get them told. You make me smile, says Gwenny. I love your name, Gwenny. That's a bit cute, isn't it? But it's right. Actually, the funny thing, you should say that, actually. There was a woman who got on the bus the other day, and as usual round our way, they load up the buses. And the bus driver, and it's the same woman who keeps doing it, move down inside the bus and take every available seat. So some woman sits down. There were two stories, actually, from the same bus. And she didn't have a mask on, and she sat next to her with a mask on. And the woman with the mask on turned around and said, can you go and sit somewhere else? She said, you're not wearing a mask. I don't want to risk my health because of you. And so this woman makes some caustic comment. Anyway, moves to another seat. And then there's a woman standing up there. and she takes this thing out of her wallet, and she goes to the woman sitting next to me. Can I have your seat, please? I've got MS. And she holds up this card. I've never heard of anything before like that. And she says, can I sit down? And so the woman goes, yeah, of course you can. And so I got her sitting next to me. And she didn't have a mask on. And I wanted to say, can you put your mask on, please? In fact, I say that to my drivers sometimes in the morning. You know, if the driver doesn't have a mask on, I say, are you going to be putting a mask on? Because I just feel a bit safer. I mean, but how are they going to police this on the buses? They say you're going to have to wear it on the buses and on the trains. No chance. No chance. Somebody just say, I'm exempt. What are they going to do? Drag you off the train? Of course they're not. Of course they're not. So, in fact, it's a bit of a pointless exercise. Might as well have left it the way that it is. Steve, a mask/vaccine, says Katie, is like a seatbelt. If you crash, you still might die, but you're a damn sight more likely to survive if you wear one. No one thinks seatbelts are a conspiracy. The mind boggles. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You know, you're right. You might not survive with a seatbelt on. You might go through the windscreen. I've got airbags, you know, which are sort of built into the car, which, you know, I know, get me, honestly. Whoo, look at that. And you're right. You're a damn sight more likely to survive with a seatbelt on than not wearing a seatbelt. The chance of going through, if you have an accident on the motorway, going through the windscreen is quite high. If you're wearing a seatbelt, you stand a better chance. Much better chance. Roger says, for dinner last night, I had maple and bourbon pork belly slices. Oh. Is that maple and... Do you mean bourbon? Is it bourbon you've had? Whiskey, yeah, I think you can do that. I don't know, I've never had belly slices, actually. Maggie says, Steve, my great-grandson Jacob is 4 today. 4 today. And last week, says Jim, I sent you a text saying as a birthday treat I was going to spend all night in a hide. And he sent me a picture of a badger. Like I've never seen a badger before. And it's a badger coming up to... They're lovely, aren't they? They're big boogers, they are. Have you seen badgers, though? They're big. They're not small. Not small, but I was watching... how useless is this on the radio? They're that big. It was that... Yeah, they're big. They're quite hefty. That's why people, unfortunately, go badger baiting. They take dogs down, they get them out of the sets, and they go for... It's really quite horrendous, but some people are a bit sick in the head. And they can be very aggressive, yes. Very aggressive. Somebody was talking the other day about... Oh, there was a lovely thing. They were talking about animals that fight off other animals. And they had the case of some lions who decided they were quite hungry. Because lions don't do anything apart from sleep and eat. They don't do anything else. They will spend 23 hours a day sleeping. Go to London Zoo, the lions will be asleep most of the day. They get up occasionally, just have a little look around, and then back to sleep again. Which is what they like. They like going back to sleep again. And this was a pride of lions who decided they were hungry. So they tackled a water buffalo. Very unwise. Very, very unwise. And what the water buffalo does, it's got big horns on its head. And so one of these lions jumped onto its back. The water buffalo spun round. They're quite big things, and literally pierced it with its horns and threw it up in the air. So another one jumped on its back, and it did exactly the same to that. And I remember thinking, you don't learn, do you, if you're lions? You're not the brightest. And then there was a Komodo dragon in a zoo which had just been fed a snake, a live snake, and it was eating it bit by bit by bit. I don't like Komodo dragons. They look as though they're from a prehistoric time. And they dribble. They dribble a lot, actually. Steve, says Brian in Ealing. Yeah, have you ever seen... Some of these ones are huge, these Komodo dragons. They are like dinosaurs. But when they take the tourists out to see them on Komodo Island, they feed them the day before so they're not looking for food. Because otherwise they would chase humans. And they're enormous, but they do look like there's something out of a prehistoric film, isn't it? Dreadful. But Princess Margaret, Stephen, her brand of ciggies used to smoke 40-strong Chesterfield cigarettes a day. Especially true with the drinking around. That was in the Sunday Press around the time she died. Oh, yeah, we knew she smoked. We did a thing on the programme last week saying that there's a picture of her, I think, in the theatre with her cigarette in a holder. She thought it looked elegant, as opposed to the fact she was killing herself. And she loved a bevy. Oh, did she love a bevy? A bit like the Queen Mother. She liked, I think she was gin and Dubonnet. Makes it sound quite posh, especially now Dubonnet has been given a royal seal. So there, can't get the stuff for love nor money. It's very dull. I promise you, Dubonnet and lemonade, very naff. But there you go. It's a drink from a bygone era.
With an approved used Volkswagen, you're in good hands, because these are no ordinary used cars. We carefully inspect each car's history. Our Volkswagen technicians lovingly check them over, and we look after you too, with 2 years warranty, 2 years UK roadside assistance, and up to 2 years MOT cover. Find your perfect car. Search Volkswagen approved used. You're in good hands.
Cars with up to 100,000 miles at activation. MOT cover underwritten by Bespoke Underwriting Limited. Subject to eligibility, exclusions and terms.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC.
Morning. Do you know, there was some poor lecturer at an art college, believe it or not, and he was talking about a dress which had racy décolletage, you know, all the frou-frou bits and all the rest of it. Anyway, 3 students complained about him. He was suspended for 2 years. They finally had to issue an apology to him, because quite clearly these students are as thick as hell. What on earth is the matter with people nowadays? Let right be done. You know, I mean, I can understand people complaining about certain things, but, you know, when it actually comes to the COVID thing, as I say, I've given up telling people to go and get it. You know, to go and get the vaccine. The photographer was accused of sexism. This is what he said. This is Wolfson College. When students, 3, complained they were made to feel unsafe. For the onboarding ceremony, the photographer asked for gentlemen to help the ladies. You know, I mean, students at the college, which count several country leaders amongst its alumni, have now written a complaint letter seeking a formal apology over the targeted atmosphere of inequality which punctured a safe space for all genders on campus. I mean, you know, so they wanted gentlemen to help the ladies. What's the matter with that? I don't quite get it. Dozens of new arrivals at the mostly post-grad college were lined up posing in their signature Cambridge gowns when the remark is said to have aired. No. Oh, my goodness. They want a public apology and everything else. I mean, you know, the letter said, given that the photographer is likely to be in a proximity to students again, we ask this information is passed on to the company to ensure that students are not placed in this position again, where they're made to feel unsafe or subject to discrimination. God in heaven, even at the colleges now they've gone mad round the bend, haven't they? What is the matter with them? And so the students could dismount from the platform, and they thought that the male students would help them get, like, a gentlemanly thing to do. If you don't want somebody to help you, open your own bloody doors. You know, we're not going to do things like that. It should not require any explanation as to why this was inappropriate, patronising and unnecessarily gendered comment to make in this situation. Sorry, can people help people get down? Would that be a... No, you can't say that. Sexist pig. That's what they say. That's what they say. Well, I tell you what. You know, let's leave them. Get down yourself, love. You fall off it, it's your problem. People are just being nice and polite. People are being very nice to you. Shouldn't bother in future. Right, miserable bunts of so-and-sos you must be, I should imagine. Colchester Zoo has a good collection of Komodo dragons. You're right, they're very large. Well, it's not so much large, they could kill you. They could absolutely kill you. Have you seen how fast these things move? Phew, blimey. Simon in Chichester, just back from holiday, plane hit an unannounced air pocket and dropped 600 feet. That's a bit of excitement. It's like going on a funfair ride, isn't it? And then whoosh, and it just drops. I love it. He said, I'm glad to be back home. Very lucky to be back home. Well, at least, of course, you know, they always flash up the little thing, don't they? Put your seatbelts on. You're in for a bumpy ride. Yeah, brace yourselves. OK? I always love it. How many people do not even watch on aeroplanes now when the stewardess stands there going, there are 2 doors to the front, 2 doors to the rear, and lights will come on and oxygen will drop from the ceiling. Unfortunately, what they don't tell you is not enough oxygen for everybody. There is a limited supply. First class only, there's a limited supply of oxygen. Because I was sort of thinking, you know, if you're actually crashing or you're going down and you know that you're going to do so, the last thing you'd be doing is worrying about the oxygen. You know, I'd just open the door and step outside. It's as simple as that. I remember seeing a film once. It was on an aeroplane. I can't remember what the film was. It was something well known. But, of course, one of the windows blew out. And it might have been a Bond movie, actually. And all of a sudden, everything got sucked through this hole, including one of the villains. who all of a sudden got sort of compacted and then straight through the hole the other side. But no, when you consider it, safest form of transport, air transportation. Safest form. I know you read about things, but I promise you it's about one of the... I don't want to say that to the producer because he gets a bit worried, actually. Rog says, another drink from a bygone era, Southern Comfort and lemonade. I used to drink that. Couldn't drink it now. Couldn't drink it. It's far too sweet. Far too sweet and sickly. Baileys I used to drink, and then I obviously overdosed on Baileys and decided that wasn't a good one to have. And so all I have really now is just sort of Prosecco. Chance of dying in a plane crash, 1 in how many? Oh, God, 1 in 6,000. 1 in 11 million. There you go. Safest form. Mind you, I've always said, when you get on a plane, sit near the back. They never reverse into mountains. You know, if they're going to hit the mountain, it'll go in at the front. So if you're sitting at the back, you stand a much better chance. In economy. We don't call it economy now, do we? Do they still call it economy? Oh, well, that'll have to change. That'll have to change. You know, in the RAF, they've actually changed from airmen and airwomen now to aviators. My father would be turning in his grave. Turning in his grave. Steve, I'm genuinely exempt from wearing a mask, but wear one anyway. Because the way I see it, says Sue, if I'm too sick to use a mask, I'm too sick to go shopping or use public transport. I agree with you. I agree with you. I mean, it's a case of, it doesn't matter, you know, whether or not you're exempt from wearing a mask. You want to live, I'm assuming. People want to live. I do. Especially, I mean, good heavens above, I've got far too many more people to upset to think about dying at the moment. Lummy. So, West Side Story. You know Rita Moreno? I like to be in America. Okay, by me in America. Everything for you. She's 90. She's 90, Rita Moreno. She starred, I'm pretty certain, in a thing called, oh, God, The Ritz. Can you just check if she did appear in The Ritz? The reason I ask you is because I like to be in America. Personal life, present, no. What was the film she was in? The Ritz. The Ritz was loosely based on the American gay bathhouses, where Barry Manilow started his career playing piano. Yeah. In a bathhouse. Yeah, that's where he played piano. And Rita Moreno used to sing in bathhouses. But in fact, have you never seen the film The Ritz? Oh, that's where they reckon AIDS started in America, in the bathhouses, because it was basically a giant brothel kind of place. It was really quite something. But the film the Ritz is very funny. Rita Moreno played somebody who sang in The Ritz. And people went in there and they checked themselves in all day. It was a way of people meeting people, you know, who might have been of the same gender. And they've still got them in Amsterdam. One's called Unit 1 and one's called Thermos 1, Thermos 2. And they're all day and all night saunas. And this is what the bathhouses were. Very famous in New York. Really very famous, the New York bathhouses. I suppose you've never heard of them. You don't get out at all, do you? You went to Primark the other day to buy a pair of gloves and a hat. And you paid the princely sum of £3.50. 2 pairs of gloves. 2 pairs of gloves and a hat. You can imagine the quality, can't you? I paid £20 for a pair of lovely gloves, and I haven't kept my hands warm at all. In fact, my hands are still cold now. I think I might have to get some... I definitely want something that heats up. Yeah, ooh. Are they stretchy gloves? They'd have to be... Oh, yes, lovely. You decided to go for 2 pairs of those, did you? How much were they a pair, then, if they're £3.50 all in? What were they like? £2 for 2 pairs, and the hat was £1.50. God, you're living, I tell you. Living the dream he is, ladies and gentlemen. I love it. Any other drinks you can think of from bar? Because I had a Steve Allen cocktail the other day, which was very nice indeed. It was made for me by, no, not vinegar, no, very bitter. Passion fruit cordial, I think it had in it, and all sorts of things, because I like passion fruit cordial. And it was quite delicious, but you didn't need very many of them, as everybody will testify. But it was. You're right about Princess Margaret. I didn't know she smoked Chesterfield. Dale used to smoke Stuyvesant Blue, because I've smoked Stuyvesant before, but 40 strong a day, Chesterfield cigarettes. 40 cigarettes a day. Well, I used to smoke 60 cigarettes a day. Didn't do me much good, I'm afraid. I wish I'd never started, but there's nothing you could do about it. Just the way it goes. Call the Midwife's Christmas special centres on a big wedding, which is saved by leeches. I can't get on with Call the Midwife. I really couldn't care less, even though I adore Jenny Agutter. Daddy, my daddy. Love that. I thought it was really good. One of my favourite films. Prince Charles will tonight pay tribute to the trusted partnership between the United Kingdom and Caribbean and Barbados as the Caribbean islands celebrate becoming a republic. I think they might miss us. They might miss us, but anyway, it doesn't matter. The snow will bring chaos as the Arctic shot kicks in. Up north, it's terrible. I mean, really, you would never know just how bad the snow was until you see the pictures. There's somebody here, a West Lothian swimmer. She's wearing a swimming costume and she's going to go into the water. Storm Arwen, the pub goers snowed in for the third evening. They say the temperature could drop to about -10. -10 degrees. Well, I've been in -20, and I'm telling you, you feel like every extremity is going to drop off. But that pub, cars were under 5 feet of snow. Because you'd never get out of there, would you? Well, once you can't, you couldn't sort of, I don't know, you just have to wait till it thaws. But if it's going down to -10, there's no chance of going in. Mind you, at least you can absolutely get tiddled as you want to, can't you? But as long as the pub's got enough food in, the snow has come up to about 9 feet in some places, the pub's manager said. 9 feet. Because you stay there, I think, as well. So there's, whether or not perhaps they might not have rooms. Have they got rooms? We don't know whether they've got rooms. If they haven't, I suppose people just fall asleep on chairs or something like that. Sounds ghastly. Absolutely ghastly. I couldn't do it. Freezing. And Jonathan Shallett, young man up early this morning, he says, I grew up in a village called Bosham in Sussex. The drink teenage girls loved as their first alcoholic drink was Babycham. Do you know what the slogan was, Jonathan? I bet you do. The genuine champagne Perry. Babycham. They do make it still. He said it's the original party drink that brought a touch of fun and sparkle to people's lives since 1953. 1953. We were talking the other day about Christmas drinks. Babycham would be one of them because it had the deer. And it was the genuine champagne Perry. I don't know what champagne Perry was, but it was gorgeous. And what was the other drink? A snowball. Advocaat and lemonade. Ghastly. It was the only bottle, Advocaat. Yeah, it was very much, it was Warnings Advocaat. I think it must be. It's a Norwegian type thing. They like it. It's an eggnog. Some people don't like it, some people do like it. And lemonade, you would mix it up with, and then you put a cherry in the top. If ever you served it in the pub, it was horrible. Advocaat. It's egg, sugar, and brandy, is it? Whatever it was. It was, and if ever you dropped the bottle, the drink retained the same shape. It was that ghastly.
This is LBC.
Monday morning, yuck. Cold. Freezing cold. Have you seen the film Alive, Steve? A true story about a plane crash. Is that the film where they started eating other people who died on it? Which is based on a true story, isn't it? I've got this thing about this plane crashing into mountains, and they didn't have any. Why they didn't have any food on it, I can't imagine, because I thought most planes carried, nuts and crisps and things like that, and bevies and everything else, but apparently they didn't, and they started eating other people. I'm pretty certain. The starving passengers tried to eat the flesh of their dead relatives and friend. Yeah, I thought so. I seem to remember that, actually. It's based on the book Alive, the story of the Andes survivors, which details a Uruguayan rugby team's crash aboard Air Force Flight 571 into the Andes in 1972. Got all sorts of people in it. Ethan Hawke and Vincent Spano, Bruce Ramsey. And actually one of these survivors, Nando Peredo, portrayed by Hawke in the film, served as the technical advisor, but it definitely was based on a true story. Jonathan Shallett says, Steve, you've made the Prince Charles and Barbados sound a positive story. No, I don't think it is. That's why I said I think they're going to regret it. The reality is they're becoming a republic and ending the Queen being their monarch. Barbados remain in the Commonwealth, but the current PM, who has 29 out of 30 seats in Parliament, decided this without a referendum. The current Governor-General becomes the first president. Prince Charles is being incredibly gracious, celebrating Barbados, but in truth like a turkey going to a Christmas party. Yes, the trouble is that their hands are tied. They don't really have any choice in it, and Charles would have to say something nice. But you're quite right. It is like, the last turkey in the shop That's why I said I think they're actually going to regret it. Definitely. Wayne, my trolley dolly friend, says, I took a picture of you snow falling over one of the two main Heathrow Airport runways last night with Terminal 5 in the background, as I know you like snow scenes. It looks beautiful, but it caused such chaos for all the taxiing aircraft. Madness. What a few flakes of snow does. Yeah, it is, absolutely. When we went to inside the Arctic Circle, if you're on an aeroplane, and they have a giant machine that comes around and sprays antifreeze all over the plane before it can take off, because otherwise everything freezes. Passion fruit cordial sounds delicious, says Debbie. I can't remember where it came. I think they made it. Oh, look. Oh, that's a nice picture. Merriment under the tree at Covent Garden. Look how many lights are on that tree in Covent Garden, and then look how many are going to be on the main tree. Oh, well, I will have many, many trees. Nice little roundabout bit. Look, somebody holding the Steve Allen tote bag. See that? Lovely. That was lovely. And somebody's got a tea. Oh, somebody's got a tea tray. I didn't know somebody got a tea tray. Lorraine says Amazon do heated gloves, but a bit expensive at 65 quid. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't spend 65 quid on a pair of heated gloves. That's way too expensive. 25 would be my maximum. Please wish, says little Julie. Rosemary, a very happy birthday for today. Many happy returns, Rosemary, for today. And Gary in Broxbourne. Morning, Gary. And he says, I lost my lovely dear mum yesterday. I'm the same vintage as you, so I know I'm very lucky to have had my mum this long. I woke early this morning and I'm very sad. It's I've said to you before, actually, and I've said it to loads of people who've been bereaved, because I've been bereaved many times now, and it doesn't get any better. But it eases a little bit. It eases. I promise you. You never think, and you'll remember for the rest of your life. If you're the same age as me, and I don't think there's a day goes by where I don't think about my mum and my dad, and other people who've sort of passed on. You just remember things, and thank God for that. Thank God for that. So at least you've got great memories, and I'm sure that you'll continue to have good memories about your mum as well. So she must have been in her, 70s, 75, something like that. It's never long enough, is it? Never long enough. That's why I always say to people, appreciate your parents when you've got them, because one day you won't have them, and you'll miss saying all the things that you want to say to them. Simon in Essex says, I was 14 when my brothers got me drunk by me Pernod and Black. That was Pernod and blackcurrant. It was ghastly. I had to wash all the glasses up separately because it permeated everything. It was Christmas and I threw up all over my mum. She was not impressed. Shouldn't think so too. God, sounds dreadful, doesn't it? Pernod and Black. Yeah. They used to do, another one was Rum and Pep, which was rum and peppermint. I know, it's equally disgusting. Lots of shots went into things. Lots of shots. Whereas, in fact, the only shot I wanted, really, was sort of vodka in a tomato juice. Or, failing that, 2 vodkas in a tomato juice, which was very nice. But, no. Rum and Black, Pernod and Black. And a Christmassy sort of drink, wasn't it? But it did smell. I've never had a Jaeger bomb. No, I'm far too old for those sort of things. All legal limits on social contact removed, they just said on there. Nightclubs, sport and entertainment venues allowed to operate at full capacity. People fully vaccinated or those under 18 do not need to isolate if they are a close contact of a coronavirus case. In Scotland, proof of double vaccination is required for entry to nightclubs. And face coverings mandatory unless you're exempt. So people just say, I'm exempt. That's all they'll say if they don't want to wear a mask. Wales, you've got to show an NHS COVID pass. And you've got to get a negative PCR test if someone in your household's got coronavirus. Northern Ireland, nightclubs can open and indoor dancing is permitted. Indoor dancing. Do-si-do, do-si-do. Oh, look, Anthea Turner. Good Lord above. She's getting married again. This will be the 3rd time, actually. Not looking promising, is it? Not looking promising. She was with number 2, Grant Bovey, who cheated on her, and, of course, was there, and it was all a bit of a disaster. Now she's got a new one, but she was married to Peter Powell, I think, and she maintains good relations with all her exes. She omits to mention Bruno Brooks, who she went out with for a long time. In fact, she's basically worked her way around quite a few. 4 people, you don't imagine 4 people. She's very good friends with Richard and Judy, but she was just very irritating on television when she started telling us how to fold towels. Do you remember the folding of the towel? I can fold a towel. I know how to fold a towel. Sorry? Yeah, I do have people that do it, but she's written a book called How to Age Well. Make up your own jokes. But she's promoting pet food. It's the only reason she's got a spread in the paper. Warren says, it's absolutely freezing outside. -4 here in my garden. Well, the pots are frozen. Just back from Hong Kong. And he says you weren't even able to open the door to the hotel room for room service until they disappeared and rang you to tell you that your food was outside. That's how it should be here. Karen says, I miss my mum so much. She's still alive, but has dementia. She's my mum in body, but not in mind. Oh, that doesn't matter. At least you're still your mum. You know, the person that you remember as your mum is not there, but secretly, inside her, she's still your mum. She's still your mum. I know how awful it can be when people don't recognise you, people don't know who you are, and you think, you know, what is this awful illness? And the answer is it's called dementia. And we're all going to go down with something. You know, if you can manage to get through your life, you know, without getting anything at all, you're very, very lucky. Very, very lucky indeed. Alicia Dixon admits being a parent is a daily grind to stay calm, but she said becoming a mother saved her from burnout. And Joanna Lumley says she acts so she can be somebody else. She says, I'm always a bit depressed in the morning. You look in the mirror and think, oh, she's here again, same old person. That's how I feel when I look in the mirror in the morning. I go, same old Steve. Alan Carr has whittled down his friendship group, because I think he's very friendly with Adele. He had a difficult son when his husband Paul Drayton fell off the wagon, so they're working together to get him better, which is not easy. And what was the other one? Oh, yeah, the guitar played by rock legend Eric Clapton in his first gig is sold at auction for £470,000. Well, she'd given me that. Tom Daly models a Christmas jumper. He's selling the patterns for his new range to fans. He said, I can't wait to see you all knit your own version. Oh, I thought it was going to be ready-made. I don't want to start knitting. I can't, yeah, you have to knit it yourself. Well, it's easier for them. They just show you the pattern and then you knit it. Not for me, I don't think. But Giles Brandreth, known for wearing Christmas jumpers in the 70s and 80s, and he's been given his own segment on This Morning, testing out family woolies, including ones for pets. I love Christmas jumpers. Love them completely. Starting from this week, they'll be packed with seasonal food treats from Jamie Oliver, Phil Vickery and Nadia Hussain. And the set will use foliage from the show's Forest, which the Mirror revealed it had bought. Alice Beer and Steve Wilson will give advice on gifts, while Leona Lewis and Joe O'Meara will sing. Not a big fan of Joe O'Meara, as we all know. I think it's patently obvious why. And 2 teenage girls in the papers today doing handstands on a busy level crossing. Really, really dumb. Trains can hit 80 miles an hour on this stretch of track. The police said the girls showed blatant disregard for their safety and others. I mean, it's just 22 cases in 9 days. Could have ended in tragic consequences. Unbelievable, isn't it? You get some stupid people, they can't help it. It's not their fault. We have to have a little bit of sympathy for them.
This is LBC.
Morning, it's Monday, the 29th of November. One more day, because 30 days hath November, April, June, and anyway. All the rest of 31 and 7 February in a leap year. And so that's it. So we'll have another day tomorrow, and then we're into December. And then the next thing is Christmas. I mean, it happens a wee bit too fast as far as I'm concerned. Still to come, Frankie Bridge begged bosses to let her wash her knickers. Because, I don't know what's going on here, actually. She was all in tears the other day. I'm thinking I'm a celebrity. And then half their tenting blew away. So they were all in the castle, unless, you know, the winds are really that bad. But then we've got everything being cleared up. They may have to pull the show again. They pulled it for a couple of days. But, I mean, you've got to be... I mean, I can't believe that in Welsh Wales they seriously put up tenting. I mean, you know, they could have had just sort of Winnebagos they could have gone into and everything else. And how many drivers on the road with 12 points? Quite a lot. 8,600 have got 12 points. They should have been taken off the road, but apparently they haven't done it. If drivers aren't bad, it makes a mockery of the system, says Jason Wakeford of Brake. And I agree. It's absolutely ridiculous, all these people driving out there. But looking at the pictures of the extent of damage caused by Storm Arwen, what a funny name for a storm. Why couldn't it be Brian or something like that? Who's Arwen? I don't know what Arwen means. Storm Steve. We haven't had a Storm Steve, have we? Nearly, but let right be done. Pictures show the extent of the storm damage, and they've got a huge crane in there trying to pick up these tents, which are, they're on a frame, and then they sort of cover it with material. It's ridiculous, really. But anyway, so that's it. So they had to cancel for a couple of days while they put it all back together again. And then Richard Madeley's out because he broke the COVID bubble, I think, and yet seemed to go back in there to talk to Ant and Dec, who then went back into the camp. I don't quite understand it, actually. I don't quite understand it. Steve, I heard you mention earlier that Rita Moreno is 90, says Gail in Rottingdean, which is down Brighton way. I remember seeing her and George Chakiris in 1958 when I was about 8 at the Streatham Hill Theatre in the pre-West End opening of West Side Story. I think I paid £50 for my Saturday matinee balcony seat. And George Chakiris is now 87. 87. Wow. You can send in name suggestions for storms to the Met. Can you really? Or can we recommend a Storm Steve? I think that would be very appropriate. Do you not? I think so. So far, for the 21-22 season, here we go. Arwen. The one after this one is Barra, as in wheelbarrow. Corrie. Dudley. Eunice. Storm Eunice. I ask you, who's going to say that? Franklin, Gladys, Herman, Imani, Jack, Kim, Logan, Nassim, Olwyn, Poi, Ruby, Sean, Tanika, Virgil, and Wilhelmine. What a rubbish load of names. What a rubbish load of names. Herman, Tanika, Olwyn, Nassim, Jack. I mean, it's about the most normal name on there, isn't it? Jack, Gladys, and Eunice. Also, Storm Jack. Doesn't quite work, does it, really? I love it. It's so much fun. The Star tops the festive wish list, as the survey says. 65% love Christmas Day sex. La, 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 la. I don't like to think about it, thank you. But who's sort of number one? Holly Willoughby, apparently. That's we all want holly in stockings for this Christmas. Only 17% of people want David Beckham, but he's blotted his copybook as he's taken the filthy lucre from Qatar. Very silly decision for David Beckham to make. I noticed they tried to do damage limitation the other day by saying, oh, she's doing this and she's doing that, and it's all... I'm thinking, yeah, give the money back. You don't want to take it. It's tainted. It's tainted. But there you go. David Beckham's gay fans will desert him, I should imagine. 20% wanted Idris Elba in their stockings. 14% wanted Susanna Reid. 13% wanted Katie Price for some reason. Can't imagine why. And 10% want Piers Morgan. 11... I'm not on the list at all. I know. 13% Katie Price, 11% Harry Styles, 7% Philip Schofield, as long as he doesn't turn up with that bloody gin bottle. No, it's Philip Schofield. Yeah, we know who it is, love. We know who it is. But David Beckham only 17%. Not as popular as you thought, matey. Not as popular. Martin in Carlisle says, welcome to a brand new week. And he says, I just wanted to say R.I.P. to Sir Frank Williams, a legend in Formula One motorsport, sadly missed. Yeah, I mean, I read that. I mean, I don't know anything about motorsport. I really don't, actually. It doesn't interest me in the slightest. And so, of course, I'd heard about the Williams racing team, but I wouldn't have known Frank Williams at all. Can't know everything, can you? But he died now. I mean, he was the one who sort of had the team named after him, which he built into one of the... I think the most successful in Formula One. I mean, I think he was much loved. He was an inspirational figurehead, and lots of tributes flooded in for the giant of Formula One. I mean, he left an incredible legacy in the paddock and beyond. I mean, you know, in the 80s and 90s, I think it was something like 114 race victories in total. That's quite something, isn't it? Quite something. Steve. Elven Princess, Lord of the Rings, marries Aragorn, a.k.a. King Elsar, played by Liv Tyler in the films. Okay, I don't actually get that. I'm not too... Oh, Arwen. That's where it comes from. It comes from Lord of the Rings. Does it really? Well, what happens if you've never read Lord of the Rings, like I haven't? You wouldn't know that, would you? But thank you, Salvador, for telling us that. I mean, I should be eternally grateful, but frankly, I couldn't give a 4x. Storm Gollum is coming. Is that Gollum from... Oh, no, is that also from Lord of the Rings? Which was the one in Harry Potter? Who was the one who sort of sat in... Was that... Oh, that was Dobby. Dobby. What, he was the house elf? What does that mean? Didn't he appear in Harry Potter's house or something? I just remember him sort of... Dobby says, but I don't know... Was he an animation or was he a puppet? An animation. So he wasn't physically there. They didn't actually see him. He's a bit like Paddington when they made the Paddington films. It's a fairly scary... In fact, most of the stuff in Harry Potter was fairly scary, wasn't it? I mean, some of the things that were going on... Poor little Harry Potter, honestly. I mean, he'd have a case with HR straight away. Straight away. But, oh, that's Lord... Is Lance Armstrong... Is he Lord Voldemort? No. That's Ralph Fiennes, is it? What's the matter with his nose? Why's he got a funny nose? Has he had a cosmetic surgery job and it's gone wrong? Michael Jackson's surgeon. Some of the characters are very frightening, but we did like Harry Potter. He was good. They seemed like a nice little team, didn't they, really? So Dobby was the house elf. Don't mean anything to my listeners. My listeners are going, what in God's name are you talking about, Steve? And the answer is, I have no idea. Do you know 44% of you make your own Christmas cards? It's just too cheap to buy the things nowadays, isn't it? But I have seen people do it. I had a producer once, and I was taking the mickey out of people who made Christmas cards, and he said to me, my mum makes her own Christmas cards. I went, I'm sure she's marvellous. I'm sure she's wonderful. 23% buy wooden toys instead of plastic. I wish that, yeah, we had some wooden toys, but not very many. I think it was mainly plastic, actually. And 24% of you have stockpiled food and gifts. 27% are hungover from Christmas Eve. I'm not if it's going to be as cold as this, thank you very much indeed. Because I'm with you on Christmas Day and Boxing Day this year, which is very exciting. 7 till 10. We shall, sorry? Yeah, it's a what? Lion. It is a lie. Well, I shall still wake up at the normal time. And I'm driving in as well. Because it's a weekend, so... I can't remember whether there's papers on one. I think there might be papers on Boxing Day. Not that I think it would make any difference to my programme, whether I had a set of papers or I didn't have a set of papers. I can probably get by. Some people couldn't get by, but I think I could probably just about manage. 14% of you will wait till their child turns 10 to tell them the truth about Father Christmas. What, that he's still single? Is there a Mrs. Christmas? I think there was a film. I think he's a confirmed bachelor, isn't he? I mean, he likes elves and people who make toys for him. I mean, he's not really a taskmaster. I don't think so. 20% won't tell the kids the truth about Father Christmas. All right, so he's single, okay? And he makes toys, and he makes them in the North Pole, and he could be making the toys just for you, and he's very clever. And I've met him. I've met him on a few occasions. And I love him. Steve, I've seen on the news here the storms you had in the UK. A lady was having a cigarette. A tree fell through the roof of the pub. She was lucky she wasn't inside. Yes, we had a lot of that, uprooted trees. Because sometimes people buy a house and it looks lovely. And it's got in the front garden the biggest tree you've ever seen. There's one on Richmond Green, a huge tree. And you think, if there was a really bad storm and that came down, that'd take your house out. I'd have to have the tree cut down, I'm afraid. But Cheryl Pound took her cigarette break after 1:30am today outside the Star Pub in Bridgend in Wales. Not Bridgend, Bridgend, with chaotic 98-mile-an-hour storm Arwens raging on around her. And so the tree crashed through the roof inches from where she was. She said the cigarette saved her life. And there's a picture of it. And I mean, you know, all of a sudden, I mean, she's 55. It must have been a nasty shock. All you'd hear was it would just crash. I mean, so CCTV captured 2 members of staff peeking round the corner as the tree trunk snapped in 2. The tree toppled down just where she was standing after the pub shut and the punters cleared out. Frightening, isn't it? Absolutely frightening. I'm glad I've had nothing. I have been out there in a storm before now. Ruins your hair. All of a sudden, your hair goes to pieces. It was like, you know, I look like some sort of tousled, you know, surfer or Lily Savage, depending on which one you're keen on. I feel a bit sorry for a father and son. Jamie Wood and his son Jackson, who's 5, were in a stationary Skoda Fabia. Oh, how hilarious. They've actually got different makes of Skoda now. There isn't just the one. They do quite a few. But they went to a safari park and their car was smashed into by a rhinoceros. Don't argue with rhinos. This one was 1.6 tons. It was a white rhino. The raging female rammed its horn and body into the bonnet and front wing. Dad, Jamie, said it was terrifying. It all happened so quickly. Well, you don't argue with them. If they lose their temper, they'll chase you. And they can move a lot quicker. But Kea charged into, that's what the name of the animal is, charged into Jamie's Skoda before keepers rushed to the rescue. He was left with a £1,500 repair bill. You're not going to get that on your insurance, are you? I don't think so. Her mum had lent him the car for the trip last month. The park keeper said trained keepers escorted the guests involved safely out of the reserve. No injuries were reported to us, except the damage done to the car. Because if you go to Windsor, is it Windsor? Yeah, they've got no, perhaps it isn't Windsor, Woburn or something. Anyway, they've got a monkey enclosure. They will rip trim from your car, I promise you. Once they start ripping it back, they take it all. They've got an obsession with anything bright and shiny. And so you drive in, you stay in your car, and they say, keep the window wound up whilst you're watching the monkeys destroying your car. I mean, you know, some of them, they are going to be trained enough very shortly to jack your car up and take your wheels. You know, you'll be left sitting there going, help! And all you have to do is beep your horn, and a man comes along in a Land Rover that looks like a rhinoceros. What? Looks like a zebra, actually. It doesn't look like a rhinoceros at all. It's a zebra. All right, so I made a mistake. Can't be perfect, but I'm as good as you're going to get at this time of the morning.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC.
Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast on LBC. Harry Potter, says Lawrence. Listen to the Stephen Fry audiobooks if you want the real experience. The films are positively mediocre in comparison. Oh, I should imagine Stephen would be brilliant at doing I like people doing narrations. I've got lots of... my favourite is Katharine Hepburn doing her own autobiography, and she's got a lot of vibrato in her voice, which is very good, actually. So lots of toys. How much are you going to spend today? 2.4 million a minute in a record spending spree, which, strange enough, is not as much as Jeff Bezos is making. He's making 8.5 million a minute, I think. So 2.4 million a minute day. Over 50 a shopping online spree. People didn't want to miss out, so they're buying all sorts of things. What with Black Friday, they reckon taking 1.93 billion, and Boxing Day, 1.78 billion. Rod Stewart was out on the town the other day. He took his 16-year-old out. They went to, I think it was Nobu. Imagine going, it's Rod Stewart, because he couldn't dress down. He can only sort of be Rod Stewart. $142 million, $142,000 per minute. Oh, right. Which one? Does he own Amazon? Right. What's the other very rich one? Who's that other very rich one? Elon Musk. What does he earn? Does he earn a lot of money? It works out, actually, at $142,000 per minute, 667. So that's 6.25 billion a month. 6.25 billion a month? Good God in heaven. That's an absolute fortune. 1.44 billion per week. Wow. 205 million a day. 8.56 million an hour. Oh, that we could all be so rich. If he sleeps for 8 hours, who's this? Is this Elon Musk? Bezos. He'll earn 62 million if he sleeps for 8 hours. I could sleep for 8 hours. Do you think they give me 62 million? I shouldn't think so. But, so Rod Stewart was out on the town. He's still not talking to Elton John, or Elton John's not talking to him, because Elton has his Queenie fits. And it's a case of he's not talking to anybody. But they've been like this on and off for years and years. Although somebody says, I have a feeling they'll never truly bury the hatchet. Well, they probably might do, actually. Danny Jones is counting down the days until December the 25th after grabbing himself some Christmas goodies. He's a guest with James Martin. And he's bagged himself a massive cooked ham. Oh, I love a cooked ham. They're quite with chips. A cooked ham with chips. They're very nice. Crinkle cut chips. I like crinkle cut chips, yeah. I haven't had chips for a little while, actually. I do like gammon, yeah, as well. I'm not big on it, but I mean, I've had it. I don't know what I fancy, actually. I don't know what I fancy for lunch day. Now you've got me thinking about food again. Perhaps I'll have a curry. I quite fancy a curry. Well, why not for breakfast? Why should you not be able to have You're judging me. You're allowed to have curry for breakfast, aren't you? You know, I mean, in fact, that's the best time to have a curry over mashed potato. Mashed potato and curry. And then the sauce, either tikka masala sauce or something like that. I'm not really supposed to have sauce, but I'll do it as an experiment. See how long it takes me to become ill. Like it's the fried bread, isn't it, syndrome all over again. I shouldn't have had it. I was a fool to myself. I had it with bacon and a sausage and some beans. And a cappuccino. But as soon as I'd eaten it, I thought, no, you shouldn't, Steve, you shouldn't really be having this. I talk to myself, but people think I can always get a good table in a restaurant because everybody avoids me like the plague. Because I talk to myself. But Danny Jones, he said, I've got this huge ham that's full of marmalade from James Martin from when I filmed his Christmas Day shows. Oh, full of marmalade. I'm not sure about that. Marmalade? Oh, right. You're a fruit. Yeah. I think if I was going to have a ham, I'd be putting cloves into it. And things like that, probably painting it with some, I don't know. Perhaps I wouldn't, actually. ABBA might go and work in Vegas. 3 Vegas hotels have started a bidding war for them to go and perform their album over there, which I think they will, which is called Voyage. Voyage, voyage, oh yeah. So I've not listened to it yet, no. I'm saving it as a treat. I'm driving down to my brother's tomorrow for this garden centre thing. And I'm going to play it in the car tomorrow. Really, really loud. I mean, pumping through my speakers so much that the doors will be going... sucked in and out, actually. The perfect job involves a 26... This is what they've done. They've done a survey, actually. 2,000 workers. And they said, what would be your perfect job? And they've said 26 hours a week with a salary of $44,000 a year. And working for a boss who likes a pint. And that's about it. But other requirements for the ideal role are regular reviews and pay rises, a day off on your birthday, and free hot drinks. Free hot drinks. We get the free hot drinks anyway here. And a 26-hour week. I mean, that's... I do that probably in about 2 weeks. Yeah, all right, I make a big deal. It's not 15 hours, is it? It is 15 hours. Having 29 days of paid holiday a year and a good office view were also on the wish list. Well, I don't have any of that. But according to the survey, the 10 ideal work benefits: casual office wear. I quite like the sort of the tailored look, which I've got at the moment. Yeah, printed dinner jacket. Training opportunities, chances to advance, free tea and coffee. I thought that's stazzy. Most people, imagine them charging. That'd be ridiculous. The chances to learn and a good training, health and dental insurance. Yeah, very important. Day off on your birthday, bonuses for great work, excellent pension and regular pay rises. You can imagine what these people... And also a supportive boss was a regular mentioned requirement of a dream job, for instance. The work's culture, from friendly colleagues to clear communication, was found to be the big factor too, with 36% believing that's more important than the salary. Ha! Ha! You're joking, of course. Good Lord above, honestly. I think if you did a survey round any places now, what's more important? Colleagues and their support of you, or a salary? I think it's a no-brainer, Steve. Let's not bother with that one, shall we? Also, a mum was killed as she fled across a dual carriageway following a row with a man. I mean, I wouldn't have thought you'd go anywhere near motorways. They frighten me. This particular woman was hit by a car during 50 miles an hour as she scaled a 7-foot fence and crossed the central reservation at night. She'd been arguing with the man before her death on the A380 at Newton Abbot in Devon. How dreadful. And sort of dark at night. I mean, what was the car doing? Driving along with no lights on? I suppose you don't really expect to see somebody running in front of you on a motorway, do you? That would be the last thing you'd be thinking of. Daytime Telegem, Cash in the Attic, is set for a reboot. I can't remember what Cash in the Attic was. So, did they go and find stuff and then sell it? Is that what it was? I'm not sure now. And apparently the format remains unchanged, with the focus still firmly on finding hidden treasures in contestants' homes. And they've got Chris Kamara. Oh, not again. That'll be a bit dull and boring. And Jules Hudson, who we like. So it'll be very interesting. Jules says, I'm very excited and very proud to be returning to host Cash in the Attic. Can't wait to get back into attics and auction rooms across the country. They've got no new ideas. Have you noticed? There's absolutely nothing new at all. It's ridiculous. Beat the Chasers' Anne Hegarty said she can't wait to begin filming DNA Journey so she can uncover secrets from her past. Can't imagine what they're going to be. Isn't that that's who you think you are, isn't it, really? The TV Quizmaster will be joined by Sean Wallace as she delves into her Irish heritage for the ITV show. She said, I want to know more about my grandfather's parents. I want to know more about the Hegartys before they came over to England. And there's a mystery about my gran that I want to know as well. Well, so she's Irish. Anne Hegarty is Irish. She said, I assume he came here during the potato famine, but I don't know what happened to the rest of them. Well, you'll be finding out. You'll be finding out. And so, do you know what your heritage... Do I know what my heritage is? No. Well, apart from the fact I'm British, no, not really. Working class family. Yeah, salt of the earth. Up the apples and pears. Yeah, very much. No, I was born in Bromley, which I thought fairly posh compared to where the rest of the family came from. It always makes me laugh, actually, when I talk about Bromley, because people go, have you been to Bromley? I said, well, I was born there, but I can't remember anything about it. And the rest of the family were all round Ilford, Gants Hill, places like that. You know, sort of Essex boy. Yeah. I've always identified with Essex. Always. I quite like it. It's got some beautiful little villages in Essex. I mean, you know, people go, Essex, so it's all full of all those old tarts, isn't it, from Towie? And you go, no, it's not like that at all. I promise you. You get some of these, you won't find anybody in Essex who looks like this lot. Seriously, if you find anybody who looks like Chloe Sims, let me know. Because I've never seen it at all. But there's some beautiful, beautiful villages. I mean, really, some of them are so pretty. You're going to stop off and have a little drink in a pub and sort of watch cricket being played on the green. You know, while somebody's jacking your car up and nicking your wheels, you know. But no, we've always had a nice time down there. We like it. And I was talking to Mr. Neil the other day, because he's fairly near where my godchildren are, because they're sort of round Stansted way. And he's not too far away at all, actually. So we had a good old chat the other day. Do you know there's a child obesity epidemic? They were talking about it. I heard people talk about it on LBC. I've heard them talking about it on the television. 3 mums say school practice of weighing pupils, then alerting parents, is outdated and damaging. I didn't know they did. Were you ever weighed at school, Joe? Did you ever go into school one day and they went, oi, come here, just stand on this weigh bridge? No, I don't remember being weighed at school either. I mean, we did gym, you know, as per usual, but they say obese children as young as 2 years old will be sent to NHS clinics to help them lose weight. What are they eating at 2 years old that means that they put on a lot of weight? It must be fast food. It must be pizzas, you know, stuff like that, chips, everything, kebab meat. Yeah, I know. I haven't had that for a little while now. Well, a few days. But when you look at sort of kids, you know, I think the aim is, to make the parents feel guilty. Because they never say, you know, they always say, oh, we eat healthily, we eat right size, but we don't, do we? It's like if you're having a drink at home, if you're an adult and you're having a drink, if you poured yourself what they would serve you in a pub, you'd be having a laugh because it wouldn't fill anything at all. So what you do is you free pour, you know, and it might be 2 or 3 shots in a glass of vodka or bottles or something, you know, and that's the way it works. Because nobody ever has these sort of meals which are tailor-made to you, which is a shame, really, isn't it?
Swirling and twirling, weaving and wobbling, swooshing and gliding. Experience the magic of skating at the Queen's House, Greenwich. With breathtaking views in an iconic setting, this is a fantastic festive experience for friends and family. The Queen's House Ice Rink at Royal Museums, Greenwich. Open from November the 23rd to January the 7th. Book your ice skating sessions today. Visit rmg.co.uk/skate.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC.
Morning, 25 to 6. If you don't have to go to work today, don't bother getting out of bed. I'd stay there. It's nice and warm and cosy, and if you go outside, you'll freeze to death. Freeze to death. Steve, what are these light therapy glasses that Mick Jagger is wearing, says Paul? What are they supposed to do? I don't know, I saw a picture of them, and he's standing on a balcony. He's in Paris, I think. And I can remember looking at them. Wait a minute, let's see if I can find them again, actually. I probably won't. But it's I looked at them and I wasn't sure if they're being worn for their lovely appearance or whether they're being worn because they do something that no other glasses do. Because I do like a pair of sunglasses, but these don't look like a pair of sunglasses, which is a bit of a shame. Look at this, honestly. How much noise can you make turning the pages over? So instead, there we are. What are they? They're priced between 130 and £300. They cast an artificial blue light over your face and eyes, which it is claimed improves mood, regulates sleep and eases depression, anxiety, chronic pain and seasonal affective disorder. I mean, please, honestly, what a blue light. I ask you. Some people will fall for anything, won't they? Anyway, maybe they hold the key to the rocker's youthful energy, or perhaps it's all down to dating a woman 44 years his junior. I suspect that's more it. How can you keep these things on in bed? I mean, it's just basically a blue light. It doesn't improve mood or regulate sleep and ease depression. It's a blue... I sit under a blue light every day. And it's never... Sorry. Calm down, Stephen, calm down. But, I mean, he was sort of... I think it's the love of a good woman, Melanie. I mean, to be honest with you, she looks like she can wear him out in about 10 minutes. I mean, she looks a little bit like she's his carer. But the good news is she's a ballerina. So if you're going to be a ballerina, you've got to be super-duper fit nowadays. I mean, super-duper fit. And so Mick is out there. I mean, how old is he now? 78, 79? Something like that, I think. He's a father of 8. 78 he is. 78. So rocking these glasses. I mean, to be honest with you, if something claims they can regulate sleep and ease anxiety, why does it take them up until the year 2022 to come up with it? We've all had... I've had blue Christmas tree lights before now. I don't sit under that and my mood changes dramatically. If anything, you get colder and colder, don't you? As indeed it will be getting, actually, because the snow is going to bring chaos as the Arctic shot kicks in. Plus. Oh, sorry, Anthea Turner. We've done her, haven't we, really? And bargain mad Brits are on course to blow. They say today you're going to spend £3.4 billion. Because the thing I'm obsessed with... Oh, here's a picture. There we are. I knew there was a picture of Rod Stewart out with his son. It was his 16th birthday, and they took him to Nobu. Rod dressed up in... Can you imagine turning up? It's Rod Stewart and his son, who's 16. They have another son, Aidan, who's 10, and Rod has 6 other children. Little bit busy, I think. Little bit busy. But ever since I've downloaded the app for my bank, I absolutely love it. I'm obsessed with it. I go on it every single day. There is never a day or an hour that I don't look at it. And a friend of mine helped me onto it, and I can see in my accounts literally instantly. In fact, I'm looking now at my savings account, another savings account, my spending account, which is my weekly allowance, counting the zeros, and then I've got another thing, and then I've got how much I owe on my MasterCard, and then what's in my investment account. And I find it fascinating. It's so clever. And also, if I then spend money, like I did yesterday, had my breakfast, I put it onto the card, and immediately up on the front page it goes, so-and-so has just been charged. So nobody can ever use my card. Do I ever pay with my phone? No, I don't trust that. I wouldn't trust playing with my phone. I also can't do touch. I think my card's given up on the touch thing. Safer than card, is it? Yeah, but I have to put the card physically into the machine. So perhaps I should phone up the bank and say, can I get another card? Because I like doing touch. I want contactless. I've got it on the card, but for some reason it's not working. Get a new one, yeah. I mean, I don't mind putting it in and then typing in a number. That's all right. I can cope with that, just about. So, light therapy glasses. Listen, that's like people who they suffer from SAD, seasonal affective disorder. We used to mention on LBC years and years ago a light box. And it was just a box which had some tubes in it, like fluorescent tubes, and people used to sit in front of that because apparently people got depressed when it became a little bit dull and overcast. And I know the feeling. I've been there before. Apparently, Rob says the blue light filters do work and they're now included on all mobile phones. Are they? I've got no blue filters on my phone. You got blue filters on your phone? No, none of us have, I'm afraid, Rob. Nobody's got those. So looking at it before bed doesn't affect your sleep as much. No, I'm sorry, I don't know what you're talking about. Absolute drivel. I've never heard anything like it. I mean, you can buy a light filter for your phone separately. It doesn't come included. And my trolley dolly, Wayne, says, regarding the listener who hit turbulence, they definitely wouldn't have dropped 600 feet. That's virtually unheard of on in-flight safety history. Aircraft fly with a minimum separation of 1,000 feet, and only incredibly rare severe turbulence would have caused it to drop 600 feet. It would have felt very uncomfortable, what was likely to be only like driving over a bump in the road. If it dropped 600 feet, the flight would have to divert, as it would be such a major event. See, always know the experts. These people know these things. Can't pull the wool over our eyes. Da, 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 da. Blue lights on your telephone. Have you heard of such a thing? Yeah. I had a thing years ago. I had a phone, and I'd always wanted, I like lights, and you could buy a kit, and you could buy a little screwdriver, and you could take your phone apart in the early days, and you swapped it with this plastic case, and mine was a slider. You know, you used to slide the bottom of it out, and it was filled with little tiny lights. So when my phone rang, the whole phone twinkled. Was I popular in pubs? Let me tell you. People say, where'd you get that from, mate? Where'd you get that from? Because somebody showed it to me and I went, want. I became like a man possessed. Wanted. And so I had this phone for ages, and it was a Nokia. That's all I remember. But it was a slider, and the lights went all the way round the inside of it. It was absolutely fantastic. Mind you, I also collect lighters, which have got lights inside. Highly dangerous, the combination of petrol and electricity, as you can well imagine. But so when you open the lid of like a Zippo lighter, it all lights up inside. Really good. I love stuff like that. As I say, I went out to buy some Christmas lights the other day. They had a special offer on. And so as opposed to £70, I got them for £52 for 2,000 lights. So I think on the tree, indoors, there'll be 4,000 lights this year. Never have too many lights. Also, we are very near Heathrow, so the planes can land on the patio if they really put the brakes on before they skid into flat number 1. Marginally entertaining. Do they flash? Oh, yeah, I wouldn't have static lights. I only have lights. I only have coloured, and they also have got to do 8 different variations. Yeah, they've got to. I mean, I've tried static lights before. Very dull and boring. Very dull. But what I want is all the colour changing bulbs, and I've got a set of those as well. So it's bulbs that do about 4 or 5 different colours now. They're very sophisticated. Very sophisticated. So you can have a tree that's all white, and then it can go to different colours. That Barrymore used to get. Also, what was the other thing I was saying? I found the other day on the YouTube channel again, Freddie Starr's Palladium appearance, where he took the place by storm because he was doing impressions and fell over and did Mr. Grimsdale and all that kind of. I don't do impressions, as you can well imagine. And he did the Mick Jagger impression, which was very good. You know, pretended to be an ape, I think, at one point. But he brought the house down. He really did. It was a classic case, and you don't see it very often, as anybody will tell you in the business. You know, of somebody who literally goes on stage, relatively unknown, and walks off a star. It happens on very few occasions. Steve, it's very cold outside. Listen, you're telling me something I don't know. Telling me something I don't know. I know it's very cold outside. Yeah, that's it, yeah. I'm going to tell you what it's going to be. Dum, da, dum, dum, da, dum. And then he bangs his head on the microphone. He does all the cod bits you could ever think of. And he brings the house down. And this was done in front of royalty. 1970 was the date. And I should imagine, 50 years ago, any other comedians thinking of going on after that, they must be going, I don't think we'll bother now, because he just nailed it. It was one of those rare, he went round the bend, of course, eventually. And it was everything was contrived. It was all beautifully executed, beautifully put together, and you find it on YouTube. Just put in Freddie Starr, Palladium 1970, and it was his first real big appearance, and the one that launched him into superstardom, and then he went completely mad. Completely mad. University boffins have issued a warning to students that Robert Louis Stevenson's classic novel Kidnapped contains depictions of abduction. Oh, God. Shocker there, isn't it, really? I don't know how people get round anything. Apparently, the same uni told students Shakespeare's play Julius Caesar, written more than 400 years ago and set in 44 BC, features sexist attitudes and has a plot that centres on a murder. No kidding. Sherlock. No kidding. Tory MP Andrew Bridgen says it appears the University of Aberdeen has gone completely over the top with warnings on much-loved literary classics. Well, you know what students are like. Have another drink. Yeah, we can't have Robert Louis Stevenson anymore. We really can't. The University of Aberdeen. The same uni told... Oh, I've done that one as well. The uni advised lecturers that students expressed a strong preference for warnings on potentially distressing and emotionally challenging novels, plays and poems. Oh, diddums. Oh, bless their little hearts. You've got to look after those students. Once you've got them off the drink and the drugs, we should be okay. Honestly, it was written 400 years ago, for God's sake. Where's it going wrong?
This is LBC.
Steve, rocking show. Rocking, says Carol on the Costa. Relight boxes, that's why I moved here to the Costa del Solas. SAD, seasonal affective disorder, was affecting me badly. Was off to the depression pills within a year, and I've not looked back, which is very good. Very, very good indeed. But you're right, it's because it goes, when it gets dark and overcast, and I thought over the weekend we were going to get tons of snow, because it went quite gloomy. Admittedly, I had my sunglasses on. And, celebrity, thank you. And I remember thinking, I think the heavens are going to open. It's going to chuck out a load of snow. And then this morning I walked out. There was frost on top of the car, but it was freezing cold. Freezing cold. And I thought, wow, this is the first time we've had frost on the car for ages and ages. There's a dog walker here called Wayne Woolard. There's no reason why I mention his name or that he's 55, but he and his terrier pup were attacked by a crow. A crow on Southsea Common in Portsmouth. I didn't know crows attacked anybody. A crow, they attacked him and his dog. Poor little soul. What sort of, well, it just says a terrier pup. And there, you get some, a friend of mine had a terrier pup called Lulu. And sadly not with us anymore. They don't seem to live very long, actually, dogs nowadays. Wasn't killed by a crow, though. But I've never heard of that. I mean, they're quite big, crows. A seagull I could have expected, but definitely nothing else. Do you remember the pictures of Madonna the other week in the paper we had where she was falling out of her bra again for about the umpteenth time? And somebody's written to the Daily Star. Sorry? Stuck under the bed looking for... And you think, oh, dear, a little bit tacky. And somebody says, please, Madonna, put him away. You're 63. I know. I don't know why she does it, actually. I suppose it's sort of the exhibitionist streak that people have if they're in the business. A dealer hid drugs in a Kinder Egg after going into a shop to evade the police. Robert McConnell, 42 of Scarborough, admitted having heroin and crack cocaine with intent to supply. And that's why we sent him to prison for 3 years. You know, if he kept it quiet and just said it was for his own use, they probably wouldn't have sent him to prison for as long as that. And pupils as young as 14 are gambling thousands of pounds on cryptocurrencies while at school. They're using smartphones to invest in currencies like Bitcoin, even though it's illegal for anybody under the age of 18. Some are gambling as much as 10 grand to get rich quick and show off to their mates. Year 13 pupils are trading 5 to 10 grand. It's a highly deprived area, so 5,000 is a very significant amount. I should imagine 1,000 would be a significant amount. That's it. The things they do now, it's all changed since my day. You know, all we want to do is get outside and bounce our balls up against a wall. You know, we didn't think anything else about it at all. Simple. It's a much simpler times. Piece of chalk, you know, doing leapfrog over, you know, people. And hopscotch was very popular. Skipping ropes, very popular. There's a new show called Killer Camp. I've never heard of it, actually, but they said feast your eyes on these TV hunks. Well, obviously somebody needs to go to Specsavers because there's not one hunk among them, I'm afraid. And one of them could end up as Katie Price's next fella. It seems that the 3 times married former glamour model is a fan of what's been dubbed the scariest ever reality TV show because she got engaged to last year's winner, Carl Woods, who was pleading the other day for people to buy his cars. Can't imagine why. But anyway, now they've got Jordan, Gabe and Clyde. Show Business Insiders are joking that one could end up as the next Mr. Price. Show starts tonight on ITV2 and runs for 8 nights. And these are supposed to be hunks, are they? How sad and tragic. How sad and tragic, ladies and gentlemen. Comedy couple John Richardson and Lucy Beaumont are hosting a Christmas sleepover. Joining them under the covers after the boozy bash will be Roy Sin, Romesh Ranganathan and Rob Beckett. These are all these Christmas shows which they're coming up with because, you know, they like doing Christmas shows, but they don't need to put these people on these shows, much as though we love Romesh Ranganathan. because he does some really interesting programmes. He's doing that's right, because he's hosting the Weakest Link. You are the Weakest Link. Goodbye. I was watching her the other day on Countdown. I get the feeling her brain's not quite there. I've watched the programme very carefully, and she goes, "Oh, so and so," and I'm not sure if I believe this row that they've tried to build up between her and the girl who does the numbers. I don't think it's there. I think it's it's just ridiculous. Keeping up with the Taliban. This is a story from Afghanistan. The reality TV star facing death threats. Really, wouldn't want to go anywhere near the Taliban, would you? Living in the dark ages, poor old souls. Scientists confident they'll defeat the latest COVID variant as they race to keep Omicron at bay. AstraZeneca teams are conducting tests in African hotspots so that the company's jab can quickly be tweaked if necessary. They're very clever. Very clever. Although Sajid Javid insisted Christmas is going to be great, insisting it will be Christmas as usual. Somebody was... they'd been down to Trafalgar Square to buy something, a sausage in a roll. And they'd taken a picture of it, and it appeared in the papers the other day. And somebody had said, this is just rubbish. The sausage is supposed to fit the roll. The rolls are so small, your sausage hangs over both ends of it. Seriously, it just looks ridiculous. It's because they're cheap and they can't afford to buy the next rolls up. So they buy these only 5-inch little Submariner things, and they put an 8-inch sausage in it. Well, you're going to hang over, aren't you? Ridiculous, honestly. Reminded me of a certain celebrity, but I couldn't mention it. Shortages of bus drivers are far higher than previously indicated. Workers are leaving because of low pay and long hours. I don't know, every time I get on a bus to go from Twickenham to Kingston, they seem to swap drivers. I've only done about 3 stops, and they halfway through they just go, your driver is swapping, and I just want them just to get out and swap over, but they've got to put key numbers in, they've got to do, and you sit there and you think, what is it? They always do it when I'm getting on it. Can't they drive for very long without having to change the bus? I mean, why not do it at the bus garage? But they don't. And sometimes you have to wait for the new driver to arrive because he's too busy having a fag and a chat to his mates. I get very cross. Then they have to adjust the seat. Then they've got to get out of the seat and adjust the mirror. Then I don't say anything. I sit at the back there quietly fuming on the telephone with the blue light, trying to calm myself down. You will sleep, Steve. It'll be fantastic. Talking of stealing the show, a comedian called Chris McCausland went down a storm at this year's RVP. The audience at the Royal Albert Hall loved him. The show will be on ITV in December. Bill Bailey and hosted this year by Alan Carr, who's also very good. I can't bear Alan Carr. He's a blind comedian, isn't he? Yeah. This is Chris. Yeah, I've seen him. I saw clips of it, actually. He's a blind comedian. He does all the usual blind gags because he can, because he's blind. Steve, my contactless card stopped as well. Ordered a new one and it was the same. Turns out after so many transactions, you need to put the card in and enter the PIN again. It doesn't bother me to do that. I'm quite happy to do it. Quite happy to put it in and enter the number. Which is good. And I like it. A little bit dubious about just touching something and then it sort of deducts the money. But I do check my accounts on an hourly basis. I'll sit on the train this morning checking them just to make sure that nobody's taken any money out. Yeah, it's all still there. Don't want to lose that little investment, offshore. I wish. 180 million back, can you imagine? Oh, somebody won that 137 million. Somebody won it the other day. I hated them. I don't know who they are. They didn't say, they just said somebody won it. So this week it's 14 million. Who wants 14 million? No, thank you very much indeed. And then they put all these other adverts on the tip for all these other, the postcode lottery and all the other things. And you go, oh, good, does that pay millions? No. There was one of them, I think, for a dog charity or a cat charity or a diabetes charity. They say, and the top weekly prize of 5,000 quid. I thought, you're having a laugh, aren't you? 5,000 quid. I wouldn't be buying a ticket if the amount of money you could win is £5,000. Thank you very much indeed. So here is this lovely lady. She's a pensioner called Brenda Matthews. She's 76. She began collecting handkerchiefs at the age of 8, nearly 7 decades on. She's got this vast collection of 4,500, including one from the Somme, and others containing secret escape maps. She's quite clearly mad. Collecting handkerchiefs. She's got I do. Yeah, but hers are all coloured handkerchiefs. I mean, some of them are quite beautiful. They're like little works of art. The collection includes hankies from Queen Victoria's Diamond Jubilee, the Boer War, both World Wars, and historic Olympic Games. One favourite is a brown hanky from First War I soldier Frederick William Taylor, bearing his initials and taken to wipe his brow at the Battle of the Somme. And one of the oldest is a Fulton's military handkerchief from 1886, used to impart military instructions to infantry. It contains life-saving tips like how to shelter and a guide to trumpet calls. How useful. How useful. Is that good? I mean, so they are really works of art, hers. They're not, for blowing your nose on. Definitely not. It's like the Steve Allen tea towel. I mean, you wouldn't actually use it as a tea towel. Definitely not. Other stories in the papers today. It's the toys for the children at Christmas. It's the toys that your kids are going to want to buy, and I'm thinking, make them wait. Make them wait. However, there are things that you can do before Christmas. You can buy a board game. We don't play enough board games, do we? Do you know that? There are games in pubs. You go into the pub and they'll all play board games, which is very popular. Ludo, Snakes and Ladders, and Monopoly, my favourites. You could create a new mocktail. You could take time out, have an hour off from the electric screens, because I'm convinced after a while you're driving yourself around the bend. You spend all the time glued to your telephone, and I've started watching YouTube things, watching the battery life going down quite quickly, actually. Quite quickly. But it's the volume that I can't cope with at the moment. It's not as loud as I want it to be. And I've gone maximum. I know how to turn the volume up. Hello, I'm not that stupid. But, I'm kind of getting there. I'm getting there.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC.
Morning. Do you know an academic is going to get 80 grand of your money to do what? To accuse MPs of spreading moral panic over China. £80,000 we're giving him. Oh, seriously, I think the world's gone mad. I'm living in a different place, actually, now. A different sort of universe. Still to come, rise of the Menopause Employment Tribunal and the 2 years jail which they're going to bring in. They're considering this. They haven't got round to it yet, so it's another one that'll drag out for ages. For people who photograph women who are breastfeeding. I didn't even know that. Somebody was sitting in the window of Starbucks the other day, breastfeeding. In the window, and I thought, I don't want to go there because it's what people want to do and all that. But who would stand outside and take a photograph? I couldn't quite get to grips with that. But they're hoping to make it so that 2 years in jail. But it's they're also looking at this upskirting as well. By the same, we've gone mad, completely and utterly mad. So I think Stella Creasy said she'd been photographed whilst feeding her baby daughter on a train in North London. So they're hoping to bring this in. But they take such a long time, don't they? They go, we're going to bring this in, and then a years later we're going, and I think you're bringing this in, and I think bringing it in, and do this, and we're going to stop this happening. Loads of tough talk from Priti Patel, but no physical action, I'm afraid, which is always a little bit embarrassing. Apps run down your battery if your phone is old, says Ian. Yeah, all right. He said, I decided I had to get a new phone when mine was about 6 years old, and it got to the point... wait a minute, it's gone. Got to the point got to the point that if I used the Uber app, by the time I'd left the apartment and found the car, the phone was almost dead. I used to have that years ago, but I haven't upgraded my phone for years. And perhaps I should do, but it seems to work perfectly well. I mean, I'm not bothered. I know how to charge it up. I think Apple, says Ian, make their products so they stop working after a certain period. Well, actually, do you know that they can invent a light bulb that lasts forever? But they choose not to, because otherwise you wouldn't buy light bulbs anymore. You just buy the one. But I agree, actually. Slightly longer for a laptop, or 5 years. At the moment, my laptop is absolutely fine. Absolutely. Well, it's not a laptop. No, it's not a laptop, because somebody asked me about that the other day. It's don't know what they call it. Not a laptop. What's the other? No, it's not an iPad. No, it's just a screen with a separate keyboard. Computer, thank you. It's a computer. It's a computer. I've got a computer. Look at me like that. Yeah, well done me. Well done me. Happy Monday, Steve, says Britt. Loving the show as always. It's my twins, Bradley and Chloe's 23rd birthday today. Could you wish them happy birthday? Roll on Christmas Day morning. Dinner prepping with you on Christmas Day is the best. Yes. Yes, I'm expecting you all there. And if you don't, I should expect a note from your parents at the same time. I won the weakest link, Steve. I won £1,870. I love Anne Robinson. They checked with me first if I minded her taking the mickey out of me. I didn't mind at all for £1,870, says John, who's in Peacehaven near Brighton. 1,000. Yeah, they have to ask you because, one of these days somebody's going to turn around to, the Jeremy Kyle show we don't have anymore. But I remember thinking they've all signed a disclaimer on the programme for him to shout obscenities and go right into their face and go, you knew she was pregnant. I used to think, oh, my goodness, the audience were fairly scary. Why nobody ever laid him out? I've got no idea. They were the audience was scared. And they were booing and hissing, like going to the Roman games. It really was ridiculous. Nicholas in Chiswick says, I've won on the health lottery. Yeah, but how much? How much did you win on the health lottery? Because I won on the lottery last week, but it was only about 15 quid. But I think that's what Joe won. He won some money. Did you win some money? Oh, what a shame. Steve, my wife, says Big Frank, has stitched my Steve Allen tea towel to my pillow, making a Steve Allen pillowcase. How about that for an idea for next year's item? Good for you. Vivian Walpole in Suffolk says, nearly burnt my ironing listening to you, Steve. You make me laugh and happy. So have a lovely Monday. Do you know if they're going to make another Mrs. Brown's Boys Christmas special this year? They've got two. They've got two specials. Yes, two specials. It's a desktop. There you go. It's a desktop. People laughing, honestly. And Denise says, my daughter Chloe and I were laughing at the weekend, talking about you in your pants falling asleep eating Chinese. That was funny, actually. I didn't think it was funny at the time. I thought I'd hemorrhaged. When you look up and find you've got all this red sauce stuck to your legs with bits of pineapple as well, I thought, where's that come from? Wasn't too sure. Sorry. Palace lawyers on standby for the Sussexit documentary. We're not sure how you pronounce that. We think Sussexit is about as good as you're going to get documentary. Because on stage again, the world's most boring couple telling you about all sorts of things, because apparently Megxit is sexist. She's complained again. But they are the shy retiring couple. As long as they stay in America, nobody cares. Just get on with it. And so Prince Harry recently said the word Megxit used by the British press to describe the decision by him and wife Meghan to quit their royal duties was a misogynistic term that was created by a troll. Because he's so bright, he knows all these things. Which troll? Who is it? Where has somebody come up with this from? I should imagine any journalist could put that together in about a second. But as a result, the BBC bosses have chosen not to use the title on Monday night's episode of the Princes and the Press, according to reports. I mean, who cares? I don't want to read that, watch that sort of stuff. So it's now called Sussexit. Sussexit. You try saying it. It's not easy. England's roads laid bare the dire state of them last night by figures on potholes. Apparently, between July and September, the RAC attended 1,810 car failures caused by potholes, the highest third quarter for a year. Somebody tried to turn around in Twickenham High Street the other day, but the bit running down the middle of the road was a bit too high for them. It nearly took the bottom of their car off. I laughed. I couldn't care less. Seriously, people are that stupid nowadays. And how many more have to die before ministers admit the e-scooters are death traps on two wheels? I told you. I heard Andrew Castle a few weeks ago. He's a big fan. And I just think these things look dangerous. Really. I mean, there's one here. Emily Hartridge was killed when she was thrown from her e-scooter. They're dangerous. You're on the road. You've passed no test. You've got no qualifications to actually ride one. Most of them don't have any insurance. And do I see many around? In the morning, yeah, when I'm waiting. Yeah. And I also see them on these skateboard type things. Again, all illegal. All illegal. The only legal ones are the ones that you rent because they've got the insurance. The rest of them don't have any insurance. Who's going to insure you on something like that? They whiz in and out. They mainly look a bit studenty types. But the stupidest ones, I said last week, you'll see an adult on there with a child standing in front of them on the same and I'm thinking, are you bloody mad? Sorry. That French keeps slipping out again. I mean, rental e-scooters will be the only way to legally ride an e-scooter on public roads. It'll even be limited to these specific small number of boroughs. It's still illegal to use privately owned e-scooters or other powered transporters on public roads. If you've got a farm, you can ride it up and down to your heart's content. The moment you take it on the pavement or the road, the police should be out there confiscating it and destroying it. And yet you can buy them. They sell them in Costco. They sell these scooters in Costco, and I'm thinking, but they do put a thing up saying only to be used on private land. Well, how many people do you know have got private land? Have you seen them? Well, but these things go really fast. Really, really fast. That's why there's been accidents. That's why people have died. They've caused chaos across the country. And yet the ministry go, everywhere has got a place where they've got their own little parking bay now. It's quite ridiculous. Mainly used by in our case, around our way, by drunk students in the morning. I see them staggering up the road and paying for. I don't know how you pay for them. And so, the relevant laws on e-scooter use on public roads. Anybody using a privately owned e-scooter or other powered transporter is likely to be committing at least one of a number of offences, such as driving a motor vehicle with no insurance. You could be liable for a fixed penalty of £300 and 6 points on your driving licence, if of course they have a driving licence, which they won't have. On pavements, it's generally an offence to drive a motor vehicle. That applies at all times to e-scooters and powered transporters. You can use them on private land with permission from the landowner or occupier. E-scooters rented from the scheme will be permitted to ride on London's public roads and cycle infrastructure in participating boroughs, but not on the pavement. These boroughs will designate no-go areas where e-scooters cannot be ridden and will come to a safe stop, as well as go-slow areas where the speed of e-scooters will be reduced to 8 miles an hour. Well, I see them going much faster, and that's the relevant laws. And do we see the police confiscate? No. If I was a police officer, I'd be there. You, here. Take it away, put them in a crusher, and they get destroyed. Because it's just it's just an accident. And especially the people who put little children on them, who are clinging on to a thing at the front. And I'm thinking, there's nothing to stop them smashing into a wall or into a car or a lorry or something like that. Far too dangerous. Far too dangerous. Dave in South Ockenden says, I've just had to replace the battery on my iPhone 11 Pro at the Apple Store. £69. It's like a new phone. Well worth it. I've never had a battery replaced. I've never had it. I don't know which one mine is, actually. I've got no idea. I'm going to ask him, me. It just looks like an iPhone. So, yeah. Listen, it works. It's got loads of charge in it. It's only if I go to YouTube, the stuff starts going down. Or if I'm chatting away to friends and you sort of forget and you look at it and go, oh, blimey. Very rarely. I always charge it up at night. Which is the best thing to do, isn't it, really? If anybody phones me at night, they've had it, because it won't make any difference. There's a bride here who conned her maid of honour out of 27 grand with false promises of a share in a bogus multi-million-pound inheritance, has been jailed. I should tell you the story of Angela Kitchener with her victim, Nicola Reynolds.
This is LBC.
Martin says, on your iPhone, go to General Settings, and you'll see the exact model you have, which is important if you want to upgrade. The last time I upgraded, I went out with a friend of mine. We bought because I buy my phones. I don't sort of enter into a contract with them. Well, not as far as I know, anyway. And so I own my telephone, and they just transferred it all over for me, and then we just carried on using it, which was perfect. Let me tell you about this bride who conned her maid of honour out of 27 grand. On her wedding day, Angela Kitchener told her best friend, this is how she treats people, Nicola Reynolds, she was about to receive, how people believe this garbage, I've got no idea, £5 million from the sale of her ex-husband's haulage business. Now, of course, the problems began there because her ex-husband didn't have a haulage business, he just drove lorries. But anyway, the 54-year-old pledged to pay off her debts and mortgage as thanks for her friendship, painting a picture of a future filled with new cars and luxury holidays. She later asked the mother of 5, Miss Reynolds, to be the guarantor on a £10,000 loan, telling her she'd pay it back when the £5 million came through. Kitchener said she'd pay off her debts and mortgage, and she and the children would have a good life. So for months, Kitchener, who worked as a quality assessor for a defence contractor, made excuses for why the money had not materialised, say she was waiting for it to be transferred. Now, this goes back to the bloke who lied about winning the lottery. Do you remember? The fantasist, the man who's so barking mad that he's now living in Vietnam with somebody who he's probably conning as well. And he told people that he was waiting, even his wife, who's been dumped on, like, the proverbial ton of bricks. And he said to her, the reason we've not got the money is it's offshore. He claimed £8 million, and they're paying me interest on it. I mean, which of course, you know, if you had half a brain cell, you would realise that the Lotto liar, as he was now known, now hunted by cops for conning 3 heartbroken women. He's just a con artist. He's just a cheap bit of trash. And he just goes out there and he cheats people. He's being hunted by the police. This fantasist, one of the victims, Hazel, who lives with her daughter, said he stole her life savings of almost £63,000. The film starred Martin Kemp and Michelle Collins, but he's on South Yorkshire Police's wanted list. She says, that man has ruined my life. This bride here tried to scam. Taken in, Miss Reynolds agreed to help tide her over, buying her friend a new sofa and television, plus £1,000 worth of clothes. I mean, from next, Kitchener also claimed she'd been diagnosed with terminal cancer. I mean, she was really a nasty little piece of work, was Angela. The following year, Kitchener told Miss Reynolds that her first husband had been killed in a farming accident, and her payout was up to £77 million. I mean, this is what a complete piece of trash she is. But extra paperwork was delaying the money. Anyway, Miss Reynolds, who runs a catering business, became suspicious when she learnt that Kitchener, this is Angela Kitchener, had persuaded another friend to guarantee a loan. Some amateur detective work revealed that far from owning a haulage business, her ex-husband simply drove lorries, and his new wife confirmed that he was alive and well. She admitted 2 counts of fraud. Kitchener comes from Barnsley, and she wept as she was jailed for 3.5 years. Should have been 20. Should have been 20. You know, her victim remains out of pocket. With the court hearing, Kitchener has no income to repay her. She spent it, so she's got nothing at the end of it. She claimed she had terminal cancer. She claimed she was going to get £77 million. Why people believe this garbage, I've got no idea. If it sounds too good to be true, it is too good to be true. But fancy cheating your best friend. I mean, that's about the worst thing you could ever do, isn't it, really? I'd never do it to any of them round here, you know. The nearest I get, a box of mince pies from Iceland, you know. But fancy, I mean, it's the fact that, people would lie about having cancer. Terminal cancer, to get money out of somebody and then say, oh, I'm going to get this from my husband's haulage business. There was no business. Mind you, you'd have thought her best friend would know this. I mean, I know everything about Joe that there is to know. And that I can't glean off the computer, That's the way it works, isn't it, nowadays? But fancy doing it. I mean, 3.5 years in prison. Hope she rots in hell. I mean, God, what a dreadful thing to do to your best friend. That must, and then to con 3 other people in it. I always thought he looked a bit dodgy when I saw him on the television. It started off, it was a bit of fun. He fantasised over winning the lottery. But, of course, his poor wife, who he's dumped, in the corner now, I mean, she was taken in by it. Poor sap, honestly. She went, oh, no, it was his love for me. And he tried that one in court and they didn't believe him. So they sent him to prison again. Born on this day in 1921. Possibly one of the weirdest people I'd ever seen on the television in my entire life. She passed away in 2020. Jackie Stallone. Sylvester Stallone's mother. Yeah, she was born in 1921, yes. They call her the American fitness guru. She was no such thing. She was 99 when she died. She claimed to be Princess Diana's favourite astrologer, but they all do that, don't they? The moment nobody can ever disprove it, because Diana's dead, so you can't prove it. It's a load of old hooey. And she once advised the Duchess of York to marry a rich sheikh. Oh, no, she got Andrew. That was all right. She didn't need to worry about that, did she, really? And there are all these men dressed alike, all very rich and with no underwear, she said. Perfect for a single girl. She was very odd. She turned up on television in this country. Big Brother, she was. God dear. Diane Ladd, 86 today. The US actress starred in Chinatown. Yes, there's a picture of. I think she'd had so much work, her Jackie Stallone, and she got weirder and weirder and weirder. And she was 98 when she died. 98 when she died. She'd had a lot of surgery. Well, that's the trouble. I think the Americans tend to go for this surgery. The majority of people in this country don't, because that you really shouldn't start messing around with cutting your skin, because that's what you're doing. I told you Dale had a facelift. And what they do is, he went in for a nose job. They persuaded him to have a facelift. And they cut while you're here, why don't you have a facelift? And I remember going round to see him after he'd come back from Switzerland. And his face looked like he'd been hit by a steamroller. He was covered in bruises because they've literally cut the skin and stretched it. He had to shave behind his ears because the skin that they'd cut out was where his beard would grow, so they just pull it round the back. And so he was having to shave behind his ears. And but his face looked like a steamroller had hit him. And so he couldn't go out anywhere because he'd have had to wear a mask, like Michael Jackson or something like that. Actually, when you think about it, Michael Jackson was wearing those face masks long before the rest of us. And gloves, long before the rest of us. Cliff Richard was celebrating in 1999, as indeed he celebrates all the time, as it was confirmed he'd reached the top of the charts for the 14th time with a song which received hardly any airplay. The Millennium Prayer came top in the BBC Radio 1 singles charts in 1999. So he had 14 number ones, still going strong. And 1968, two things, she said, should stand as the epitaph for Enid Blyton, who died at the age of 68 in a nursing home. Enid Blyton. The first book, I Shall Never Forgive Myself If My Books Gave a Single Child a Single Nightmare. She was a phenomenon among writers, turning out more than 350 books for children. The second thing she said, as far as my books are concerned, I would ban critics over 12 years old, because she wrote The Secret Seven. She did... Was she Noddy? Yes, I think she was Noddy as well. And Mallory Towers. Oh, there were loads and loads of books. Enid Blyton was phenomenal. But I'm pretty certain she wrote Noddy. Noddy. So in other words, there must be royalties still coming in on that because they did the animation series. So who did she bring us? She brought... I'd love to have met her, actually. She did Noddy, The Famous Five, The Secret Seven. And they did a film on her, actually. Sort of her life was, as usual. Of course, there will be different things there. But those books have still... First of all, they've been criticised as being elitist, sexual, racist, xenophobic, and at odds with more progressive environment emerging in post-Second World War Britain. In other words, a right load of old claptrap from somebody who goes, oh, I don't think we can watch that anymore. These are the miserable people in life. But they've continued to be bestsellers since her death in 1968. There was a programme called Enid, featuring Helena Bonham Carter in the title role and first broadcast in 2009, and several adaptations for her books for stage, screen and television. But Noddy would have to be... I thought it was her signature that looked fantastic, because we all do it. If you're on the radio, I bet everybody does this. I can't be the only one. You practice writing your autograph. Just me again. You did. I did practice writing Steve Allen. Yeah, and the funny thing was, the more I wrote them, the more it looked like Sue Allen. And then it started looking like Sue Ellen. And then people were going, why have you signed it Sue Ellen? They thought I'd been in Dallas or something like that. Steve, I won 1,500 quid on Deal or No Deal 10 years ago, says Gareth. I was gutted at the time as the girl before me won £90,000. 1 year later, she was jailed for not declaring it to the benefit system for which she was still claiming. That's the trouble nowadays, isn't it? People think you can get away with murder, but in fact you can't. You can't. They will catch up with you.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC.
I love a headline on a newspaper when it says just what you want to hear, but you know it means nothing. Patel to hold urgent talks on Channel crossings crisis. Brilliant. Where? When are you going to do this? You haven't achieved anything so far. They've had little chats, and they've done everything, and we've solved nothing. Nothing. 27 people drowned the other day, doing nothing. On the subject of COVID jabs, millions more adults and children could be offered extra COVID jabs with these emergency measures to limit the spread of the Omicron variant. Experts on the Joint Committee of Vaccination and Immunisation, JCVI, are due to make a decision on offering booster jabs to all over 18s and cutting the gap before a third dose as early as today. The group are also considering whether second doses should be offered to 12 to 15-year-olds who are currently only entitled to one. Oh, for God's sake, give it to all of them. Give it to all of them. Why are you faffing around with it? See, the trouble is, experts on the joint committee, and then faff around whenever they're in the meeting, and then we'll have to go on a fact-finding mission, and then we'll be doing... Just decide. Just make a decision. If 12 to 15-year-olds are currently only entitled to one, I don't know what the death rate is in 12 to 15-year-olds. It's very, very low. But there is the danger with this new one that it could spread quicker, because it seems to be spreading already, and it spreads quicker, but it doesn't seem to be any more dangerous. And no doubt they will have something. So there might even be another booster jab to have. I mean, to be honest with you, my arm's a bit like a pincushion at the moment. It really is. It's just ridiculous. It might actually become sort of like the flu jab. You'll have it every year, which is the way I think it's going to be. I think that they will put it through, which must be costing us absolutely billions, don't you think? Definitely. Also, the freeze after the deadly storm. This is where, the snow comes down, we all go pretty, and I'm the first one to say, isn't it absolutely pretty? And then you think about all these poor people. There was a farmer one year, and all these cars were getting stuck in the snow. The only way they could get out was by this farmer, and he charged them, all of them, 25 quid each car. If you wanted to be pulled out of the snow drifts, because it was the only way you were going to get out, he'd charge you 20, I think it was either 25 or 50 quid. And there were a couple who didn't. He said, well, you can stay there then. Didn't bother him in the slightest. He was doing them a favour because he had to put petrol in the tractor and he had to go and hook it all up and get out there and sort of and make an effort. They're still there, the cars. They're not going anywhere. And in this pub, which is is it the furthest pub, the highest pub or something? It's it looks very pretty, and this is Britain's highest pub, which is called the Tan Hill Inn. It's in the Yorkshire Dales. Now they can't leave because their cars are covered. But can we have a look at the Tan Hill Inn website to see if they do have rooms to rent? Because there's all these people who went up there. The heavy snowfall brought in by Storm Arwen came down, and their cars are buried under 5 foot of snow. At some point, it drifted up to 9 feet tall. You can imagine it's going to take forever to defrost. So they're all stuck there. They can't leave because of fallen power cables. They do have rooms. Oh, good. How many rooms have they got? How many rooms have they got? There's 61 people stuck there at the moment. It's a nice little living, isn't it? And the rooms look lovely, but I hope they don't run out of things. Oh, it looks very basic, doesn't it? But nice basic, not sort of bad basic. Oh, look, bunk beds. How fab. They've got bunk rooms. Oh, and you can also, camping is £10 a tent per night. I wouldn't recommend it. Not one of the better. Do we know prices? Do we have a price on some of the rooms? They've got a menu and everything. Apparently the food's really good. And you can have your wedding there. And a lot of, walkers do things that are way beyond me. Here we go. Oh, I think they're a bit booked. So they're looking, price for night. They've got a quadruple room, so that'll sleep 4 people. 2 people, 99 quid. Or 3 people, £144. How much for 61 people? It does include full English. I bet they've never been so busy in their life. And it looks lovely, even without the snow. With the snow, it does look very pretty, but you're kind of stuck there. And if there's 4 of you, it's a dog-friendly room, £189. Not sure about that, actually. I saw a restaurant the other day in Twickenham. It said dog-friendly, which I thought was quite sweet. But, so they're making a lot of money at this place, but nobody can get in or out. And I should imagine, of course, if they can't get in, meals are served from 12 to 8:30 p.m. every day until they run out, which must be quite soon, because I should imagine they probably have daily deliveries. Yes, we've got beans there. Could I have fried bread? No, we've got no bread. No. Any chance for a cup of tea? No tea bags. We've run out of tea bags. Because they must have a huge Pantechnicon that goes up there, but nobody can get in or nobody can get out again, which is it must be quite nice, actually, because bonds will be formed. People will sort of, get to know each other. Not that you want to talk to people who just go walking or they'll all fall out. There'll be a huge punch-up. Oh, dear. Ashley Giles, England Managing Director, has increased pressure on the BBC over its axing of Michael Vaughan by hinting it risks encouraging cancel culture in cricket. The BBC stood down Vaughan from its Ashes plans after claims he made a racially offensive comment within earshot of Yorkshire players in 2009. Vaughan has denied the allegation. Ashley Giles, says we have to be able to tolerate, educate and rehabilitate, otherwise people won't share their experiences and learn. Well, he learnt he's lost all his work. It's as simple as that. I don't know where you go from that. Salisbury Cathedral looks lovely. Candles illuminated, being carried by choristers during an Advent procession. The service began in darkness and then they gradually lit all the candles. Must look fantastic. I've been to Salisbury Cathedral. It's very nice. Very, very nice. And here we go. Waves battering the Roker Lighthouse in Sunderland. It looks, fearsome. Absolutely, not freezing cold. Small wonder anybody who tries to come across the channel in one of these flimsy little inflatables, you risk dying. And 27 the moment you hit the water. Low temperatures, -10, they've said last night in certain parts of the country. Dreadful. Cadbury's have cut the size of their Christmas selection box. I've noticed that. Every year this story comes up, and every year they cut the size of them. And the reason is because they just make more money. People get, we get a selection box. They've got a really good one, a selection stocking in Costco, but I saw it the other day, but I bet they've all sold out now. But they did look very nice indeed. I've still got my rockets at home. I tried to palm them off on my brother, and I said, can you do with any more? I gave him a few rockets to start. He said, don't want any more. Thank you, but sorry. So I'm now stuck with these rockets. I can't let them off where I am because there's animals there. And I don't want to sort of, Yes, I could go down and have my own... I put a little sign up on a tree. Steve Allen's firework display will be here on New Year's Eve. Be quite nice, wouldn't it? Because I've got all these packets of rockets. I've got about 6 packets. I've got 120 rockets. When are you supposed to let those off? And don't say the sitting room because it's not going to work. It really isn't. So these worlds starting shutting its borders. Spain. Anybody travelling from the UK from Wednesday must show proof of full vaccination. Children accompanying the parents will be exempt from the requirements. A negative test result or a medical letter stating the bearer has had the virus will no longer be enough. Germany. 3 cases of the variant have been identified, 2 in Munich, involving a flight from South Africa. In Switzerland, you've got to present a negative test result and quarantine for 10 days on arrival. So why don't you go in there? If you're going there on holiday and you for sort of 10 days quarantining, and then you have to do it on the way back again, not so good. Not so good. There are unusual symptoms to look out for on the Omicron variant. There are, that's what the Sun is saying, actually. It does not cause loss of taste or smell, but it has unusual and mild symptoms, so says the South African doctor. This is the doctor who treated patients with the Omicron variant, says it's generally intense fatigue and high heart rate, but it doesn't cause loss of taste or smell. He says, we had one very interesting case, a kid of about 6 years old with a temperature and a very high pulse rate. I should admit her, but when I followed up 2 days later, she was so much better. What we have to worry about is older, unvaccinated people. We're going to see many people with a severe form of the disease. It's got 50 genetic mutations. I merely pass on the information to you. They say it's the most heavily mutated version they have seen to date. So if you're elderly and you haven't had it, I don't care. Whether you want it or whether you don't want it, you should get it because you stand a better chance of surviving than you would if you didn't have it.
With an approved used Volkswagen, you're in good hands because these are no ordinary used cars. We carefully inspect each car's history. Our Volkswagen technicians lovingly check them over, and we look after you too with 2 years warranty, 2 years UK roadside assistance, and up to 2 years MOT cover. Find your perfect car. Search Volkswagen Approved Used. You're in good hands.
Cars with up to 100,000 miles at activation. MOT cover underwritten by Bespoke Underwriting Limited. Subject to eligibility, exclusions and terms.
This is LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. 10 to 7 is the time on a freezing cold Monday, but at least we haven't got the snow, although, most of us are sort of wishing that we're going to get a bit. But in London, we tend not to get that much snow. Wayne sent us the picture in earlier on. The snow up at Heathrow Airport, but of course just a light dusting proves all sorts of problems. They've got to get the de-icers out and everything else. So let's hope we don't get it, unlike those poor travellers who were stuck in that pub. I can think of worse places to be stuck you can stay in bed all the time. But you imagine, can't you, running out of... If it goes on too long, although they must be prepared for it, heavens above, they must have fridges and freezers with everything. Compulsory masks will be back, although it's exactly the same. The only difference is you'll be wearing them when you go into a shop. So presumably all the shops that took down the "you don't need to bother wearing a mask" will now put the signs back up again. So you will wear them unless you're exempt. But then there seem to be an awful lot of exempt people. Other measures will come into force as soon as possible, including anybody identified as a contact of someone with the Omicron variant having to self-isolate for 10 days, regardless of vaccination status. But there is no advice and no plans as of yet to say that you have to work from home. Because we were talking about that the other day, actually, saying it was very strange when London, when the pandemic first started, how London looked like a ghost town. You drove into it, it was like Armageddon. You didn't see any buses, you didn't see any taxis, you didn't see any trains, you saw nothing at all. And then people, but I mean, is the price worth paying for those people who don't want to wear a mask? 100 deaths a day. 100 deaths a day. That's what we're looking at the moment, 100 deaths a day. So, for the sake of wearing a mask, or wearing some sort of covering or something like that, it can be done. It's just that if people want to be silly, I don't want to sit next to anybody on the bus who is not wearing a mask. I don't care whether they're exempt or not. They can be exempt. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. Just don't come and sit next to any of us, because there's a very good chance you might have it, because most people don't know. I mean, schools are bringing back masks and isolation. And it's just all a bit depressing, because the holiday plans could be scuppered for a lot of people. The producer's got to go and get his PCR test. He's got to pay for it. It's started to become quite expensive. I mean, there is a place not far from here where he can go and get it. They do it 24 hours a day, but it's 140 quid for an injection, isn't it? Is it? Oh, you're just having the test, the swab, and you get the results straight away. You get them today. Because I've got a set of swabs at home. I sent off for them. You should have asked me. You could have had mine. Oh, this is a special one, right. Because he's flying abroad, you see. So when then he comes back, he'll have to have it as well. Oh, dear. It's quite an expensive business, isn't it, this malarkey? And then isolate for 2 days as well. Really? Good Lord, you'll have no money for Christmas. This is going to be a very... Is there some reason why you're going to America? Or is they got... Oh, just go see friends. Yeah, I was going to say. Obviously the wrong time to do it. I used to miss those days where Freddie Laker used to run SkyTrain. 99 quid it was to go to America. £99. And I remember thinking then, that's marvellous, isn't it? Because we used to go to America to go and do Christmas shopping. I don't know why, it just seemed the most logical thing to do, actually. My friend Steve got stuck in Scotland this weekend, charged $377 in a hotel, night only, in the room. They finally got back to London yesterday by the only train available that broke down on the way back. Not the best weekend break, says Viv. Can you imagine having to actually sort of, go there and they go £377 for a room, and you go, you've got anything cheap? And they go, no. Terribly sorry. You can't say no. You're a bit stuck with it. I'd weep paying £377. Tan Hill Inn is a great pub for food. We visited, says Gordon in Newdigate. They also have an Oasis tribute band locked in with them. Oh, God, how awful. Poor soul. I mean, Steps you could understand. An Oasis tribute band. Locked in with H from Steps. You can imagine, can't you? What that would be like. I love it. French fury over the UK double talk on the refugees. They can't get this one right, can they? They really can't get it right. If people are dying, it's ridiculous. Prince Charles has called in lawyers over claims he was the royal racist, branding them fiction. AIDS rubbish allegations that Charles questioned the future skin tone of Prince Harry and Meghan's children. The claims appear in a new book in America. Do you know they've not had a very good year, the royals, have they? They did a programme on Channel 5 the other day, and it was like Annus Horribilis all over again. The Queen tried to sort of, put a brave face on it, then losing Philip, losing Harry, losing Meghan. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think Harry is any great loss to the royal family. He didn't want to do anything anyway, and he's obviously happy. I think that, she wanted that, and so they've done it. So it's now Sussexit, not Megxit. We're not saying that anymore. They've decided that's misogynistic. I don't know why anybody's ever listening to what he says. We didn't listen to what he said to us before. Why should it change now? How do you fancy buying a vintage plastic bag They're on sale. Shop bags are collector's items. I love a vintage shopping bag. Carriers from high street stores and supermarkets are being retrieved from the back of cupboards, and they're worth a fortune. The sought-after bags come from the likes of Tesco, Morrison's, WH Smith's, Marks & Spencer's, Mr. Byright, HMV, Virgin and John Lewis. Can't find a plastic bag in John Lewis for love nor money. 75p I had to pay for a bag the other day. I thought, well, either I'm going to buy a bag or I'm not going to get the stuff out. Most shops don't do them now, do they? Very disappointing. And there's one here, a rare Tesco bag from the 1980s is up for $4.99, and a John Lewis carrier being flogged for $6.99. Although one from the old Sainsbury's Saver Centre is going for $1.99 with a discount for multi-buys. Everything's saleable now. Everything you've got, things that you automatically threw away that you never think about, somebody wants to buy them. I'm always amazed. There was a picture the other day, and what was it of? It was a picture that when it was sold at auction, I think it went for about $5 million. And I think it was a picture of Billy the Kid and somebody else, these sort of robbers, scallywags. And they said, you know, if you saw the picture, you would realise why it was so expensive, because early photographs go for a lot of money. I'm pretty certain it was Billy the Kid. I kind of got a bit stuck with it. Steve, why not have a firework display from your car boot and charge £10 a time? Ha ha! William says, who on earth visits the highest pub in the UK when a massive storm is forecast? I don't know. People just do, don't they? And the food's apparently quite good. But you imagine if they don't have any more bedrooms left and you go, well, we're keeping ours. They're going to make a fortune. There you go, Billy the Kid. Experts say the photograph showing the Wild West outlaw is genuine and could sell for $5 million. My brain's better than I thought, actually. I remember the stupidest things. It's said to be the focus of a forthcoming documentary. And there's also other photographs of people like Bonnie and Clyde in their coffins after they've been shot dead. And, oh, yeah, all sorts of weird photographs are worth an awful lot of money nowadays. So tonight is the second part of the BBC's controversial royal documentary. And just to appease Prince Harry, I've had to call it Sussexit. It's not easy to say. And the word has been widely used to describe the Sussexes' withdrawal from royal duties. Oh, boring, boring, boring. It's so tedious. I'd much rather go with Take That's Gary Barlow, who stopped singing for 8 years as he didn't like the sound of his voice. He felt a piece of him was missing. Well, he managed the other night on the Jonathan Ross programme. And also the craze for America. Have you seen these super sweet shops that have opened up all over the place? Apparently, the amount of sugar that they've got, I mean, some of these 2.5 times Charles daily intake. I've only noticed them recently. There's one in Kingston. It used to be a jewellery shop, and now it's this. They're selling all these sweeties. Not for me. Not for me. Oh, I've got to go. I've just realised, honestly. It means thinking about sweeties and how much to charge in this pub and all the rest of it. Thank you for your company. Morning, everybody. Welcome to Tuesday. It's the 30th of November, which means, effectively, this is the last day of November, because tomorrow we move into December, and that's going to race through, isn't it? So cold outside and inside. Thousands of people left without power. As long as you've got the radio and your phone, you can hear LBC. That should do it a little bit. And if you've got the access to a coal fire or a log fire or something like that, that's better than nothing. Remember that pub we were telling you about the other day? They're still snowed in. Let's go for the booster rollout to save Christmas, because from today you'll be wearing your masks on public transport. Can't wait to see them enforced, this one, and in shops as well. The snooker champion who falls asleep during a game, you know why? It's the most boring thing under the sun. Middle-aged men leaning over a snooker table trying to pocket, balls into holes. It's ridiculous. Twitter's Jack quits as boss, and the farmer offered £3.50 a year to put a mobile mast on his land. £3.50. Rip off. Plus, the party is over for the Christmas party photocopier. It is tradition. In fact, most Christmas parties, apparently, according to a recent survey, people say they don't want a Christmas party anymore. They don't. They said they're a bit dated, because it is just an opportunity to get drunk and get laid at the same time. I mean, that's what I always thought the Christmas party was. It's an opportunity of sort of, hello, I've seen you before by the photocopier, and then people get sort of, a little bit, how's your father, a little bit frisky after they've had a couple of drinks. They become emboldened. So, it's that's what people do. I mean, I don't personally go to Christmas parties anymore, mainly because I've got to get up early in the morning and work, and I'd rather keep the brain in gear as opposed to the brain wandering off and having a little sort of wander by itself. So, and also, I just disgrace myself at Christmas parties. There's no point in sort of trying to pretend that you're having a good time when you're not really. It's too loud, and you bump into the people that if I want to go out with them, I'll go out with them, for a lunch or something like that. But no, I've basically taken myself out of the Christmas party circuit. Some people can't wait for the Christmas party. I was on a train the other week coming into town. I was going out for lunch. Actually, it was Friday. And I'm sitting in the seat, and because you stare out the window. Well, I've seen the journey a million times, so I'm on my phone, and there's two blokes talking behind me. And of course, you can't help but eavesdrop, can you? You have to listen to the conversation. And one of them's talking about, oh, great, because we're going off, for the party. They were obviously heading into town, and it was the day of the tube strike. And so I'm listening to them talking about this, and then the other one's going, oh, I really need to go to the toilet. Oh, I really need to go to the toilet before we go on to this party and all the rest of it. Anyway, when the train was coming into Waterloo, they both stood up, and I said, oh, I'm ever so sorry. I said, you know that there's a tube strike? He said, yeah, mate, it's all right. Yeah, he said, we know it's a tube strike. We've worked it out. We've got to go to Hyde Park. 26 of us are going for the firms do. He said, we're all roofers. I thought, how lovely, all being called Rufus. And so he said, we're all going there for the Christmas party. He said, but we've got to go, I know, I said, the toilet. I said, Waterloo Station, you can go to the toilet there, it's all fine. And so they were going off to do the Christmas party at Winter Wonderland. They booked the tickets, and they got all the tickets for the rides. And I said, well, there's loads of places to drink. I said, but it's not cheap. I said, it's not a cheap day out. I said, as long as you worked out how you're actually going to get there. Because actually, Joe, my normal, I use the term loosely, normal producer, was going to go home on the bus because of the tube strike. And then he thought he'd risk the tube strike. And he said he waited 5 minutes. Train came along. He said it was 3/4 empty. He got in it and he got home because there was a skeleton service that they were operating. So he was quite pleased with it. But I can't help eavesdropping on people's conversations on the train. What do you do when somebody's sort of going, in a loud voice, I really need to go to the toilet, before we go any further? And they were looking, and they were roofers, and they dressed up. They dressed up for it. Roofers, 26 of them. He said the company's paying for everything. When after I'd said it was quite expensive, I said, have you been before? Thinking I could sort of do a rundown of all the rides and everything else. And he said, yeah. He said, we've been before. He said, we love it. And I'm hoping to go as well, but I'm not going on a freezing cold day, thank you very much indeed. Roger says, looks like summer has arrived currently in Melbourne. 32 degrees centigrade, blue skies, light winds. Well, that sounds quite nice. Well, it's mild here. Well, milder than it was. Happy St Andrew's Day to everybody, if you're celebrating St Andrew's Day today. The restaurants are hit again. Why? A lot of people are not having the office parties. As I said before, people think it's a bit naff. And so they've said, no, we're not going to have an office party this year. And normally speaking, our bosses here give us, I think one year we got bottles of wine. I think so. Did you get the bottle of wine? No. Was it Prosecco? It was Prosecco, was it? Oh, I don't remember it being a Prosecco. I just thought it was red wine. Bottles of Prosecco? Oh, well, perhaps it was. Oh, you didn't. You had 4. How did you get 4? Oh, sorry. Oh, don't tell them. It's fatal telling me something. People say to me, don't say anything. Don't say anything, Steve. So you say something, and then immediately go, don't say anything. I told you not to. Because the trouble is, loose tongue. Loose tongue. Elton John's too famous to eat pizza. He's not too famous to eat pizza because, he looks as though he enjoys a good bit of pizza, but he can't go out and have pizza. What would he wear? Jeans and tracksuit bottoms or something like that. I don't know what he'd wear because he's too famous. Another super slimmer of the year. It's just basically one person out of the millions who go on diets all the time to try and lose weight because they've gone berserk on weight loss in the newspapers, talking about child obesity, and it's all down to fast food. It's all down to the things that we never used to have before. I mean, some people just put on weight by eating a grape. But because of the food that kids eat nowadays, I mean, I've been very lucky with my godchildren because they literally have something to do, or they did when they were younger, every day of the week. So Monday would be, kickboxing, Tuesday would be swimming, Wednesday would be Yeah, they used to do everything. Taekwondo they did, mainly because I think the instructor was a bit of a dish. And I think all the mums used to want to go there and watch him. But so there was something every day of the week that would be organised. Then they'd have sleepovers at mates' houses and stuff like that. And kids don't generally eat as much food as we think they do. We eat the same food, but we just put it on. We just transform it into something else. I've only got to eat 2 cream horns or something like that, and immediately Immediately the weight piles on because you can't help it. It's the way that your body metabolism is. And it was very interesting. I always laugh when they talk about it. And the paper's got it wrong the other day. They were talking about one of the dancers on Strictly, and he had his Libra thing, which is the diabetic monitor. You put it on, it lasts for 2 weeks, and it means you can keep a tab on your sugar levels. And you have a little reader, and you wave it under your arm, and it will tell you instantly, as opposed to having to prick your finger, which I've had to do up until now. I've had the Libra monitors for ages and ages and ages, but they're very expensive, and you only get it for 2 weeks. At the end of 2 weeks, the battery runs down, but it's got a little thing in it. You fire it into your arm. It's a round disc, and you fire it, and it's got glue on it, and it sticks onto your arm, and it's called Libra. And they got it wrong. They said, oh, it was only made for type 1 diabetics. Absolute cobblers. Type 2 people have had the Libra, and I've got one at home at the moment, but you know, I've got my diabetes in check. Well, apart from the other day actually, where I think I'd had the wrong thing and it made me sick. Actually made me sick. If I eat the wrong food, it doesn't just make me feel a bit funny. I can be quite ill, and I was sick yesterday and the day before as well because I'd had fried bread. Fried bread is my downfall, so I only have it as a special, like, little treat and stuff like that, but I shouldn't have had it at all, so I've got to take that out of the equation. But you learn. You learn. Luke says, hope you're well. Do you believe in Sasquatches? No, absolutely not. It's a load of old hogwash. I mean, of course, don't be silly. You're talking about Yetis, aren't you? You talk about the abominable snowman. No, no, no. It's like there's some ex-copper who's in the papers today. They're going to make a film about his encounter of the third kind. Another load of old hogwash. No such thing as people who live on other planets coming over here in their spacecraft. It's just very pretty, and generally people have got a drink problem. They have a couple of drinks and they see it and they go, oh, I wonder what that was I saw. And the answer is nothing. Nothing at all. Nothing at all, because you didn't see anything at all. People just want to... They think if they say they're a police officer, we're all going to go, oh, well, you must be right. But it doesn't work like that. You know, put it this way, if there was somebody who had come from another planet, why would they just hover over a certain section of the countryside and nobody else sees it apart from this one bloke? You know, only one bloke. It's like, you know, perhaps the rest have been abducted. That'd be a good idea. I'd quite like to abduct the rest of them. But it's like the crop circles, isn't it? So nobody sees this huge spacecraft hovering over a field in Wiltshire, making a pattern in the ground. You know, it's all done within a mile of a pub where a lot of students drink. And that's why students make the crop circles. They've always done it. They've done it for years. They love doing it. They do it with a piece of graph paper, a stick, a broomstick, and a piece of rope and a flashlight. I know the secrets because I know students. And they filmed it. But the trouble is, people who want to believe in the little doolallies, you know, are the sort of... It's funny, isn't it? They were saying the other day in the paper, and this is worth pondering on, if your car breaks down, you go see a mechanic. If your teeth need doing, you go to a dentist. If you have a problem with your prostate, you go to see the doctor. If you want to know about coronavirus, you see what Dave's written on Google. That's how stupid it is. Take no notice of the disbelievers, because they're the ones who are going to end up in hospital on drips and, you know, oxygen and Ventolin inhalers and all sorts of bits and pieces, because they're the dumb ones. They're the dumb ones. And people will have to get their jabs in before Christmas, because otherwise, if you go down with it, and there's a very good chance loads of people will, you know what? All you got to do, good idea, get on the bus, open the bloody windows. That's what they say. You've got to get rid of it through the window. If you have all the windows shut, you all sit there, the windows steam up. That's absolutely the breeding ground for COVID. You open the windows, it goes out the window. It's as simple. It's not difficult. I get in my car in the morning. First thing I do is take the window down 1.5 inches, 2 inches. Yeah, it's about 2 inches. And it always works. And that way, at least you know you've got fresh air going through. If you haven't, you stand a very good chance of coming down with something. And if somebody starts sitting there on the train or the bus, go, stare well clear of them. Well clear of them, because they could be... I hate it when people get on the bus with no thing. I couldn't care less whether they're exempt. I think we should have separate buses for the exempt people. They put them on for all the kids, didn't they, during the pandemic? Well, let's put them on for the people who are exempt, and then they can't complain about anything. You can all sit there together, and you can all sit there with no things on. All the sensible people with masks on get a better bus, perhaps with a trolley service, open bar, something like that, balloon to take home. Could be quite nice.
This is LBC.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. I trust you are well. The good news is not as cold today as it has been, so that's quite nice. Scramble to switch the winter holidays as the borders are closed again. And William says 32 degrees in Ballarat, which is, I think, 1.5 hours west of Melbourne today. Shorts and T-shirts on driving my school bus. Shorts and T-shirts. I saw somebody the other day. They went in to Squires, the garden centre, in a pair of shorts and flip-flops to go and get a cup of coffee to take away. I thought, are you mad? Mind you, all our postmen are walking around in shorts. What is going on? Steve, lots of people record aliens on their smartphones these days, but if you ever watch Men in Black, they flash you with a light and you forget it all. Yeah. You still drinking, Dean? Honestly, it's bad, isn't it, really? Why do people want to be... Is it because people think, I tell you what, I'll believe in somebody coming from another planet because, there's so much distance. So in other words, they've got so much advanced technology, they come and float over a field in Wiltshire. You'd think they'd want to sort of infiltrate ITV or the BBC or something like that and say, listen, we have come here from another planet, we've learnt your language, and we're prepared to give an interview. Were you in Wiltshire? Trowbridge, I've heard of Trowbridge in Wiltshire. Why were you in Trowbridge? What's in Trowbridge? Nothing there, there's nothing there. Is it just fields? Is it really? Sounds nice, though, doesn't it? You want to start going to some villages in Essex. They're really nice. Essex has got some beautiful villages. Or Devon sometimes, yeah. But I told you years ago, the only reason we went to Devon, we went there on holiday, caravanning holiday, took our own, and we were told there'd be yellow ice cream because it was all made with cream and stuff like that. And we had yellow ice cream. We thought, ooh, this is a bit of a novelty, yellow ice cream. Yeah, it was good. I didn't mind it. We went to Mevagissey, which was very pretty. I quite liked a place like that. You'd quite like to have a fish and chip shop and an ice cream shop next door to it. Little, sort of tea shop thing. I'd like that. Won't happen, but it doesn't matter. Mo says, one of my favourite Christmas songs, Steve, is A Spaceman Came Travelling. And who was that? A Spaceman Came Travelling. Was it Greg Lake? No, he was, I believe, in Father Christmas, wasn't he? God, A Spaceman Came Travelling. Who is it? It'll come to me in a minute. A Spaceman Came Travelling. Who was the blooming singer? Oh, Chris de Burgh. Chris de Burgh. That was our favourite thing to do, to get our little box out there to play the song. Play Chris de Burgh. And all of a sudden, all these machines all over the country whirred into life. Go on, Alexa, play it. Steve, you mentioned snooker. I love it. Ronnie O'Sullivan's a huge idol of mine, says Matt. Well, he'd have to be. What do you think the family business is? Adult films for Ronnie O'Sullivan. Had a little bit of a problem some years ago, didn't he? I believe. And the family's got history. Steve, I'm a diabetic. Well done. Every day my peak sugar is between 9 and 12 noon due to breakfast. Isn't that funny? Between 9 and 12 noon. They used to wake me up in hospital and they test my blood sugars. They go, very good, 6. And you go, of course it's 6. It's 3 o'clock in the bloody morning. What else do you think it's going to be? They used to wake me up all the time. All the time. I don't mind being woken up to have blood pressure taken and stuff like that. But it's when somebody's trying to find a vein to put something... Oh, God, I couldn't bear that. I watched... They did... what was it, the programme on the telly the other day? It was one of these hospital things. And they were giving somebody an injection. I have to look away. I cannot watch somebody being given an injection. I do it myself, but I can't watch somebody else having it done. I just think, oh, no. And, Steve, I've decided to make a luxurious fish pie for Christmas, including scallops, smoked haddock, sea bass, mussels, topped with a creamy, buttery mash. Ooh, yummy, yum. Just smoked haddock I could go for. I noticed Stuart at Sandy's has changed his light display again. Seriously, he's gone mad with it, completely barking mad, but it's lovely. He's got all these lights fixed up permanently on the front, about 20 foot by about 15 foot across, and they're all colour-changing bulbs, and you program it on your mobile phone, and you can make it say anything. At one, for about 3 mornings on the trot, it said "Morning Steve," and it scrolls across, and then it goes, and at the moment it's got falling leaves and little Father Christmases and everything. It's all programmable on these light things. All these bulbs go through different colour changes. Soon to be, he can do it for anything. So if it's, Hanukkah, he can do bits for Hanukkah, he can do bits for Christmas, bits for Easter, bits for St. David's Day, St. Andrew's Day, St. George's. Yeah, they're up there. They'll be up there for about 5 years, which is I think that's about the length of the bulbs. I think it's about 5 years, but it's so clever. So clever. God knows what he paid for it. A small fortune. John Lewis has paid charities in a row over a festive ad, because I don't think their ad's very festive this year. I don't, what's festive about a spacecraft crashing into trees? Nothing at all very festive. And then it's kids and a bit of a romance kind of thing. Motorists, that's you, me, and the gatepost, taken for a ride by the petrol retailers. The price of oil per barrel has fallen. Has the price at the pumps fallen? Has it ever? Not. Definitely not. We get ripped off. I'm a celebrity counsellor for the 3rd night in a row. They've had a bit of a problem with a storm. And ding dong, merrily on pie. There's a baker who's produced a pie which has got all of Christmas lunch in it. It's got about 6,800 calories. And so he's put Brussels sprouts in, pigs in blankets, and turkey and everything else, and just encased it in pastry. I wouldn't have one. It looked like a right dog's dinner. Really looked like a sort of thing your dog would enjoy. No, I like to see it all laid out on the plate properly. I'm very happy with that. I do like a Christmas lunch, actually. I don't know why. I go for turkey. I go for sprouts. If I'm really wanting to push the boat out, cauliflower cheese. Love cauliflower cheese. That's really nice. Really fattening. Really fat. I didn't realise how fattening it was, but it is delicious. Pigs in blankets, roast potatoes, little, small, crispy, and Yorkshire pudding. I'm not bothered about carrots. I'm not bothered about stuffing unless it's traditional stuffing. I don't like all these fancy apricot and prune or something like that. I just want a normal sage and onion stuffing, which is quite nice. I don't do cranberry sauce either, or bread sauce. Not into the sauces. I like it, but I do like a good gravy over the top. In fact, I could eat it right now, actually. If somebody delivered a hot breakfast, which comprised of your Christmas Day lunch, why not? Steve, postmen fought hard for the right to wear shorts in the 1970s. They met resistance in those more conservative days. Well, my postman, Darren, he wears shorts come rain, come shine, come everything. Freezing, he's in his shorts. In fact, to be honest with you, I don't think he's got a pair of long trousers at all. Richard Madeley lays into Naughty Boy, because he's playing a bit of a drama queen scenario by going, "Oh, I think I'll quit." And you go, what did you bother coming in here for in the first place? The whole idea is you're playing a game. They think Danny Miller's playing a game, whereas I don't think he is, actually. 1 in 4 Brits listen to hip-hop in the bath. No, they don't. No, they really don't. And the cash-strapped police force in the country that's looking for dog walkers. They don't have enough people to go walk their dogs. Imagine walking out with a police dog and trying to find out the command word for attack. I'd quite like that idea. Stephen says, Billy Idol is 66 today. What a great day for a white wedding. Did you sort out the daffodil bulbs? Yes. Matthew says, popped out for fish and chips last night, all wrapped up nicely. Saw 2 youngsters wearing T-shirts, no coats. Perhaps some people don't feel the cold. Perhaps some people are very lucky. Perhaps some people, I've sort of sat on the train, and I haven't got any jumpers at the moment. I do have jumpers, but I haven't put any on. And going down to my brother today, I'll just put the heating on in the car, and in the end you have to open the windows. It gets so hot. You sit there thinking, too hot down there. But I've taken down some bits and pieces for him. I found some, different little... Oh, yeah, I forgot pigs in blankets. Thank you, Penny and Bexley. Pigs in blankets. You've got to have pigs in blankets. Mind you, vegetarians get a bit of a bum deal, don't they, over Christmas? Because there's not really a lot for them. What are you having? Nut roast again. That's all it is, nut roast. I don't think they have anything. I'm sure they must have things. I tell you what I do like. I do like asparagus, but not with my Christmas lunch. And peas and sweet corn we used to have, but they're too fiddly to eat. Just no no, definitely not cabbage. Cabbage is the most dull thing ever. It really is. They do... What is it? They do cabbage in mashed potato. Is it called colcannon? or something like that, I think, which is actually quite nice. And I do like fried mashed potato, like Bubble and Squeak, which is very popular, but I wouldn't have that for Christmas lunch either. It's got to be little roast potatoes. The Americans, mashed potato. They're not big into the little roast potatoes. They probably can't be bothered to cook the blooming things. There it is, Colcannon, Irish mashed potato with cabbage. It's quite delicious, especially if you had a knob of butter. That's very nice. In fact, if you add quite a lot. So all you have to do is put cabbage, onion and water in a saucepan and quickly bring it to the boil, simmer it, and then you sort of fold it in to the mashed potato. It's quite delicious. Stuart at Sandy's, the fish shop, says, morning gorgeous, because we like that. He says, I changed up the curtain as we were shooting some footage for our online Christmas advert. He says, we'll then be more festive than John Lewis. Woo! Well, I like the new lights at the moment, Stuart. I think they look really good, actually. Really, really good. So, shooting footage for your Christmas advert. We're still trying to find out how much he paid for these lights. A small fortune, I should imagine. And Roger says, have you ever looked forward to a TV show and then nodded off as it came on? Constantly. I'm prone to falling asleep in front of the television. I've only got to put my feet up on the on the settee and I'm out for the count. I've got one of these crushed velvet wrap kind of things. It's like a big, and you just drape yourself in it, and that's really nice. That's very, very sexy. Tony says, Steve, cauliflower cheese and Yorkshire pudding for dinner. That'll do me. You can stick the rest in your pie. Oh, I could live on that. Cauliflower cheese and Yorkshire pudding. Oh, yeah. Definitely. Big enough Yorkshire pudding. Very nice. My ex-wife, says Kevin the Milkman, morning, lived in Trowbridge for 10 years. I used to drive down once a month to spend the day with my youngest son. So glad they've moved up to Essex now. I don't miss the journey down the M4. 3 hours each way. Oh, that's the worst thing. It's about an hour and a half down to my brother's. I don't have to go as far. I'm meeting him at his old place. And then we'll have to take both cars because mine's full up with all sorts of bits and pieces. And Nick says, my Christmas is sorted with one of those frozen turkey rolls. Mum used to use them back in Oz. They're absolutely delicious and make the process dead easy and cheap. Yeah, turkey rolls. Is it called Turkey Crown? Turkey Crown, I think, which is, if you don't want to eat a whole turkey, if you're not going to eat a whole turkey, there's no point in having a whole turkey. And here we go, free-range bronze. Oh, it looks nice, doesn't it? Mind you, some of these are quite expensive. Turkey crown is the breast of the bird still attached to the bone with the legs and wings removed. A crown is perfect if you have fewer people to feed or guests who all like white meat. So that's quite nice, isn't it? Because when we used to buy the turkey, we would cook it. It'd be in the oven for God knows how long. I mean, seriously, forever and a day. And my dad would carve it. He had an electric carving knife. Very flash in those days, very flash. And it was lovely. But you have to let it rest. I could never understand that. But then it sort of revitalises itself with the gravy. But all the shops have got everything. You can go and buy your frozen sprouts now. You can go and buy your frozen roast potatoes. You can go and buy your frozen Yorkshire pudding. You can go and buy a frozen turkey. If you're worried about not having stuff like that, go and buy it. You can freeze your puddings. You can have all you really want for pudding. Why don't you have sort of like just a Christmas pudding, because there's loads of those about, or even nicer, just with cream, is some mince pies. And then just sort of do it with either custard or something like that. It's nothing, but there's no shortage. No shortage at all. But go and buy the pigs in blankets, freeze the blooming things. And then you've got them ready. They're all in the supermarkets. There's no shortage at all. Noel says, I'm vegetarian having a soya roast for Christmas that tastes just like chicken. That must be the embarrassing thing, mustn't it? You're vegetarian, but I'm having something that tastes just like chicken or just like turkey or whatever it is.
This is LBC.
Right now, businesses are facing tough choices. Do you cut costs or drive growth? Solve for today or build for tomorrow? Do you satisfy your shareholders or satisfy your customers? Yes. You don't have to choose with the intelligent platform for digital business from ServiceNow. You can say yes to unifying your existing systems and yes to accelerating growth. Visit servicenow.co.uk to see how we can help you put yes to work. The world works with ServiceNow.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning, everybody. 27 minutes to 5. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. On LBC till 7. Christmas ads for the supermarkets are rubbish this year, says Bill. Tesco's make me laugh, though, taking a chance saying nothing's going to stop us. They seem to have forgotten about lockdown and COVID. Yes, because we're back into mask wearing today, aren't we? Seeing as it's Tuesday. I'll run through what you're supposed to be doing a little bit later on. Gary says, I still wear the T-shirt at night whilst working on the railway, but then again, I am carrying my own insulation. Steve, when it goes to comfort food, I still enjoy home-cut chips, grilled sausages and chips. Oh, yeah, home-cut chips. My mum would never have bought a bag of chips. She always used to make her own chips. She'd do the potatoes. She'd parboil them, cut them, dry them in a tea towel, and then she'd deep fry them, and they were always crispy. It's like she made the best crispy roast potatoes. I can only eat crispy roast potatoes. BBC facing a challenge from the Royals over their film. They really don't care, do they, the BBC, seeing as they're spending my money. Also, down comes the snow. Yes, in certain parts of the country, especially that pub, you know, the highest pub in the land, still stuck in there. I bet they're rubbing their hands with glee. They've never had so many bookings. Most Londoners buy something from a store to use the toilet. Because they do say, well, in fact, not round our way. Around our way, they've got designated toilets that you can use because they've done away with the other toilets because the council obviously can't afford to maintain them. Sheridan Smith, I should have mentioned at the beginning of the programme, very lucky to be alive. After a car smash, he sort of upended the car in a ditch. Poor soul, honestly. So I hope she's okay. And a shiny new hotel has been blinding drivers. It's all stainless steel. So when you've got the headlights on it, it bounces back and freaks people out. So I don't know what they're going to do there. And residents in a pigeon clampdown have hired a hawk because there's a man, as you know, has got I think it's a hawk or an eagle in Trafalgar Square. He turns out to be a listener. And he goes there to keep the pigeons away from Trafalgar Square because the mess they make and everything. But still people feed them. I don't know why. They're scavengers. They're the rats of the flying world. 5 days to go till Winter Wonderland, says John. What would be the thing to have to eat at Winter Wonderland, I wonder? Bratwurst. Bratwurst or chips or something like that. Curry. Oh, you like the currywurst? Oh, well, see, did you have that when you went? Yeah. I've never had the curry one because that always strikes me as you're going to bite into it and it's going to go all over the place and burn you to pieces. Because the cheese one is really hot inside. But they have one at Kingston Market. They've got a big round thing and they cook them on there. And I used to have them when I was in Vienna. I used to know a lady who had a Wurst stand, which make the most money because most of them are open 24 hours a day. You have different families that will run them, but they're the most lucrative to have. And I go there, and she was the one who told me about the cheese sausage. I remember thinking, whoa! But their hot dogs are so much better because the hot dogs that you get in Vienna, not like the hot dogs here. What they do is they get a baguette, cut it in half, and push it onto a hot spike. So, and then they leave it there. Then they take it off, so it's hollowed out the middle of the bread. They put in the senf, which is their sweet mustard, and then drop the sausage in, and it's delicious. You could eat two of them. You could eat two of them. Or more, actually, or more. Because it's the fact that it's heated the bread up as well, which is delicious. And don't, honestly, stop. Why are we talking about food? Ridiculous, honestly, supposed to be on a diet. Shocked neighbours have called the police on a mum. What's she hanging in her bedroom window that they can see from outside? It's a swastika flag. She's obviously one of the stupid people in the world, so she's been told, take it down. Take it down now. Don't be so thick. Really bad. What have we got now? The RAF airmen. I was going to do this story yesterday. They've become gender-neutral aviators. No more airmen and airwomen in the RAF. They're aviators. Can't say anything now, can you? I mean, it's almost like there's nothing. Very shortly, you won't have comedians doing shows. Aviators is a cool world. Yeah, cool. Yeah, I don't know. But then, I mean, it's gender neutral. I'm a bit bored with gender neutral. I really couldn't give a toss about it. I'm really not bothered, seriously, about, whether you're this, that, or the other. I really couldn't care less. As far as I'm concerned, I have to go by the Bible. It was just Adam and Eve. Not that it makes any difference what the Bible says, because people have thrown that out the window on loads of occasions. I just sort of think we're getting too complicated. Too complicated. It should be fairly straightforward. So I'm a Celeb cancelled for the third night in a row. They might as well just cancel it. Just get rid of it. Let's get rid of it. Nobody would miss it. We'll just sort of do a vote. We'll do a phone vote and decide who's actually going to win the thing. Although at the moment I'm not too sure. Steve, you now got me wanting freshly cooked, crisp and piping hot homemade chips, and it's only just gone 4:30, says Finbar. Did you ever see the chip machine? The chip machine that they had. It was a vending machine that made chips. And it was a little basket, which was in the hot oil, and you'd put your money in, and the thing would move around and drop a portion of potatoes into the thing and then fry them. And then it would lift them up and then tip them into so you got piping hot chips. Sounds delicious, doesn't it? But you're right, you can eat chips any time. You really can. The thing you've got to be careful is do not start cooking your chips and then go and have a sit down on the settee at this time of the morning and fall asleep. That would be highly dangerous. Steve, do you prefer a trifle or crumble or Christmas pudding for Christmas, or all of the above? No, to be honest with you, I'd rather have a trifle. Given the choice, a trifle. I don't want to eat Christmas pudding. It's too heavy. You only need a little tiny bit, and I wouldn't want anything else. So I think it would definitely be trifle. Don't you like fruit and oh, God, you're so fussy. So fussy. No, it's nice trifle. You have the cream. It was custard and then cream. Bit of sherry in the bottom on those little sort of amaretto-type biscuits. Yeah, the sherry's good. And then tinned fruit, and then a bit of jelly, and then, oh, no. Marks & Spencer's trifles are great. They're quite nice. Although they do a really good rhubarb trifle in Waitrose. And that's very nice. I like rhubarb trifle. Yeah, which it's exactly the same, except the fruit is rhubarb. God, there's no pleasing you at all, is there really? Rachel in Leicester, one of my spikers, says off to Winter Wonderland on Saturday with the grandson. Can't wait. Oh, love it. Love it, love it, love it. Sounds fantastic, doesn't it? The England cricketing legend who's back to assisted dying as he reveals cancer at the age of 89. This is Ray Illingworth. We'll talk about him a little bit later on. And what was the other one that I quite liked? Down comes the snow. Oh, yes, a British angler, this is from Mr. Neil, nets a world record. He reeled in an 11-stone, 5-pound halibut. It's huge. 11 stone, 5 pounds. I don't think I've ever eaten halibut. I'm sure you can, but it doesn't quite interest me at all. Haddock I like. Haddock's very good, as we've discovered from Phil Vickery. That's the best fish to have. If you're going to a fish and chip shop, have haddock, because it's the tastiest fish. Sea bass. Oh, I don't like sea bass. I don't know why. They just look enormous to me. It just doesn't interest me in the slightest. I'm not interested in size. It's more taste. The Gran duped into a £10,000 fake insurance. There's a little bit of a warning coming up for everybody here. Excuse me. Oh dear. Can't beat a cup of tea, can you? When we were little, we used to go out in our caravan when we went away for weekends and stuff like that. And my mother would always make a big flask. We had 2 big flasks that we brought from Hong Kong. And you unscrewed the base and there was a glass jar in there which held the milk for the tea. So you could have one with tea in, one with coffee in. And they were big flasks. They were about 2 or 3 litres. And that was always nice. A nice hot cup of tea on a sort of a day is good. And then in the summer, you put down orange squash or lemon squash. And my mum used to make her own lemon squash. Really nice, really nice. Darryl in Paisley says, quick roast potatoes, peel, cut to shape, microwave for 4 minutes, rub around bottom of meat into colour and flavour, add a little light olive oil if needed, leave under meat for the last 35 to 40 minutes. Only really works with beef. Ha ha. Love it. Steve, do you think basket meals are due a comeback? We used to, when I worked in a pub years ago, we did basket meals. And it was so much easier. So much easier. And so somebody would have, we used to do chicken and chips, beef burger and chips, and steak and chips. And the steak we would just cut up into chunks and deep fry. So you'd have a fryer for your meat and a fryer for your chips. You do the things. You put the baskets out with greaseproof paper in the bottom, shake the chips on the top, and then put the steak on top of that or a piece of chicken. It was delicious, seriously, and so much easier because when it came back to the kitchen, you just threw everything away with the greaseproof paper and lined the basket again with another piece. Oh, I was adept at doing, and the worst thing was when people would say, oh, can I have it medium? I don't know what medium was. I have no idea. Medium steak, medium chicken. But you had to make sure the chicken was cooked properly. Very difficult to, didn't want anybody cutting into it and blood to emerge. The farmer who's been offered £3.50 to put up a mobile phone mast on his land. He said it started off at $5,500 per year, and they've offered £3.50. So he's told them where to stick it. I don't know where that would be, actually. Perhaps it's in another farmer's field, I should imagine. Biggest selling album. Queen's greatest hits. Queen. There's been lots of documentaries on the television about Queen and Freddie Mercury, and Brian May's been up there chatting away about him and things like that. Because if you remember, the press were desperate to find out what Freddie was dying of, and he didn't want to tell people. His close friends knew all about it, Anita Dobson and Brian May and everything, because he loved Anita, because she was in EastEnders and they thought it was fantastic. But he didn't say, and they got a picture of him crossing the road looking really, really ill, and they printed a picture and went, "What's wrong, Freddie?" And of course everybody who knew him knew that he was dying, and so he admitted, he said, I've come out with it. And he died, I think, about 2 days after that. He was in the last throes of it. But it was the fact that the press hounded him to find out what it was, because nobody knew in those days. They'd heard of it, but they didn't know how many people were going to be infected by it. And it was, I remember seeing some people in Brighton. I went down there with a friend of mine, and you could see somebody was on their last legs. And in fact, the gay press at the time were full of obituaries for young people who died at the age of, 18, 19, far too young. Same with the pandemic. At the moment, I mean, the amount of school children dying is negligible, but there is a danger that it could get worse unless they find another booster, and unless, people scramble to get their jabs in before Christmas. Because better to sort of take away any problems. It doesn't necessarily stop you getting COVID, but it makes it easier to deal with. And that's all you've got to do is have the injection. You would have them years ago for polio. You'd have it for flu. Why would you not have it for something that's killing people? See, it makes perfect sense for me. I've had mine, but I think, as we agreed yesterday, that if it sort of came to it, I think what you'd have is you'd have your jab yearly. So you'd have your flu jab and you'd have the COVID jab, just to make sure, because I don't think it's not going away anytime soon. It really isn't. I mean, people are still hanging around together. People are still assembling in groups. People are still going to bars, to clubs. You can still do all these sort of things. Yet, funnily enough, you can go to Sainsbury's and you've got to put your mask on to go shopping in Sainsbury's. But if you want to go to Starbucks, you can take your mask off. You don't need to wear your mask in Starbucks. What's the point of that? But, it makes it a bit difficult to eat, doesn't it, or to drink your cup of coffee. I like the idea of the snooker champion falling asleep during a game. It must be very easy, mustn't it, if you're sort of because snooker is the most boring thing ever on the television. Next to, I think, synchronised swimming or darts. Darts is possibly the most boring thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Absolutely ridiculous. But people seem to... 180! Why do they speak like that? Why can't they just go, it's 180? It makes perfect sense, but people don't. People like watching it. And so you've got all these sort of blokes, and you've got people who've got, different... They've all got their names on the back of their shirts in case they forget who they are. And they go out there and you've got, all the famous darts players. I'm not one of them. I can throw darts backwards, actually. I can have the point of the dart facing into my fingers, and I can throw it and flip it so it hits the dartboard. Don't ask me how I can do that or even why I do that, but I can. It's showing off. That's all. It's showing off. I can hold it so the dart rests, so the actual flight is hanging over my fingers, and I can throw like that, and it hits the dartboard. So if you want to take me on, mate, I'll tell you. Take you for a few £100. Not that I'm a gambling person or anything like that, but, I could do that. Because I just can't bear darts. I think it's so boring. Synchronised swimming I always fancy, but I thought the idea of a peg on your nose and dropping down to the bottom of a swimming pool didn't quite appeal to me. Oh, part of the Beebs Christmas programming, Shaun the Sheep. Why? I've got no idea. I quite like Shaun the Sheep, but I mean, it's really a bit bad this year, television.
This is LBC.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company in 9 minutes to 5. 9 minutes to 5. Freddie grew up in Feltham, went to West Thames College in Isleworth. Yes, he's originally from Zanzibar, isn't he, Freddie Mercury? But I've watched all the all the documentaries on the television. Very interesting. It seems, honestly, it just seems amazing how many people we've actually lost. My friend Ian says, when my mum used to carve the meat, I'd have a few slices as well as a bowl of stuffing before the full roast dinner with more stuffing. He's got a thing about stuffing. There's so many different stuffings now, aren't there? You know, which is good. Wayne is in bed, feeling lousy and worried it's my turn and I finally got COVID, waiting for my PCR test results. I guess if 50,000 new infections are happening each day in the UK, we're all going to get it eventually. We have to hope it's a mild infection. Oh, pop it. It's not good, is it, really? It's not good. I mean, have you had your double jabs and booster jab, or have you just had your double jabs? Because if you're feeling lousy, because I've had a couple of days where I felt a bit sort of sneezy and sniffy and something like that, but I put that down to the fact that you come out of a warm place into somewhere that was freezing, like yesterday was freezing cold. And then you spend your entire life, I mean, with handkerchiefs. I live with handkerchiefs now, because otherwise you can't keep wiping your nose on your sleeve, can you? It just doesn't look very good in mixed company. Steve, comfort food, says Susie, a fried egg on toast, especially after a long walk on a cold day. Oh, a long walk is nice, isn't it? A long walk is actually very nice. But I'm not sure fried egg on toast. I don't like runny eggs. You know, I'm a bit funny about runny eggs. I did have one the other day, actually. I was quite pleased with myself. I thought, well done you, Steve. Well done you. Sheridan Smith, very lucky to be alive after her Range Rover hit a tree at high speed. She swerved off a narrow country road in this £100,000 motor during Storm Arwen. A neighbour said of the crash, it could have been fatal. Yeah, if you look at the pictures, I mean, she's literally upended the car. It's, I mean, just absolutely amazing. It's a Range Rover. And I thought they were fairly safe, but apparently she hit a tree, and that was it. But we wish her well. The tree's been damaged. The bodywork is broken. The front skid plate is, I mean, it's just literally upended. It looks like it's sort of a tribute kind of car or something. But that's a bit of a shame. So anyway, I hope she's well. But I mean, a bit frightening, way frightening. The BBC allowed Netflix to film The Crown at its central London headquarters in a move which will further infuriate Prince William and the royal family. Bosses let the streaming giant use Broadcasting House to recreate real-life scenes from the run-up to Martin Bashir's interview. Don't like Martin Bashir. We're allowed not to like him. And so they've sort of done little bits and pieces. And I've still not seen it. But this is the war with the royals. I don't know why they've decided to go to war with the royals. They wouldn't like it if it was their family. Meghan's top lawyer last night hit back as it was claimed the Duchess of Sussex bullied staff and left them severely psychologically traumatised. Do you know that she's spending all her time in litigation? That's all it is now. You know, you mention Meghan, and all of a sudden she's consulting her lawyer again. Perhaps she's just got them on speed dial or something like that, because every time something comes up, she obviously doesn't take criticism very well, does she? She's obviously not one of these sort of people. You wait till they start picking on her acting. Goodness sake, honestly. And the NHS is to expand vaccine clinics' working hours and open more hubs to deliver millions of boosters in record time. You do need it. Currently, booster shots are given to 2.5 million people a week. 2.5 million people a week. They want to increase that. I'm a Celebrity Bosses say the on-set destruction caused by the storm Arwen is £1 million disaster. But the trouble is, it's the same old, isn't it, with Strictly? You know, I'm a celebrity, get me out of here. It's the same thing. It's a bunch of people, some of which you've heard of, some of which you've never heard of and hope you never do again. And they go into either the jungle or they go into a castle and they give them tasks to do. And some of them break down in tears. Some of them go, I don't want to do this anymore. And yet they'd be more than happy to take the golden shilling. And then at the end of the day, we all vote on them and vote for them, you know, especially the ones who cry the most. They're the ones we vote for the Bush-Tucker trials. Because we love a cry because we want them to suffer. That's what it's about. There's no point in going, oh, we're doing it. Because if you like somebody, you're not going to put them in for the Bush-Tucker trials. So it's people you want to watch crying. No, you don't. No, people like people. And they go, no, we're not going to vote for you. We're going to vote for somebody who cries and has a breakdown. I mean, you know, why you'd want to let creepy crawlies and snakes crawl all over you, I've got no idea. I wouldn't do it. The rest, not even £1 billion. Well, I don't know how to think about £1 billion. But it's never going to be £1 billion, so I'll be quite safe in sort of admitting that I didn't want to go on the programme. And also, it's the invasion of privacy. You know, when I go to bed at night, I like to, put my pyjamas on, have a nice little lie down, and then have maybe a shower when I wake up, which I'm not sure you can do in the jungle or in the castle. Although being in the castle must be a darn sight better than being in the middle of a jungle. But at least you've got some good weather out there, I think. What else we got here? This is Britain was in Europe, writes Clemmy Moody. Corona was the name of a lager. Ex-public schoolboys weren't gluing themselves to A roads, and Prince Philip was still going strong. The halcyon days, she writes, of BC. That's before Colleen. It's been 2 years since Colleen Rooney accused Rebecca Vardy of leaking stories in the interim. Migrants have died, bushfires have raged, and a global pandemic has wiped out millions. Yet still these two women keep going in their libel battle. Wayne and Jamie's wives have blown £1.4 million on legal costs. That's $300,000 more than the average Brit earns in a lifetime. In the spring, an unedifying High Court battle beckons. Colleen is clearly a devoted mum and wife, and during her time in the jungle, Rebecca's pluck, humour and determination made her the standout star of I'm a Celeb 2017. She chomped down on Lamb's bottom, cheerily telling Ant and Dec she'd had worse in her mouth. The Liverpudlian is now said to be offering her one-time mate 11th hour peace talks. Clemmy Moody says, for the rest of us as well, for the sake of both women and their families, Rebecca must grab this olive branch with both perfectly manicured hands. Enough is enough. What a waste of money. Told you, what a waste of money. Just because somebody said, oh, listen, somebody leaked it and it's come from your account. And they go, yeah, but other people access. There's a little group of people who access my accounts. Sometimes they phone me up and say, can we tweet about this? Can we tweet? And I go, yeah, of course you can. Because they're people I know. But it doesn't mean to say that I've done it. Joe says, on my way to work at Centre Parks, Longleat. Have you ever been? I don't think it's for me, is it? It's for families. With sort of little children who want to ride a bicycle through a wood and go in a water park. It's at Longleat. Yeah. Yeah, well, it's Centre Parks. The safari park's next door, yeah. Never the twain shall meet. Could make it more lively for the kids, couldn't it? Let's have a wander through this. But, Dad, and it looks like a lion. Dad! They were the first people to do it, I think, Longleat, weren't they? And, yes, they have hippopotamuses. You could take the riverboat, can't you? And they get hippopotamus. And seals as well. You like seals? Couldn't eat a whole one. But, no, I do like a good seal. But they've got hippopotamuses in there as well. They used to have an island which used to have gorillas on there. They used to have two, but I think there's only one now. Very old one who sits on the island, bless his heart, all by himself. And they go and feed him. And he likes honey. Apparently, very bad for his teeth, but there you go. But you have a nice time, Joe. But no, I think is it open at the moment, Centre Parks? It's a bit cold. I suppose you sort of live in a cabin or something, and then it's a water thing. Kids love water, don't they? Strangely enough, except when it comes to baths. But they'll happily mess around in the waters. It must be absolutely brilliant. Harry Kane saved the day for a US couple who got 2 planes and a train to see Spurs play, only for it to be called off an hour later. At least he made an effort. Still to come, the chef Gary Mason's solution to a stress-free Christmas dinner. That's 6,500 calories. And families are being warned of a £700 rise in bills if they change energy suppliers. Oh, my God, honestly, it gets worse, doesn't it, really? And we take all of your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So send them in, and you can be part of getting ourselves awake. It's not easy, is it? But it is Tuesday, so that's good. We're sort of halfway through the week, and it's the end of November. So tomorrow we'll be doing Pinch and a Punch for the first day of the month and no returns.
This is LBC.
So a short back and sides again, or something a bit different this time?
We chock-a-block all week, I'm afraid. Lenny's barbershop needs a new staff member, a talented snipper who'll really gel with the team.
If you can wait till next week, I could do Thursday.
Indeed can help him find great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. With Indeed's employer dashboard, you can attract, interview and hire candidates all in one place. To start hiring, visit Indeed.com/try today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen in Conversation With.
And this morning, my special guest will be... Do you know, sometimes the computer has a mind of its own. And all of a sudden it throws up something from 2 years ago, and people are going, where's that come from? And we're going, we have no idea. I love it, though. I love it. It makes it more entertaining. It really does. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday, the 30th of November, last day of the month. And then tomorrow, pinch and a punch for the first day of the month, and no returns. And it means that, you know, if you get the opportunity to go out and get your shopping, get your shopping. If you don't have a mask on, get a mask, you know, because they're going to clamp down. Apparently, the other thing I knew I was going to mention to you, because I only read it the other day. You know, when you get to Christmas, and it is specifically at Christmas that people want to go out dressed up, and they like going out dressed up as Father Christmas or elves or ballerinas or princesses or things like that. If you're driving your car and you're dressed up, you are in danger of picking up a £500 fine, because it means that you're not properly in charge of your vehicle. They think, and this has come from, I think it's either the AA and the RAC, that you could be in breach of one of the Highway Code Acts, which means that, you know, you've got... I'm going to sneeze. Blimey, too. There's a good start. So, in other words, if you go out dressed up to a fancy dress party, they might deem that you're not in proper control of your car. How it works, I have no idea. I merely pass it on to you just in case you're going out, because there'll be loads of people who go out dressed up for parties. I mean, funny thing, I don't really see them on the buses and the trains, so they must be taking their cars in, mustn't they? People doing it. But I like seeing people dressed up. Halloween has got really quite berserk in London. We see people dressed up and dragging themselves along the road, you know, with a blood-stained this and that. But not for me. Years ago it would have been, but anymore. Monica says, Steve, there are thousands of people in the northeast. Lots of snow. No power since Friday because of the storm. They may have no power till later in the week. No heat, no cooking, no charging of devices. It's a disaster. It is. Because what do you do? I mean, if there's so much snow, you can't even get Deliveroo to get out to you with food or stuff like that. You can't heat anything up. I mean, I had a tomato soup this morning. I bought a tin of Heinz tomato soup in, heated it up in the microwave, obviously emptied it out of the tin, and that was quite nice, actually. I've never had a bowl of soup at this time. I just put it in a mug, and it was absolutely lovely. Very nice indeed. Other stories which are in the paper today: the sexy secrets of selling sunset. I don't know what it is, but I'm led to believe they're estate agents. That's all they are. They're just estate agents in America. But what they've done is, if you go back a few years and you look at them, and then you look at them now, they've all changed their appearances. They now all look as though they're it's a conveyor belt of people who've sort of wandered out. And all the drama and the fighting is real, says one of the people here who's got tattoos. People think it's not because it's catty and dramatic, but we're in a high-pressure job. No, you're not. You're just an estate agent, dear, OK? You're not, nothing really particularly clever. There is no secret of selling. It's a case of if somebody wants to buy a house, they'll buy it. You can't make them buy it. It's like if I'm going out to buy a property and I've got £2 million to spend, you won't make my mind up on whether I buy something. I'll make my mind up. I'll walk in and I'll know it. But when you see the way that they've all changed, you know, hair lighter, straighter, eyebrows darker, thicker, you know, this kind of thing. Somebody says, I stripped for Playboy, but now I just do property porn. Because we're obsessed with these programs in America. Over here, it'd be so dull, wouldn't it? We're going to spend our time in an estate agent. Boring. In America, it's all glam and, you know, have you seen there's two blokes. One is gay and he's selling high-end property in Manhattan, New York or somewhere like that, where he'll have an open house and they'll decorate it and it's all very frou-frou and it's all very wonderful and quite interesting. And people come in and he goes, oh, thank you so much for coming. Would you like a glass of champagne? And this bedroom is here and this is this. There isn't any parking, but the place has got a gym on site and they're looking for 16 mil. And then the other person will go, well, my client's seen it, they're offering 11. He goes, 11, I cannot do. I cannot do it. And it becomes quite a drama, actually, for these poor people who make a small fortune on their commission. But I've never seen Selling Sunset. Have you seen Selling Sunset, Minty? No, see, Minty's not seen it. But apparently it's just a lot of catty people. A bit like watching any of the Housewives of Manhattan or Housewives of Orange County or things like that. Same sort of thing, only they're just selling property. And it's very interesting. They say here, Heather reckons she was meant to be a wife. This is she's one of the stars of it, because they make stars out of anybody nowadays. And she says, I never even questioned taking Tarek's last name. It solidifies our love and our relationship, because they're all in serious therapy, all these people. I've never known anything like it. They had some women the other day, and what were they? Oh, the housewives. No, it wasn't even the housewives. The people of Beverly Hills. People who own shops there, and people who, one of them, her husband was an eye surgeon, and she was just so busy. She just did not have enough time to do everything. So she has to have a woman who cooks and gets her kiddie ready for school. And her idea of being busy is somebody brings in a rack of clothes and she picks the clothes that she wants to wear to her business meetings. We never quite understood what the business meeting was. Then we had a guy who was an influencer, and he appeared to have had more cosmetic work done than any of the women in there. And then they were having a thing where they brought all their cars out on Sunset, was it? Not Sunset Boulevard, this very expensive place where they all go. And it's all these posh shops. Rodeo Drive. Because we went there on a coach tour. We did one of these open top buses when we went over there. And we drove down Rodeo Drive. I mean, to be honest with you, I've never felt so cheap in my entire life. There's all these flashy cars outside. One of them was a big yellow Rolls-Royce Phantom, which in yellow and chrome looked absolutely amazing. And I remember thinking, that's quite nice, but I wouldn't drive it out in the daytime. And you look at all these people, and it's just so expensive. Everything is so expensive. But there's a brilliant piece, which is on YouTube, of the police on Rodeo Drive, and they stop a black guy coming out of one of these high-end shops, because it's only high-end shops. They're really fantastic shops, very, very expensive. They had an art gallery there where the art started at 10 million. These women were invited there. Nobody had any money to buy it. And this black guy gets stopped, and the police go, can you just turn around, and all the rest of it. Anyway, it turns out, and he's trying to say to them, what are you doing? I'm just coming out of my place of work. Oh, you work there, do you? It turns out he was like a top designer for Versace. And they'd arrested him quite clearly because they were racially profiling. And in the end, they said, oh, sorry, sir, and all the rest of it. And I thought, you should take them to court. You should take these people to court. This is absolutely ridiculous. But it was interesting looking at, they had one woman who's got a shop there, and she was Mexican. And she'd been brought up on the wrong side of the tracks, but she'd elevated herself. And she organised this huge thing with all these. There was a car there which was worth $70 million. For a car. They had all sorts of stuff there, and models wearing all these fabulous clothes. And I thought to myself, it's so fake. The whole thing is just so fake. You're made to feel as though you've got, who was it who we had? It was Frasier's ex-wife, who was one of the housewives of Beverly Hills. And her house, when we first saw it, I looked at it and remember thinking, she's living in a hotel. And it turned out this was her house. It was all marble floors. The entrance hall was absolutely enormous. Who's that British woman who's on the Housewives of Beverly Hills? She's got her husband always carries their dogs around and all this. They're both British, and somebody will know her name. But she's really famous over there because they throw these lavish parties where they must spend 10,000 quid on flowers. There you go, Lisa Vanderpump. Known for Vanderpump Rules, Vanderpump Dogs, and Real Housewives of Beverly Hills. They owned 36 restaurants and bars in London, Los Angeles. They've had all sorts of places. I thought she was fab. She's only 61. I thought she was older than 61. But she's a television personality. I think she came out of the programme because I think she was so sick to death of the bitchiness that went on with these people who pretend to be your friends, but they're not really. But their house was like, wow. It was just if you're spending, $20 million on a house, which over here would be about a 16 million pound property, which to be honest is not much. Her house was just, I've never seen anything the size of it. Yeah. It was $29 million. Okay. Now, $29 million. But the upkeep of that, you'd have to have a team of gardeners. The interior of the house was fantastic. So $29 million. So you're looking at about 19 million pounds, which over here is cheap. 17,000 square feet. 17,000 square feet. But it looks like the size of a hotel. It was marble floors, marble bathrooms, and the rest of it. It was just a rich, it was one of the most beautiful places I've ever seen. It's like a French chateau. like a French chateau, but huge. 2 people rattling around inside of it, mainly the staff. You'd have to have all these people looking after it. The gardeners. She's not going to get out there and plant daffodil bulbs, is she? Not going to do anything like that. No, she wouldn't. They don't do... These people have people what do. She doesn't... The garden was stunning. It had fountains and everything, and she'd invite a few friends round for dinner. And the dinner would be catered for by people who'd come into her kitchens, which were all marble. I think they had something like 10 bedrooms but 15 bathrooms. The Americans are obsessed with bathrooms. They live in bathrooms. So you'll never find a house with sort of 10 bedrooms, 2 bathrooms like you would over here. Over there, every bedroom has got its ensuite, and sometimes it's double ensuite. But 29 million. You get a lot more for your bucks over there. A lot more. Happy birthday to Lorraine Kelly, says Jake. Is that you? Oh, right. Oh, sorry. I just assumed there's only one Jake in the world. Did you ever hear the song Jake the Peg? I'm sorry. Probably brought back horrible memories. You'll have to go into rehab immediately. But Lorraine Kelly is 62 today, says Jake. 62. Och, you're gorgeous. You're beautiful. You're marvellous. I love you. You're wonderful. She was doing something the other day. What was she doing? I forget what it was. She started becoming a little bit more vocal, which I applaud, actually. Apparently, Nico... Longleat's gorilla watches television and listens to the radio. He could be listening, says Kim, to your good self as we speak. Well, if he's going to listen to anything, he might as well listen to speech. What's the point of him listening to music? He can't dance. Much better. Steve, a tradition on Boxing Day in Wigan is a mass fancy dress pub crawl around the town. Me and my brother went one year as Stan Laurel and Oliver Hardy, and another year, says Mike, went as the Blues Brothers. It's not very original, is it? The Blues Brothers? Then all you've got to do is put on a pork pie hat, pair of dark glasses and a suit, and that's it, and you're the Blues Brothers. I'd rather you went as Hansel and Gretel. Far more entertaining. Or Jake the Peg. Nobody's ever... I remember when they used to do the sing-along A Sound of Music, people used to go up to some of the things dressed as The Hills Are Alive. Lot of men dressed as nuns. It's obviously some secret fantasy that men have of dressing up as nuns. And some people dressed up as Do-Re-Mi. I don't know what that was. And I mean, hardly anybody went as Julie Andrews. I was a little bit disappointed, really. No, that was my favourite film. That was my favourite film of all time. Every Christmas they would show on the television, now it's Shaun the Sheep, they would show The Sound of Music, and every year I would watch it. And I've watched it so many times since and love every minute of it. And especially now I know all the stories connected with it.
This is LBC.
Sometimes running a business can feel like cycling uphill with square wheels. But Xero online accounting software can help predict the future cash flow of your business, so you can stay one step ahead. Soon it'll feel more like freewheeling downhill. Woohoo! On a tandem. All right, mate. With a masseur on the back.
Oh, that's nice.
Search Xero with an X, because healthy business is beautiful business.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning. So we spare a thought for all the people in the northeast. Lots of snow, and we're all going, oh, we'd love to get some snow down here. No, thank you. No, thank you. I don't mind a little bit. And then it just disappears. Tony in South Ealing says Lisa Vanderpump opened the Shadow Lounge in Soho before they moved to LA. I thought she was great, but I did love it because these people were horrible. They all hated each other. Nobody liked them at all. Steve bought some Creed at duty free, 50 millilitres for 146 quid. Yeah, normally it's about 160, so you've saved a little bit on the 50. I think because the other one's about 200 and something, isn't it? He says, I now probably smell like you. Not sure if that's good. Sarah says Lisa Vanderpump's Beverly Hills home is called Villa Rosa, which has a swan-filled moat. Is it black swans she's got? I can't remember if she's got black swans. But they've obviously got so much money. But seriously, I thought she was a bit older than 61. Embarrassing, isn't it, really? Roger says $70 million for a car. Too scary to drive it, too valuable to park it. Yes. Sorry? What, pardon? White swans, right. I'm sure she did have black swans at one point, because they're apparently like the ultimate thing. But it was the fact that they had this lovely house, but her husband would walk around holding this little dog, which they dressed up all the time. And I used to think, oh, I'm not sure about that. I don't like people dressing dogs up. I'm a bit funny about that. But you're right, it's $70 million for a car, Roger. I mean, you'd never get the insurance. You'd never get the insurance, would you? You can imagine going to, Admiral and going, OK, can they go, and the value is, and you go 70 million. Excuse me? 70 million. Oh, you did say 70 million. I wouldn't imagine how much your insurance would be. There's a bloke on the television who goes around all these car auctions buying very, very expensive cars. And he's a white-haired man with a white moustache. And he knows everything about these cars, and he can put them together. He can tell you chapter and verse on every single one of them. And that is a gift that I would love. Here's the neighbour from hell. And her name is Amy Newport. Amy's obviously a bit dim, to say the least, because shocked neighbours called the counter-terrorist police because she's got a Nazi swastika flag in her bedroom. I mean, you have to ask the question, what's the matter with her? You could see it clearly through a window. Officers turned up and warned her she could be committing a criminal offence because the flag could be seen from outside. The mum of two, a former warehouse worker, agreed to remove it from her Swindon home after being given strong words of advice. One local resident said, "You couldn't miss it, it's vile. And this is such a nice area which makes it even more disgusting. That symbol means nothing but hatred and evil. Why would anybody want to have it hanging on display?" The flag could be seen hanging on a wall in the lit-up front upstairs room of this end-of-terrace house on a newly built estate. The two-bedroom home in a quiet square also has a Christmas sign outside saying, "Santa, stop here." Police van and two coppers were seen at the property on Friday. Asked by the Sun about the flag, Amy Newport, refused to answer questions and denied she was racist. What do you think it is then, dear? Apparently she claimed she didn't know what it was. She had no idea. She said, when told a swastika was a racist symbol, her stepdad, Derek, says, "So you want to mind your own business." They're obviously a very peculiar family, aren't they, if they want to put up things like that. But anyway, the officers have told her that the flag's not illegal, but it can be viewed from a public area considered a racially aggravated public order offence. So she said, "I've got lots of flags in my home." You're a horrible piece of work. How would you... fancy not knowing what a swastika is, dear. Are you particularly dim? What do you think it is? God in heaven, honestly, you lose the will to live, don't you? Blimey, what's this person wearing? This is somebody who's in the show Glee, going out. It's freezing cold outside, and most people are wearing hardly any clothes. And there's also another one here. Jessie Nelson and Leanne Pinnock have already had enough reasons for bad blood. Nobody's talking to each other. They're all fallen out. I don't know why. 1 minute everybody's buddy-buddy, the next minute they're not. But apparently Jessie quit Little Mix, stopped speaking to her and the bandmates, and now the Boys singer has stoked the embers of their feud by getting cosy with Leanne's ex, Lucien Laviscount, whoever he is. Who's he? Do you know who he is? Lucien... See? Minty doesn't even know who it is, honestly. So I'm not out on a limb on this one. But I've got no idea who he is. But he's obviously somebody who's a bit desperate for publicity. Very worrying. But they're all talking about Elton John and Ed Sheeran. Unlikely best friend. They really are unlikely best friends. Really. And they've got a single out called Merry Christmas, which will be out on Friday. I've not heard it. But alongside a serious amount of sleigh bells on the tune, Ed sings, "So kiss me under the mistletoe, pour out the wine. Let's toast and pray for December snow. I know it's been a pain this year, but it's time to let it go." He's singing this with Elton John. Sweet, isn't it, really? I don't know. I can't remember the last time Elton John, his only Christmas record, I think, was called Step Into Christmas. Step into Christmas. Step, It was quite bad, but it was years ago. Years ago. Elton likes working with different people now. So that's obviously going to be his sort of foray back. But everybody's got a Christmas record out. There are so many Christmas records out now. In fact, far more than any other year that I ever remember. Steve, my youngest daughter has been woken by a text, says Monica, from Northern Power. Said they're working hard to get power on, but there's high demand. Well, the trouble is they've got to get out there in all this snow and try and connect up things. Which is, people have been out now for quite a while, actually, which is a bit embarrassing. So I'm very sorry about that. The trouble is, it's all these lovely places in the country. I was watching the other day, and it was a comedian and an artist. Who's the artist who cross-dresses? Who is... Oh, I'm hopeless honest this morning. I'm getting completely... Always wears nice frocks and everything else. Grayson Perry. And Grayson Perry and this comedian are off cycling through the beautiful countryside, I think up in the Lake District and everything else. It was the most interesting programme because they were just having a normal conversation. And Grayson Perry was explaining about, you know, if he walked down the road when he first started wearing women's dresses, nobody took a blind bit of notice of him. He said now, because the dresses are so vibrant that everybody notices. But people, he said before, never noticed me at all. But it was so interesting. They went nearly skinny dipping in a lake which looked freezing cold. And but it was very interesting, very, very interesting. Also, Sarah Jane Dunn again. I thought this 5 minutes had finished, but apparently not, because they've decided to leave the door open after the OnlyFans storm, because she wants to own her own body, which is fantastic. And apparently after the announcement that she was leaving and she was on OnlyFans, it brought in an estimated 97,000. She said, "I'm simply moving my racier images to another platform." Lovely. You do whatever you want, dear. You do whatever you want. We've already said that, but I mean, you know, give it up, please. It's a bit embarrassing, really, isn't it? It's like watching Madonna taking her clothes off and people are going, "You're over 60. You know, a little bit too old for this kind of thing." Is it ever okay to take your baby to work? Is it ever okay to take your baby to work? Not in the House of Commons, I don't think it is. I don't think so. In fact, Alice McIntyre says, "I can't understand why any woman in their right mind would want to take their baby to work, especially as in the House of Commons they have a creche. They have a creche where you can take your children and leave them there. You know, this is supposed to be a debate. It's very sweet and it's very laudable and very nice, but where are we heading on this one? This is after Stella Creasy was reprimanded for taking Pip into a Commons debate because they've got a creche there. She was arguing the toss and saying, well, you know, what else am I supposed to do? And you go, well, you put it in the creche and then you go in and you do your bits in the Commons. It's like, you know, if you work in an undertaker's, don't take your baby into work there. If you work in an abattoir, you don't take your baby into work there. I've never heard of any radio presenters taking their babies into work. What happens if it starts crying in the corner? You can't even take your dogs into work. Although we do have a special Bring Your Dog to Work Day, where you could, yeah, they do that a lot. It's like schools have Dress Down Friday, where you don't have to wear the school uniform. Not that I think any schools now wear the school uniform. People have, you know... There was a girl got on the bus the other day with the short... She spent all of her time trying to pull the skirt down because it was too short, and she was sitting on a seat directly opposite me, and I'm trying not to look. It's all very embarrassing. Jon Snow has claimed, TV's Jon Snow, that interviewing Margaret Thatcher was a pseudo-sexual experience. Blimey, I don't think we can go down that route. He says, the lady was for turning me on. No. We don't want to know anything about that. Thank you very much indeed. And Downton Abbey star Joanne Froggatt has revealed how the period drama was to Rolling Stone Mick Jagger's satisfaction. He loves it. Oh, we all love Downton. Everybody loves Downton. There's going to be one coming up Christmas, I think, isn't there? But it's Mark Williams, who's the snooker bloke who blamed COVID after he fell asleep playing in a £1 million TV tournament. I quite like the idea that somebody falls asleep. The good news is nativity plays can go ahead despite the Omicron variant of COVID. So that's good news, because before you couldn't have nativity plays, and you also can't take pictures because the schools got a bit funny about people taking pictures of their kiddie in the school nativity play because you might have been taking pictures of other children as well. Why that would make any difference, I don't know, because when I was younger, nobody even bothered, but you just took a picture of people doing the nativity play. But nowadays, parents go, wait a minute, you took a picture of my child and you put it up on air, but my child is in this picture. So that's not good. Richard Madeley reckons the real reason Naughty Boy won't quit I'm a Celebrity is cash, and not his dementia-stricken mum. I love Richard Madeley. We thought he was going to win. We were totally convinced he was going to win. Richard was forced out, but he still gets his £200,000 series fee. But I think Naughty Boy won't get his fee. He has his reasons, but from the outside it looks pathetic. Viewers never like a moaner. But we do like a moaner. That's the whole idea, Richard. We do. We like the idea that somebody complains about it, but he did complain a bit too early on. A bit too early. Britain's highest pub, they've now had a 3-night lock-in. And seeing as some of the rooms there run at nearly £200 a night, and they've got a few rooms there, they must be absolutely laughing. Absolutely laughing. I laughed as well at a guy called Adam Sherry. Adam Sherry's another thicko we found this morning. He's a burglar who made off in a stolen car. He broke into a house, he swiped the keys for the car parked on the driveway, loaded the motor with valuables from the house in Leamington Spa, and he drove off. Unfortunately, he ran out of petrol because they didn't have any petrol in the car, and so he had to dump everything. And 17 miles away from Daventry, police identified him. He was arrested. 2 weeks later, he admitted burglary, driving whilst disqualified, driving without insurance, and taking a motor vehicle without the owner's consent. A real dimbo, because we've sent him to prison. 2 years and 4 months, so he will not be being a getaway driver anytime soon and will not be celebrating Christmas.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. I trust you are well today. So here he is, the master baker. Gareth Mason is his name, and he's created Christmas dinner for the family, and it's easy peasy as pie. Now, the trouble is, I don't know what sort of master baker he is, but to be honest with you, this one looks like the proverbial dog's dinner. It's a calorific creation. So he's put it all into a crust to feed four, but it's not what I call Christmas dinner. Inside this is for his Christmas lunch, inside a pie, turkey, okay, monkfish, sprouts, seaweed, which is cabbage, which is not the best thing, roast potatoes, scallops, carrots, smoked salmon, gravy, lobster sauce, stuffing balls, and crab meat. What a horrible combination. Gareth, who works at a place in Bolton, he said it's the Northerners' best Christmas present. They haven't told you how much it costs, but it's about, I can tell you, it's 6,500 calories. And it's just basically, he's made the pie, and it doesn't have a crust on the top of it, and they just shoved it all in there, and then shoved it in the oven. Now, if I'm going to have a Christmas lunch, I want it to look nice and well prepared. 16% of people this year say they will turn to fish for their festive meal. It's not Christmas, though, is it? Although I don't know where we get turkey and goose and duck and chicken from, because they certainly didn't have it in the Bible. I don't remember them saying, Mary and Joseph sent out for Deliveroo. I don't remember any of that. In fact, there was no mention of what they were eating at all in the stable. But having been given all the gold and the myrrh and the frankincense, why they didn't book into the best travel lodge in the district, I've got no idea. At least they could have been warm and everything else. But it looked quite nice. They had people round to paint them, which was very good indeed. And so, I'm not sure whether or not this Fishmas dinner is the right... I've never had monkfish. I don't know why. It always sounds to me like it's one of those flat fishes or something. Monkfish, I don't know, it just doesn't appeal to me. I mean, I could do the turkey. Seaweed. I mean, I remember being so disappointed with seaweed years ago. Not disappointed because I ate it. I didn't like it. I loved it. But I thought it was proper seaweed, which came with a bit of ginger. And then they started selling it in Waitrose. You could buy a little box full of seaweed. And I remember thinking, that's good. And I looked on it, went, it's cabbage. It was shredded cabbage, deep fried, and that's seaweed. That's why it's full of grease. Full of grease. But I used to love it. We had it. And I remember somebody going, oh, should we have seaweed to start? And I remember going, seaweed? They went, yeah, you'll love it. And we had it. And I went, oh, it's good. Well, for years I thought it was proper seaweed. I thought somebody was going down the coast. I thought it was actual seaweed. Somebody going down to the coast, harvesting it, bringing it back, and then preparing it lovingly on the grill, as opposed to it being cabbage, which isn't as exciting. Carrots, no, carrots are a big no-no for me. I don't do carrots. No, definitely not parsnips. No. We're never going to argue about food, I can tell you now, because I wouldn't eat parsnips if they were covered in 22-carat gold, thank you very much indeed. I'd sell them, yes. Smoked salmon I do like. In fact, when we went to Joe Allen's the other week, I thought there was about 15 to 20 of us. And I had smoked salmon to start with, and then a smoked salmon main course, which came with few sliced roast potatoes and a few little. It was delicious. It was absolutely stunningly delicious. Lobster sauce, I wouldn't know what that tasted like. And stuffing balls. So it's basically your normal stuffing, which they've just created into balls, and then you just sort of bake it. And crab meat. What an odd combination to put crab meat and turkey together. Well, there you go. I'm sure somebody will like it, but it's at a bar and bistro. A bar and bistro. How cool is that? But people are going to come up with all sorts of different bits and pieces now, aren't they? 1 in 4 Britons listen to hip-hop in the bath. No, they don't. No, they don't. They don't. I mean, it's, people don't listen to anything in the bath apart from the sound of water. Why would you listen to something in the bath? I mean, the only thing I'd be listening to in the bathroom would be LBC. I wouldn't listen to anything else. Elton John used to be Ed Sheeran's manager. Really? Elton John was his manager. Good God in heaven, I wouldn't have thought Elton had time for anything. Oh, well, that's why he was signed to his record label. What, Rocket Records? Oh, right. Good Lord above. Well, there you go. You live and learn something every day. Black Sabbath's Tony Iommi. I don't know how you pronounce his name, actually. But he says candle-carrying fans got on his wick. They used to turn up at the heavy metal band's hotel wearing black gowns. They would hold candles and chant as they worshipped the dark side. Fans are very odd, aren't they, really? He says one night we went back to the hotel. There were people outside our room in black gowns holding candles and chanting. Perhaps they got the wrong thing. Mr. Neil says monkfish, Rick Stein's in Padstow, is one of my favourites. See, I've never had it. I don't think I'm not a great fish eater, even though I'll eat salmon and scampi and fish fingers and that kind of stuff. But I don't think I'd want to eat monkfish. I've got no idea why. To me, it sounds as though it's just, you know, a flat fish that crawls along the bottom of the seabed, and then people sort of take it out and cook it. I imagine it looking like one of those things that's got the tail on it, rays, like a manta ray or something like that. I don't know why. Just always thought that. There's a carnage caused here when a Ryanair plane is hit by a flock of herons. The windscreen was such a mush of blood and feathers, the pilots couldn't see anything from the cockpit, because surprisingly they don't seem to have windscreen wipers on aeroplanes. They didn't know. Sorry? The wipers, they would blow off. You're quite right. I didn't think about that. But it was coming in from Stansted to Bologna's Marconi Airport. The pilot managed to stay calm, and nobody was injured, but the engine had been hit by this flock, most of which had died as they smashed into it. I mean, you thought they'd have seen the plane, wouldn't you? Obviously not. Yeah, not very quickly. But, I mean, it's such a mush, and they've got a picture of what it looks like from the cabin. They were going to take a picture. Nobody will ever believe it. And so it was that it was there. Most Londoners buy something from a store so they can use the toilet, because it's very difficult to find a decent public loo. I can remember when they put a charge in on Harrods toilets, but then I thought it was like £1 or something. It might have been a bit more than £1. But I remember that if ever I go in a department store, and there's not that many of them around my area, you have to use the public toilets. Can't imagine paying to go to a toilet, but some of them do. I think Waterloo Station you still have to pay. Waterloo's free, is it? Oh, is it really? Because it used to be going through a turnstile and it was 20 pence. Victoria's not free. Right. You're familiar with all the public toilets on the stations. Because there's nothing... Because I actually... because all the trains that we've now got, the new ones, they don't have a toilet on them, whereas before every third carriage had a toilet on it. And, you know, some of them were in a bit of a state of disrepair. But I can remember sort of thinking, you know, desperate to go for a wee. And when I had sort of problems a while ago, I can remember thinking, I really need a toilet. And then I discovered tenor pants. And that was life change. Shane says, have you ever been to Australia? No, you know I've never been to Australia. I can't imagine sitting on a flight for that amount of time. It's like 26 hours, isn't it, or something, to get to Australia? Yeah, you see, the trouble is, if I was going, I would have to book a bed, because I can sleep in a chair, so I'm okay, actually. And also, you know, you let the chair down, but if you've actually got a bed in first class, you know, a proper bed that you could sort of, I mean, some of them, I've seen some aeroplanes, we were talking about them a couple of months ago, weren't we, boys and girls? And we were looking at them. They literally look like double bedrooms. Everything, you've got your own little door, you shut it and nobody can come in there. And I thought, I'd like that idea. The idea of climbing into bed, because I sleep all the way over there. Literally, before the thing's even taken off, I'm lying down. I'm in my gym jams. I'm all ready. And I remember looking at some of these aeroplanes now, and they've got so many beds on them. Single beds, double beds. You've got your own television. One of them had a little shower room and everything. And I remember thinking, this is luxury travel. I'm going for this one in a big way, definitely. How nice was the smoked salmon, says Mr. Neil. It was absolutely delicious, wasn't it? Monkfish is one of the ugliest fish to look at, but so tasty. Oh, by the way, Liverpool Street Station, the loos are free. I'll tell Jake, he'll be thrilled, just in case he has to go back to Liverpool Street Station. You can go free for the toilet. You live that way, that's okay. Although, says my friend Ian, whenever I met Tony Iommi, he was very fragrant because he's got a new cologne out. It's called Iommi. He says, I'm not sure that I want to actually smell like Black Sabbath. I've got no... What a funny thing to bring out, actually. An aftershave. They all bring them out, though, don't they, really? Victoria's free now, says Iceman. Thank you. Amazing. We're trying to find free toilets in London. They're very few and far between, actually, because if you're caught short, you know, you need to go to the toilet. When you need to go to the toilet, you've got to go. You can't hold it, can you? You sort of sit there and go, I really need to go to the toilet. And then all of a sudden they go, we're being held at a red signal. You go, not now. Please, God, not now. Just make sure that it's all open up. We've got a secretive chef here called, got a lovely name, Minnie Baker. Minnie Baker uses gear from dolls' houses to create tiny classics like lasagna, pot noodles and tasty Greg treats. She comes from Leeds, refused to reveal her identity, says, I do eat the meals. They taste exactly like the full-size version. On her TikTok page, she's got 2.1 million followers. So she's the hit online with her mini munchies. I think that every restaurant should do mini puddings, because there's always going to be at least 2 or 3 puddings on a menu that I like. If they did little miniature versions, just go, I'll have the selection of puddings. And then you could have a little apple crumble, a little bit of ice cream, a little bit of tiramisu, a little bit of just everything. Because it's all delicious, isn't it?
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Julie says, Steve, try monkfish. It's delicious, very meaty fish. See, that makes me feel ill. Somebody says it's a very meaty fish. I want a fish that falls apart, like the salmon that Mr. Neil and I had, and quite a number of people the other day. It just doesn't interest me. I don't know why. Haddock is good. Haddock is very nice. Steve, back before COVID, Network Rail made all toilets at stations owned by them free. Yeah, because the worst thing was, you need to go to the toilet. Waterloo Station, it was downstairs, and you then had to find a 20p piece. Well, you know, everybody's faffing around, so then they had to put a change machine in so that you could then use the change machine to put your pound in and get the 20p piece out so you could go to the toilet. By that time, you know, you were on borrowed time. Charlie says, I found a new aftershave recently that I got given as a gift that made by Rolex. Aftershave made by Rolex. Can't think of anything more ghastly. He says, you can't buy it from a shop. They sell it on eBay. Listen, I wouldn't buy anything on eBay. I seriously wouldn't. You know why? Because the majority of stuff on eBay, the majority of stuff you have to check is fake. They had such a problem with sort of fakes. I remember a friend of mine buying a pair of shoes or trainers on eBay, and he looked at the price. He went, oh, they're really good value, Steve. And I went, they'd be fake. They have a system to check it. But, I mean, a Rolex aftershave, I've never heard of such a thing in my life. I think that's just somebody cashing in, isn't it? Also, £400 plus. Plus what? Plus £1, plus £30, plus £20. That's what you have to see the price of. You know, it would be quite nice to find out. I've never heard of it. They must be cashing in on the success of Rolex watches, mustn't they? You can now have the... it's like Bentley or Apple or anything like that. You're buying into a company. You're buying into all the different bits and pieces. I've got Bentley Bear in my car. He's a teddy bear dressed up as a Bentley mechanic with his little suit on and his little hat. It's so cute. It is absolutely so cute. Steve, it is quite possible you might have accidentally tasted monkfish when battered, says John. It tastes like scampi. Here we go. Rolex. $636. Eau de parfum pour homme. Yeah. And you buy that. Is this eBay here? No, this is not eBay. We found another site where they sell it. It looks quite pretty, but I'm not... You see, the trouble is I would need to smell... I wouldn't be buying into Rolex. I don't know why. It's only because I think, I bought into Estee Lauder, because I'm a big fan of Estee Lauder, and I bought into Creed, only because my friend Danny Milo wore it, and ever since then I've been kind of hooked on it, which is a bit embarrassing, really, because I remember giving a friend of mine Estee Lauder products years and years and years ago, and she said, you've ruined me completely. She said, because having tried them, she said, I now only want Estee Lauder products. One of those things, isn't it? Steve, first class private suite on an Airbus 380, £7,000 to Australia. Economy seat is £428, says Roger. How the other half? Yeah, actually, to be honest with you, 428 sounds very good value, doesn't it? £7,000, that's a first-class private suite on an Airbus 380. I like the sound of that one. And it's so £7,000 to Australia. Is that return? Or would return be £14,000? I'm hoping £7,000 would be return. In which case, it's quite cheap, isn't it? £3,500. and you've got your own bedroom, a first-class private suite, but I have a horrible feeling that might just be one way. Like 428 quid, so it's only £214. No, I don't think so. No, I think that's one way, definitely. But either way, it doesn't make any difference. Talking to the plane and a flock of birds. Have you seen the Tom Hanks film, Steve, Sully? Based on the true story about the Hudson River plane crash, where amazingly all passengers survived. I remember it. I remember it very well indeed. I remember when he brought it down on the river and they started ferrying people out. Thought that was brilliant. I love hearing your voice, says Zara, on these dark mornings, by the way. Thank you. Somebody said that to me the other day, because it's not something that you're, strangely enough, conscious of when you do a speech-based programme. You don't think, oh, does my voice sound, do I sound good? Do I sound not very good? Because when I first started years ago, I thought you had to sound butch on the radio. I thought butch was the way forwards. And so you started, dropping your voice an octave or two if you could manage it. But it just sounded a bit fake. And then somebody said, why don't you just be yourself? I said, oh, God, if I was myself, I'd be arrested. And so you just learn to just talk normally. It's the easiest way to do it, actually. Julietta, she says, not sure you'd actually want to know, but if heaven forbid I listen to your podcast in the bath, definitely not hip-hop, though. Oh, and by the way, loos are now free at Euston, so no longer have to squeeze sideways through the turnstile. Oh, you cheated, did you? I saw people jumping the turnstile. Because if you really need to go to the loo and you haven't got the money on you, 20 pence seemed a lot of money. Years ago, it was a penny. Do you remember a penny to use the cubicles? An old penny. So, John, I'm not sure whether or not I've actually tasted monkfish. I thought it was generally scampi. It was tails, wasn't it? Was it tails, I think? Matthew Romford says, is Bentall still in Kingston? Yes. It's one big shop. The Bentall Centre is there, and it's franchised out. So there's lots of shops within Bentall's, which works quite well, which is quite nice. What else have we got here? Believing your willpower is limitless makes you more productive on days when you lack sleep. I know somebody around here who's lacking sleep at the moment because he hasn't done nights for ages and ages, or early mornings as we tend to call it. No, actually for him it's nights. And all of a sudden he started going, if I yawn... I said, don't worry, you don't need to worry about it. Here we go, Slimming World's Woman of the Year. They always find one, don't they? This one's called Sophie Higginbottom. I know, it's very unusual to find a Higginbottom. And what they've done, they've got an early picture of her before her amazing weight loss. So out of the thousands of people who try and lose weight, they'll find one person, and then this will encourage more people to go to Weight Watchers. This woman comes from Ellesmere Port in Cheshire. She said, she's saying all the right things for this. I've tried all the diets in the past, but nothing stuck because I felt so restricted. With this one, I could still enjoy lots of hearty and delicious food. This is exactly what people who want to lose weight want to hear. They don't want to lose any of the thing. So she's saying basically what she's been told to say. She said, I was getting to the point where I barely recognised myself, but now I've been to try on some wedding dresses and it was a lovely experience. She's saying all the right things. And the funny thing is, the early picture of her before the weight loss, no makeup, with the weight loss, full makeup, hair done, tiara, everything. It's done to make you join so that you can do exactly the same thing. She says, as I lost weight, I suddenly had so much more energy. Everything people want to hear. Everything you want to hear. You don't want to hear, oh, God, it was really bad. I was sick the first day, threw up on the second day, couldn't be bothered to go for a 5-kilometre run the next day. But she's saying, oh, and I was still able to enjoy all my lovely food. This is an advert. This is an advert for a slimming company because people want to lose an awful lot of weight. Steve, I've just delivered a 40-foot trailer of Prosecco, says Greg. I don't know how many bottles, but it was 31 tonnes. Well, it just sounds like enough to get me through Christmas, I should imagine. And the rest. Can you imagine? I'd love a Prosecco fridge. Can you imagine if you had enough money? You'd have a fridge at home with just Prosecco in and water. I like cold water. I get through a lot of water, actually. 40-ton trailer of Prosecco. And the amazing thing is how much it varies, Prosecco, in price. I've seen it from £4.50 up to about 15-20 quid for a bottle of Prosecco. If you're buying it in a pub, you can guarantee minimum £25. And if you're buying it in a restaurant, it could be 30 and more. Joe in Bexley says, Steve, I don't like parsnips either. For Christmas dinner, I go all out and make everything fresh and fancy, but I buy Aunt Bessie's parsnips for the family. I don't care as I'm not eating them. She's very good, Aunt Bessie. I don't know how old she is now, but she's still turning out the food in that little kitchen of hers. She's marvellous. She really is. She does a very good suet pudding with custard. I don't know where she learnt to do it. I was going to write to her and say, because I used to have a friend of mine, well, I've still got the same friend actually, and he used to write to different companies, basically taking the mickey out of them. And he at one point wrote to, I think, KFC. And he said, oh, I run a scout troop and we're having a big combined meal. We'd very much like to try Kentucky Fried Chicken. Could you please send us the recipe? And, of course, KFC wrote back, as they do if you write to these big companies, saying, unfortunately, it's a secret. We can't tell you, but here's a £10 voucher. They sent him a £10 voucher to get cheap chicken, which was good. I thought it was quite good, actually. I thought it was very good. I'm a celeb star. Anne Hegarty reckons she was pathetic in the jungle and wishes she got to grips with creepy crawls. Fine, and to say afterwards, she's in pantomime, actually. She's also doing a Christmas special. People like Anne Hegarty. I like it. I mean, I like all of those. I like The Chase, because I like all the different people on it. Some of them are good, some of them are not. Bag of Chips, apparently it's a drag act. A hit with A-listers, including Kate Beckinsale and Cara Delevingne. She says, celebs are always messaging me on Twitter. Cara messaged me the other day and said I was her favourite drag queen. I can't imagine why. She wants us to go shopping together. What for? What sort of things will you be buying? Kate Beckinsale is a good friend. She's always messaging me. It's lovely. Bag of Chips is also a hit with British telly stars. It's just RuPaul's Drag Race. I don't know where these people work normally, but it's certainly not all the pubs I've seen people in over the years. What else we got? Oh, Jay's Pub Quiz 2. Do you know they take out full-page adverts to advertise, a book, which is basically quiz questions, and you think, you've got to sell an awful lot of books to actually recoup the money that you've spent on the advert. Still to come, out in the cold, hundreds of thousands of you losing power over in Lancashire. All looks very pretty. They've got no power. They would like some. COVID boosters for all adults, teenagers to get the next shot, and the gap between the second and the third doses cut to 3 months. I had to wait a lot longer for that, but I'm glad that I had it done. And Strictly star John Waite has revealed that his butterfingered mum broke his bake-off trophy, leaving space on the shelf for the glitter ball. It's anybody's game, isn't it? I should imagine. Anybody's game. And will Omicron cancel our Christmas? All you need to know. The rules explained of where you will need to wear a face mask. What are the new foreign travel rules? When will you have to self-isolate? What are the rules in schools? Can Christmas parties go ahead? And will the rules be tightened further? And when will they expire? All of those answers will be given to you after the news at 6 a.m. this morning. So it's £7,000 one way, by the way. The first class suite, says Roger to Oz. 13 grand return. Economy £428 one way, or £749 return on Emirates. £13,000. Does that include your food, do you think, as well? Do they do chips? Do they do chips? Imagine if you get on there and you go, can I have some chips, please? We don't do chips. This is first class. Get me chips. Get me chips, or I'll have to go economy.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 4 minutes past 6, very nearly. 3.5 minutes, let's not argue the toss, shall we? Tuesday, the 30th of November, last day of November, so tomorrow, pinch and a punch for the first day of the month as we run up for Christmas. Now, stopping the spread. The rules have been explained. All the papers are carrying this just so people are well aware. Where will you need to wear a face mask? Well, face coverings will be mandatory by law in England shops, public transport, hairdressers, banks and post offices from 4 a.m. on Tuesday. Although how they cut your hair when you're wearing a mask, I've got no idea. Those who do not comply, and I don't know how many people, I'd love to find out actually, how many people have actually been fined. £200 for a first offence, £100 if you pay within 2 weeks, doubling on each repeat offence up to £6,500. How are they going to enforce this? Last time they said, I've sat on buses over the past 2 years and they've gone, TfL, Transport for London, you must wear it unless you're exempt. People will just say, I'm exempt. And that end of it, they don't have to prove anything. The government has not published a full list, but masks will not be mandatory in pubs and restaurants. Well, how would you eat if you're in a restaurant with a mask on? Cinemas and theatres like they were before. So you've got to wear them. Public transport, hairdressers, banks and post offices. I don't quite understand. Why don't they put down chemists, florists? Why don't they just put down all shops? Makes it much easier, doesn't it? Anyway, what are the new foreign travel rules? From 4 a.m. this morning, so a couple of hours ago, all arrivals in the UK from anywhere in the world must take a paid-for PCR test within 48 hours of their arrival and isolate until the results come back negative. Previously, vaccinated travellers only had to take a lateral flow day 2 test and didn't have to isolate. The new rules apply even to the double jabbed. Arrivals who land without having booked a day 2 test in advance can be fined £1,000 on the spot. How are they going to enforce it again? I don't know. Arrival from red list countries must go into hotel quarantine, costing £2,285 a head for 11 nights. Those who breach isolation can be fined up to £10,000. And where are they supposed to be getting that from? Why don't they think these things out? When will you have to self-isolate? All close contacts of suspected Omicron cases will have to isolate for 10 days, regardless of their jab status. People who test positive for COVID must still self-isolate for 10 days, and unvaccinated or partially vaccinated close contacts of a COVID case must do the same, regardless of which variant they have. Can Christmas parties and gatherings go ahead? Yes. There's no legal restrictions on Christmas parties. People do not need to wear masks or show a vaccine passport in hospitality venues. So what's the point of wearing it in, public transport, hairdressers, banks and post offices, if when you get to the Christmas party you just don't need to bother wearing a mask? And that's people in very close proximity. The mayor cancelled the fireworks in London this year. Boo, hiss, boo, hiss. And instead he's opening up Trafalgar Square with another load of old tat, which is going to be people crowding into Trafalgar Square, which is exactly the same as people standing by the banks of the Thames watching some fireworks setting off from a barge. Unfortunately, the selling point, which is not the greatest selling point, there's going to be a choir singing. Imagine a choir singing in Trafalgar Square at Christmas. Whatever next, ladies and gentlemen. Will the rules be tightened further? It is possible, they say. Boris Johnson has not yet enacted all of England's Plan B measures, leaving vaccine passports for nightclubs and stadiums in reserve. And when will they expire? They will expire on December the 21st, with a review ahead of that, meaning they could be strengthened by Christmas. Oh, that's good. So sort of knocked out of the ballpark place just before Christmas. So it's interesting. How concerned should we be about the new coronavirus variant? They say, well, you should be sort of checking this new variant of the virus that causes COVID-19 is identified. We don't at first know how infectious it'll be, whether it'll cause a more serious illness other than variants, and how well vaccinations will work against it. But put it this way, as I said before, better to have the vaccinations, because at least it will, it might not stop you getting COVID, but it might sort of help protect you get through it, which is an awful lot, a lot easier. So, if you get the opportunity to have it and get the COVID booster, go for the COVID booster. Doesn't cost anything. People have the flu jabs, nobody questions that, do they? You shouldn't be questioning this one. This one kills. This one kills, as people will testify. The amount of people who we've seen in the newspapers over the past 18 months who've talked about, their parents are in old people's. A friend of mine, his mother's in an old people's home at the moment and going into hospital, and he can't visit. Father can visit, but he can't visit, which is a shame. But if you get the opportunity of getting something, get it. It's free. You really don't want to catch this thing. Philip says, I have to agree, the idea of monkfish, catfish, makes my stomach turn. Tonight I'm doing a simple meal: smoked haddock, wrapped in foil, 180 degrees for 20 minutes, cauliflower cheese, mashed potato with cream and butter, asparagus and broccoli. Sometimes simplicity is best and tastiest. Well, that would suit me, actually. That would definitely go for me. Smoked haddock, wrapped in foil, 180 degrees, cauliflower cheese, yum, 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 mashed potato with cream and butter, yum, 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 asparagus, yum, yum, broccoli, yum, yum. But I could just probably do the amount of stuff on there. There's a lot. Probably just the asparagus. Which sounds quite nice, doesn't it? I'm still working out. 13,000 return to Oz. And that's with Emirates. And you get your own bedroom. How cool is that? Definitely my sort of thing. But it's a lot of money, isn't it? You have to kind of sort of decide, what do we do? Do we pay the tax bill? Or do we go and push the boat out going first class? Must be quite nice, mustn't it? People who do it all the time. People who don't even think about it. They just sort of book it. An effort by Virgin Atlantic to raise £400 million in rescue funding has been thrown into doubt by fears of new travel curbs, raising concerns among industry observers about its prospects over winter. Sir Richard Branson's airline's been in talks with shareholders and lenders over a cash lifeline in recent weeks. Virgin's finances face yet more strain as the Omicron COVID variant prompts the suspension of some long-haul routes and renewed quarantine rules. But only up until about the 21st of December. We hope. That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? What else we got? Prince of Wales, today becoming the first member of the royal family to acknowledge formally the appalling atrocity of slavery in the Caribbean, saying it forever stains our history. Weren't expecting that one at all. COVID jabs, it's all COVID jabs at the moment, which is great. I don't have any problem with people having COVID jabs, but if it's free, have it. I'd rather have you as a listener than not have you as a listener. You know, I'm a little bit mean by that. Maxwell, and this is Ghislaine Maxwell and Jeffrey Epstein, and looking at all his properties. He had a mansion in New York worth $57 million. It was 9 stories. He also owned a £1.7 million, a bit cheap, £1.7 million Mews house in Belgravia. This is where the infamous photo of Prince Andrew with his arms round his accuser Virginia Roberts was taken in 2001. Paris, he had a place. Little St James in the US Virgin Islands. Palm Beach, Santa Fe. He had places all over. Literally all over. Annie Farmer alleges she was lured to his ranch in New Mexico when she was 16 and sexually assaulted. And planes. He actually owned a Boeing 727 private jet, nicknamed the Lolita Express. It seated 29 passengers, had a large galley, 2 lounges, red and brown velvet seating, and a master bedroom with ensuite bathroom. He must have left an awful lot of money. I mean, it costs money to run these places. I like the mansion in Florida. I mean, big. And this one here, £12 million. I mean, cheap. He also owned his private island in the Caribbean, which is worth around $50 million. This is the one in the Virgin Islands. He also owned the neighbouring island, Great St James's, valued around $14 million. These people, they must have had limitless money, but he literally jetted about all over the place. So where this trial goes to, I have no idea. No idea. UK accused of modern slavery in a migrant row. And swimmers, they're very brave, these people. They're having a little bit of a swim in, I think it's called Thropemuir Reservoir near Edinburgh the other day. God knows what the temperature must have been. But somebody said to me, you're okay when you get in the water. It's freezing cold. Once you've immersed yourself, it doesn't seem as cold. It's making me cold looking at the picture of these 4 ladies who are wearing their sort of swimming cozies. And then people getting into the Serpentine as well. I can't believe it. Dreadful. And especially as the bottom of these rivers will be all sort of mushy and, you know, I don't like it when things move underneath. But when you look at the Dove River in Derbyshire at dawn yesterday, it looks absolutely stunningly beautiful. Can't wait to see what Country Life's front cover is going to look like. It's always something very festive. And we like it. But the intrepid Serpentine bathers, mad as fruitcakes. I wouldn't do it. It looks too... I won't even do it if I go on holiday. Getting into it takes me ages to get into a swimming pool. Absolutely mad. The Gucci family yesterday threatened legal action after claims they're portrayed as hooligans in a new film. Oh dear. It's not looking very well, is it? And the Sussexes are to blame for race slur witch hunt. This is Meghan talking to Oprah Winfrey, during which the royal racism claims were first made. I don't know how she knows these things. And did the BBC tone down the Harry and Meghan documentary? Plus the Prince watching as Barbados becomes a republic. More stories coming up in a moment, including the fact that the party is over for the Christmas party photocopy. In fact, actually, the basic premise of having a Christmas party for all the employees is the kind of thing that people are not over keen on at the moment. I don't know why. It's an opportunity for people to let their hair down, and some people do let their hair down. You know, you have tins of we had tins of toffees one year, which I thought was very nice.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Actually, I've just thought, all those people who were in the country's tallest pub, the highest pub, who were marooned in there, bit of a shame, for 3 days. They've had the same clothes on for 3 days. The same clothes on for 3 days. Also, you can't shave, because they wouldn't have taken... They only went in there for a drink and a meal, little realising when the snow came down, they'd be in 9-foot snowdrifts. Most of the cars were under 5 foot of snow. So the landlady, very happy. They're more worried about the booze running out. I mean, whereas I suppose if you are stuck in a... I mean, it could go much worse, couldn't it, really? The party's over. The annual Christmas party is making a welcome return after last year's hiatus, but there's a few changes. A lot of people say they're not bothered about going to the Christmas party. I know people who adore it. The worst thing is, the things that you'd rather forget. Crying in the loo because somebody doesn't fancy you. You've seen that before, haven't you? We see it here in Leicester Square. You can guarantee on New Year's Eve there'll be people in a doorway. There'll be a girl with a bit of tinsel and all the rest going, I loved him. I really loved him. And he's finished with me. Working, someone from work being the DJ, well, of course, I mean, there's no problem for us here at Global because we have so many DJs in the building. I much imagine they'll be fighting to take over the turntables. Wine in plastic cups. See, I think that's a good idea, wine in plastic cups. Who wants to wash up glasses? Far too dangerous. Plastic cups, much easier. You can put it all in there. You can have a big plastic cup, a small plastic cup, medium plastic. Are you a snob? What, you only have glass? What happens if you fall over and break it? Oh, dear, honestly. A slow dance at the end of the night. Yeah, you're all standing there, aren't you? Getting ready to pounce, you know, and the DJ, put on a slow record. Put it on... Oh, she's got somebody else. She's talking to somebody else. I don't like it. And people want that slow dance. Hello, babes. How you doing? Okay, yeah. And, yeah, I work in the post room. Yeah. Want to come back? Coffee? Drinking games. Who goes to a party and plays drinking games? Not anybody. Hanging mistletoe. This is things that people don't want at parties. No, mistletoe is absolutely de rigueur. Round our way, we've got loads of it. You know why? Because we've got the royal parks. And up the trees there, mistletoe grows in huge, huge things. And people climb into the park at night. And they cut it down. And they sell it. They sell it. Because mistletoe is very popular still, because people do not believe that you can have a snoggy poos at Christmas without a piece of mistletoe. Well, to be honest with you, that's rubbish. Just grab them, pin them to the floor and snog them. Don't have to wait for permission. But mistletoe works. Snogging or getting off with a work colleague. A bit difficult, that one, isn't it? Because there's always going to be somebody who's going to take it that a little bit too far. Party games? No party games. No, just stand there in the corner propping up the bar. You'll be fine. Platonically hugging and kissing colleagues. That'd be me. I do the platonic thing. Hello? Give us a hug. You know, yeah, kind of thing. Then they call HR. But, you know, until that moment, it's always quite good. And the top one that we'd rather forget, photocopying body parts. It's very popular. We can't do any of these things. And we wouldn't want to, because our photocopies are very high. You'd have to stand on a chair, literally, to photocopy body parts. It's just, but people do it, don't they? I don't know why they do. It's a very odd thing to do. Very strange. So those are the festive traditions that you'd rather forget. But I mean, the ones that you should keep hanging mistletoe up, because that's just, it's a bit of fun, isn't it? I think it's a bit of fun as well. I love the idea of crying in the loo. You can always guarantee if you go to the ladies' toilet, there'll be two girls and one of them will be going, look, don't bother with him. He's rubbish. You don't want to go out with him. Or the men's loo as well. You know, you get the men's going, oh, she likes me. No, she doesn't like you. She's my wife. She hates you. It's always good, isn't it? Alcohol advertising needs tighter restrictions. Do you know, that's all you get on the television at the moment, isn't it? It's either that or somebody who's had to cook a turkey in advance for the television advert. But the Alcohol Health Alliance, called AHA, report found that the market of alcohol at special events made it difficult for those who are addicted or in recovery. So now we've got to cater for people in recovery who don't want to look at an advert for booze on the television. That's like saying every time you put an advert and there's a turkey on the television, do vegetarians and vegans complain about it? And of course they don't. They've managed to walk down the high street without being upset. Apparently, a lot of people, 82% of 11 to 17-year-olds had seen alcohol marketing in the previous month. Well, of course they had. It's on the television. They're doing all sorts of adverts for booze on the television. I don't see a problem with that. You don't have to buy it. If you're an alcoholic, I mean, I'm sure you've managed to cope with this before. Some MP comes round and goes, well, I'm not sure about this. Perhaps we should cancel that as well now. Let's cancel anything to do with Christmas. Christmas adverts, you know why? Because not everybody celebrates Christmas. Why have we got Christmas adverts? Why have we got Christmas music playing on the television? I mean, I came in this morning, and in the lift, we have one of our stations here, might be more than one actually, is playing Christmas music. I thought it was a great start to the day. Pleased me no end. I'm very happy. Yeah, Heart Christmas. I was very pleased with sort of listening to loads of Christmas music all at the same time. When I drive down to my brother's today, I'm going to listen, I think, to ABBA's new album. Because I've got it, but I haven't actually taken it out of the plastic yet, so that's going into the machine, and I shall listen back to it all the way down the motorway, which will be very nice. Cold callers are pressing the vulnerable into paying thousands of pounds for bogus insurance cover. Victims are coerced into signing monthly direct debits of around 10 or 20 quid to cover household appliances like boilers and washing machines. Consumer body Which polled 1,300 of its members and found almost a quarter had received unexpected calls relating to insurance or extended warranties. I remember there was one high street electrical store and they were pressure selling extended warranties until Which pointed out you don't need to take these out because each manufacturer, in the box of the item you've just bought, you can buy an extended warranty from the manufacturer. You don't need to take out these shop-built ones. One 92-year-old grandmother paid £10,000 for 2 years of cover, including for a dishwasher she didn't even own. This is the trouble. They take advantage of it. 10 grand for 2 years of cover. I'd like to find out who did that. What insurance company is doing it? Samantha Brick. I seem to remember stories about Samantha Brick, and I can't remember what it was. Didn't she write about single people or something some years ago, went on to a... What the dickens was it? I just remember she wrote something. I think when she got divorced, and there was some story about her. She writes for the Daily Mail, and I can't remember what it was. Did she go and live in a village or something? And because she was single and divorced, nobody wanted to have anything to do with her. There was something, but I can't remember what it was. Yeah, she became famous for something that started popping up on television for sort of trying to find people or something. But anyway, she's talking about psychics. Divorced and vulnerable, Samantha let a clairvoyant take over her home and her friends, and she paid for her Botox. Gullible, read her account and asked if you'd have seen it coming. She said, I'd been demobbed a bystander in my own life. Many women fall prey to this, and none of us is a fool. Yeah, but people fall for it. People fall for it. I mean, why would you let a clairvoyant take over your home and your friends? You know it's a load of old rubbish. It really is. People can say anything they like. They do cold calling. Loads of them do it. And they're going to part you from your money, which is very bad news. So Lorraine Kelly, 62, and Ben Stiller, 56, the American star of Meet the Parents and Zoolander. Also born on this day in 1835, Mark Twain, the American author of The Adventures of Huckleberry Finn. His real name was Samuel Langhorne Clemens. Settled on his alias after trying Thomas Jefferson Snodgrass and Sergeant Fathom. So there you go. 1966, Barbados became an independent state after 361 years of British rule, and the world's longest rainbow appeared in 2017. It was recorded in Taiwan. It lasted 8 hours, 58 minutes. Love a rainbow. Love it. And November the 30th, 1973, magician Ali Bongo, lovely Ali Bongo, went on television last night, this is 73, in a failed bid to prove that the metal-bending powers of Israeli Uri Geller are just tricks. Metallurgist, Dr. Alistair Brown, who appeared with Mr. Bongo, says, I didn't find this as impressive as Uri. I believe Mr. Bongo was using a physical bending process. Yeah, like Uri Geller. Like Uri Geller. Same sort of thing. It's, you know, people want to believe in something. Also, November 30th, 1939, cast your mind back, David Niven, the first British film star to return from America to fight, arrived in London, determined to join the Royal Air Force. The former Highland Light Infantry second lieutenant would have been home sooner, but Sam Goldwyn sued him to keep him in Hollywood. Niven became a lieutenant commander in the Commandos. I remember his first girlfriend. He had a small part in a film in Hollywood, and he took this girl to the cinema I think he talks about it in Bring on the Empty Horses. And he took her and he said, this is me. He said, the door's going to open, it's me. And the door opened, and it was a completely different actor. He'd been replaced in the editing suite. He never knew.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Morning, 25 minutes to 7 o'clock. This morning, not as cold. Steve, listening to you this morning, talking about mask wearing. This weekend, we're going, says Penny, to a 50th party with about 60 others and feeling very uncomfortable as doubt anybody be wearing a mask. Well, apparently you can go to a party and not wear a mask. I don't quite understand how they're now asking hairdressers to go back to wearing masks again. The troubles they had, those poor people. Steve, where did you get the prices from? First class return booked with Emirates to Australia and over Christmas is £9,722, which includes a chauffeur-driven car. Oh, we're talking about the ones with the beds. We're only going for the beds. So that's why. I was on jury service, says John, in Knightsbridge, Crown Court in the 80s when I popped into Harrods at lunchtime. Estee Lauder was in there signing anything of hers you bought, so I just queued up with a leaflet and got it signed. I thought she was French, but she was American. No, she was American. A friend of mine actually used to look after her. She knew Estee Lauder. How cool was that? How cool. Sidcup Julie says, Steve, last night I ate 3 different types of popcorn. They were there for Christmas. Chocolate, toffee and salty. I feel sick now. I'm over popcorn. Who's that popcorn manufacturer? There's a posh popcorn that they make, and I can't remember who makes it, but they do all sorts of posh... No, Butterkist. I quite like Butterkist. It's quite nice. It's it's a name of somebody's popcorn, and they make sort of little packs of it. They sell them in Costco, actually. They do about 5 or 6 of them, and it's like posh popcorn. And I can't remember the name of it. Well, there you go, Joe and Sef's. Joe and Sef's salty, Joe and Sef's gourmet, salted caramel. They all different types. They're really lovely. It's really nice. They do a chocolate, an ultimate gourmet. You can buy, individual packs for everything else. And I remember having them ages and ages ago. There you go. There's an ultimate gourmet testing pack. Merry Christmas popcorn, £28. Seems a lot of money, doesn't it, really? But the Joe and Sef's were very nice, actually. I have bought them in Costco before, much to my deep embarrassment. Dean says all the public toilets in the high street have gone now. Everybody uses McDonald's. Well, they used to in R1, but they've closed down the upstairs of McDonald's. But, there you go. Kim says, I really want to like asparagus, Steve, having no luck in the cooking of it, either overdone or underdone or just plain unappetising. I shan't give up. Oh, it's easy to cook. Seriously. I mean, I cook it in about a couple of minutes. You literally get some boiling water, put it in there, a little bit of salt or whatever. You don't have to put salt in. And it cooks quickly, but I do it with Ben's rice. I put some rice in, cut up the asparagus, and it cooks. It's wonderful. Oh, yeah, I can cook that dead easy. So never overdone or underdone, just normal. Steve, talking about Christmas dinners, did you know that sprouts contain more vitamin C than an orange? Do they? I like sprouts. I've got a pack of the miniature ones to eat at home, which I love. I just pop them into a saucepan, stick in some rice, and just eat the blooming things. Seems to work for me. I've noticed the National Lottery are giving away 50,000 pantomime tickets. You can get 4 free tickets, but their bookings open on Friday, December the 3rd. They've got 12,500 sets of 4 pantomimes, and it's from, the following theatres in Aberdeen, Belfast, Birmingham, Bradford, Bristol, Bromley, Cardiff, Crewe, Dartford, Darlington, Edinburgh, Glasgow, Kings, Glasgow, SEC, Hastings, Hull, Hayes, High Wycombe, London Palladium, Manchester, Milton Keynes, Newcastle, Nottingham, Plymouth, Richmond, Southampton, Southend, Stoke, Swansea, Swindon, Wimbledon, Woking and York. There's a lot of really top-class pantos there. Seriously, with a lot of well-known people. A lot of very, very well-known people. And so not till the 3rd of December. And they then open up the phone lines. I think that's what it is. Yeah, I think it's phone lines. I'm pretty certain. And they say, get your 4 free tickets. That's to thank you for the money raised for good causes. So you can see Jason Donovan, Donny Osmond in Pantoland at the Palladium, plus lots and lots more. Now, where you get them from, I don't know. Average promotional ticket value is 30 quid. So, but how you get hold of them, I've got no idea. They just say 50,000. And I don't know whether you have to go to their website. Oh, wait a minute. How to claim. Sign up for your free or log into your account at mymail.co.uk. Oh, you'll need to find the adverts in the paper. It's a bit more complicated than I thought it was, actually. Tony says, knowing how much you love Christmas, will you be leaving anything out on the doorstep this year for Father Christmas? No. Absolutely not. But what will it be? No, nothing. I don't leave anything for Father Christmas because I'm in two different places for my Christmas lunch. One, my brother's, and I think there'll be about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, might be 9 of us. I think might be 9 of us, and then my godchildren for Boxing Day, and I'll have another Christmas lunch, and I forget how many there'll be for that one. That could be 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Again, that could be about 9, 10, something like that. Although they'll probably now phone me and go, no, wrong again. Dan in Sandbach says £28 for popcorn. The world has gone mad. It is luxury popcorn. And they like to buy. I first encountered it. This What's It and Seth's in Costco. They did sort of so many packets of it for whatever it happened to cost. And I thought that'd be quite nice. And I brought it into work. It disappeared very quickly. Ali says, you made me hungry. I want freshly cut thick chips with their skins on, with freshly cracked salt and black pepper. I don't think I've ever had black pepper. Oh, I tell a lie, I have. I had it on a burger a short while ago. I bought some burgers in Sandy's, the fish shop. They do specialist gourmet food as well. And I had those. They were very nice, actually. Very nice. I just popped them in and steamed them in a saucepan, which was very good. Tara says, let's all write to KFC in the hope of vouchers. I wonder if they do a Christmas version of KFC. I told you I was very successful, didn't I? In going in and saying, can I have 6 pieces of chicken, but I just want drumsticks. Now, I'm not doing gravy on burgers. No, that is naff. That is not right. It's not normal. You do not put you can put gravy on chicken, but I know they're doing it, but they're not supposed to. I'm telling them now, as an accredited gourmet chef, I'm telling you now that you can put gravy on chicken, but not when it's got a coating on it. That's just awful. But that's what you've been eating, is it? You've had that. You had it yesterday. I'm shocked, Jake. I don't think that's a good idea. I mean, but I did ask them, because somebody said, ask them if you can have just drumsticks, because before they would give you 4 bits of chicken and 2 drumsticks. I wanted all drumsticks because they're easier to eat than the other things, and so they have to check that they've got enough in. And every time I've been in there and I've said, I know you're going to think I'm mad, can I just have drumsticks? And she said, I'll just check. Yeah, that's fine. And so I end up with drumsticks, which is very nice. Mark, my former producer, says the website unforgettable Uri Geller appearance on the Carson Tonight Show. Thank you. I shall be checking that out, actually. I like things like that, as you know. Steve, Poppycock popcorn is the best, says Mr. Neil. It was available in Costco, but they've stopped doing it. We're going today, as it's daughter Hayley's. Wait a minute, I've lost the blooming thing. As it's Hayley's birthday. Happy birthday to you. The other thing they stopped doing in Costco, they used to do a lovely instant mashed potato, but it wasn't pieces, it was powder. And it was absolutely delicious. And then they blooming stopped doing it. I was furious. I was very happy to get that. So we've got, Stuart in the fish shop again, who has changed up the curtain. I want to know, actually, what this online Christmas advert will be. Oh, it'll be the online. It does look really good, though. I'm very impressed, Stuart. Very impressed. Very clever. A very good investment. I wonder how many turkeys people have ordered for it. He's about one of the only places in Twickenham where you can buy these black Norfolk turkeys. And they're very good. Elaine from the original Spikers. Homemade popcorn with butter and soy is delicious. Good grief. Homemade popcorn. I've never heard of homemade popcorn. You just put it into a saucepan, don't you? And you just sort of put the lid on, and then it starts popping all over the place. Matt. Morning, Matt. Neil and I are listening in the car en route to the northwest from Welsh Wales. Oh, you're back from the other side of the pond, are you? He said, Merry Christmas. He gets a bit carried away at times. So I hope you have a safe drive. What's it like, actually, northwest from Welsh Wales? Snow or no snow? I just want it to rain today, going down to my brother's in the car. Because my car's filthy. Absolutely filthy. Maggie says, sorry, Steve, I've only just woken up. I shall listen to your podcast in a bit. What do you mean you've just woken up? We've been here since 4. I mean, Jake's been here longer. Seems so much longer. And, Steve, I've just had the email from TfL about the face masks. But what are they going to do? How are they going to enforce that? They're going to have police coming on there, dragging people off in handcuffs? No, of course they're not. So how's it going to work? Somebody's going to say, why are you not wearing a mask? The drivers won't ask you. There's no bus conductors anymore. So what are they going to do? And all you're going to do is say, I'm exempt. And that's end of story. So what's the point? I'm not wearing it because I want to be difficult? Of course not.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 10 to 7 is the time. Give or take. Sidcup Julie says, I can't be in the same room as my boyfriend whilst he's eating popcorn. Sounds like a volcano erupting. I was always quite impressed by the fact that people did make their own popcorn. And I suppose you could add different bits and pieces to it. Twitter founder Jack Dorsey quit yesterday. Shares shot up by more than 10% amid rumours of his departure. He co-founded the platform in 2006 and posted the first tweet under the username @Jack. He has amassed a personal wealth. I mean, it only goes to prove how quick these things take off. His personal wealth, estimated by Forbes, is more than £8 billion. He said stepping down was the right move, following a string of controversies over the promotion of hate speech and censorship. So apparently Twitter is now valued at around $28 billion. So does he own it? Does he own all of Twitter? If he stepped down as chief executive, I mean, does he still own the blooming thing? He was ousted from Twitter and co-founded credit card payments, blah, 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 blah. But I mean, he's worth $8 billion. I can't imagine what it must be like to be worth $8 billion. I mean, he's not done badly, has he? Mind you, have you ever heard of Tamara Ralph? Tamara Ralph is a dress designer, and she obviously designs dresses for people with more money than sense. Only reason I can never imagine how much dresses cost when you look at them and you see, and people do couture and everything else. But she created the transparent dress that Meghan Markle wore in her engagement photos. How much was it worth? £56,000 for a dress. Blimey, you could buy a factory somewhere creating that. £56,000 for a dress. They must see people coming. I mean, I can't imagine how any dress, unless it was encased in diamonds, could ever be worth £56,000. They were doing a thing, as I say, they were looking at this Beverly Hills programme on the telly yesterday, which I found fascinating. And they took these women who, you know, had obviously had lots of surgery and bits and pieces, because they all had, look, nobody's faces moved. And they went to this art gallery where art started for sort of, you know, signature pieces at, I think, $10 million. $10 million. And these women had never been in this art gallery before, quite clearly, because they didn't understand what it was. And they were shown this thing, and this changes light and all the rest of it. Then they were introduced to the gallery's sort of, you know, top designer, who turned out to be the boyfriend of the bloke who owned the gallery in the first place. And he was saying, oh, it's fantastic, you're here looking at my art. And all. Nobody bought anything. It was obviously just something for them to do, because they don't do anything apart from go out for lunch. They just go for lunch and then sort of buy clothes, which it seems a little bit dull and boring. But I suppose over there, when you've got that kind of weather, what else do you do? Steve, just drumsticks, not enough meat on those bones. Last time we spoke about KFC, I was there straight after. Couldn't resist the hunger, says Jack in Brixton. We've got a big KFC up the road here. And they've just opened one over the road from Richmond Station. So you come out of Richmond Station, fraction to the right, and there it is. I've yet to try them with my, can I just have drumsticks, please? I don't know why I do it. You're right, you don't get as much chicken on there, but I mean, it's quite enough for a little thing like me. Thank you very much indeed. John Lewis have made a donation to charities chosen by a duo who accused it of copying their version of a song used in its Christmas adverts. The Portraits, featuring husband and wife Lorraine and Jeremy Millington, said the cover of Together in Electric Dreams, this year's festive John Lewis ad, resembled the slow arrangement they released last year for charity. The retail giant, which has said there was no substance to the claims, was now glad to donate to the portrait's chosen charities Mind and Cruise Bereavement Support, but insisted it would never copy another cover version, because Together in Electric Dreams was originally released by Phil Oakley and Georgia Moroder in 1984 as an up-tempo track. The version featured on the John Lewis advert is performed by 20-year-old London singer Lola Young. The amount donated was not specified. So it's the same thing, just slowed down. And so that's why. The trouble is, when you're dealing with these big companies, they're not over keen to do things like this, but at least they've done it. An episode of The Simpsons has been censured in Hong Kong. Why? Because it's a scene from the cartoon. It sees the cartoon family go to China, and while at Tiananmen Square, they see a sign that reads, "On this site, in 1989, nothing happened." A satirical nod to China's campaign to purge memories of the massacre of hundreds of student protesters. And of course we all remember, well, if you're of a certain age, that tank with somebody standing right in front of it, daring them to go on. It's unclear if the firm removed the episode or if it was ordered by the authorities. Neither Disney or the HK government responded to requests for comment. I can tell you a funny story, actually, of a reporter who was on holiday in China, in Tiananmen Square, overlooking Tiananmen Square in the hotel when this blew up. And so the news organisation phoned them and said, "Can you file a piece on this?" And they went, "No, I'm on holiday," and put the phone down. True story. I could tell you who it is. I mean, the journalist himself isn't alive anymore, but I used to see them on a fairly regular basis. 60 people on the platform at Basildon Station, Steve. And sadly, says Joe, very few are wearing masks. It's now law to do so. Maybe the government's messaging isn't good enough. Well, I mean, the argument is, Joe, how are they going to enforce it? If you go up to somebody and say, "Why are you not wearing a mask?" and they go, "Because I don't want to wear a mask. I'm exempt." What can they do? Well, I don't think you're right. What are they going to do? Are they going to take somebody to court or something? How are they going to process getting somebody fined and to make sure that, you know, people wear masks? I know that I'm going to get to the station, Waterloo Station, and there will be loads of people who work at Waterloo Station who will not be wearing masks. I can guarantee it. I mean, I've got my mask. I shall wear it on the bus. There'll be people sitting on my bus this morning who will not be wearing masks. You know, and what do you expect the driver to do? You know, can you put your mask on? It's not up to them to tell you to do that. In fact, I think they're actually told, don't start pushing people to wearing a mask. So, you know, it's a good idea. Putting it into practice, I think, is very, very difficult. Very, very difficult. So whether it is... Yeah, Chris Lowry, you're absolutely right. He knew who the reporter was. It went down in the annals of history, actually. So why did Mark Williams fall asleep? No idea. No idea. He went 30 years as a professional, he said. That's the first time I've ever fallen asleep in the chair. Because, I mean, is it particularly quiet when they're playing snooker? Is it one of those places where you go to... Because it's a bit like tennis, isn't it? Because all you hear is the... That's all you hear, isn't it, at tennis? You don't... So it is possible to fall asleep, but I think the excitement of the crowd... Whoa! Everybody gets very excited. I don't get excited at tennis. Definitely not. Companies across the country begun axing their Christmas parties because of the latest Omicron COVID-19 variant. So hospitality bosses, already struggling amid the pandemic, have concerns the number of cancellations will continue to rise as more cases are identified. Dave Critchley, head chef at Liverpool's Chinese restaurant Luban. Have you ever heard of such a thing? He's a white guy working in a Chinese restaurant. He must be really brilliant. I want to go there. I want to eat Chinese food. I could eat crispy duck at this time. Oh, I've got to go. I've just realised. No time to eat crispy duck. Heavens above.